Just close her out. I'm going live now. I'm already live. Uh, I I posted the link to my page up there like in the stream at least. My bad. I didn't mean to get in the monologue. Somebody had asked. What's up, Ryan?
What up, Holmes?
What up, G?
I'm getting ready to get some dinner, man.
How you doing today?
I'm just having a great day.
Oh Lord.
Dinner.
Now that message that came with the Cash App, by the way, that was a beast message, and I agree with the sentiment. No matter what else we disagree with.
Well, it's the only way to go anywhere, man. So, I mean, I didn't see my kids for a long time, but also I didn't want to give them what I had, which was fucking brokenness. You know, being
I mean,
broke.
you do what you got to do. We argue the way it ought to be, not the way it is.
Well, I do find it interesting because I think that everybody wants the same thing. Like that's the truth. Everybody wants the same thing. The question is, how do you get there? You know. And but when I was younger, I wanted more. I was a lot more. What's the word I'm looking for? I hated the system. I know that much. I fucking hated the system. I was furious with it because I'm like, why the fuck these people have to do all this shit and they still. I mean, I had an apartment and shit. I was broke as a fucking joke. I didn't have any money. I always was getting in trouble because I didn't have any money. I had fucking the bank. I won't use a credit card to this day because the fucking banks. Okay, they hit me with overdraft fees, $400, and almost got evicted.
Jeez.
I won't let them make any fucking money. So I do have a credit card now, but I pay it off. They've never made a penny of interest on me because I hate them that much. Because I had a kid and I was broke and facing eviction, and they hit me for $25. I bounced checks, and then each check bounced the next check. So it was like $25 for the first check, and then there were like a bunch of other checks out, and I had overdrew the money. So it ended up being like fucking 12 checks, and then it overdrew another one. Then they put it back through $400. I went in and I said, look, this was a mistake, blah, blah, blah. And they wouldn't forgive the money. I was like, all right, that's cool. You motherfuckers will never make a penny off of me. In my whole life, I'll never fucking let you bastards make any money. So I pay no interest. I refuse. I'll cut up my credit card before I pay interest on it. You see what I'm saying?
Fair. Yeah.
Because it's like, fuck these people. But ultimately, as I got older, I kind of realized the system, how it works, and it's not as disgustingly capitalist and terrible as I thought it was. The truth is, everyone's just trying to go out here and eke out a living. Some are very well rewarded, more than they should be. They should be higher taxed, like Jamie Dimon um, of Citibank, who made $220 million last year. I don't think that's right. So, but ultimately, I know that the other way, like a socialist type system, is difficult too because people get lazy and don't want to work, and then productivity goes down. And Russia's an example of the Soviet Union, you know. So you got to find the balance, you know.
Yeah. It definitely. I was gonna say it is a balancing act between taxation and overtaxation because profit motive is definitely a thing.
hmm
And
I mean, look, I would start my old business back up again because I was making good money at it, but there's too much bullshit. Like there's insurance, there's all this shit, and it's like, it's not worth me fucking with it, you know. Anyway, so that's kind of where I'm at with it, but too much bullshit involved now, too much risk. So I'm like, I'm not starting my old business up. I
yeah,
don't think that's a good thing, you know.
I put you on the spot because I let somebody up real quick that I've never seen before. I've seen him in chat,
It's all good.
and as soon as I brought you up, they left. So it's like, damn.
Oh,
Howdy, Industrico.
corn bomber, corn
I
bomber.
stepped in shit because I will not tip my waitresses. Everybody wants to form a lynch mob now. And I've been dubbed a black man by the black community again.
I just think maybe it's a good idea to do it. So
Down with the white man.
It's a real kill Whitey moment up here.
Nah. I tip, but I'm not gonna want to fucking
I
yell at
tip
someone
too
for
with
not
my
tipping.
dick.
I mean, I tip with that too, homie. But I mean, that's not the point.
I just tip because it's the expectation and the people. But
That's
if I
the
get a
thing.
shitty
We need to
waitress,
shatter that expectation.
well, I know, but I feel like while it is the expectation, we should probably do it. It's probably the right. There's like a right thing to do, and then there's not a right thing to do. So I feel like it's for me, it's the right thing.
I'll be honest with you. I don't tip waitresses.
But who do you tip?
You left me
I tip.
hanging. You left me hanging. No, you left me hanging.
Well, no,
Hold on,
because I asked you. I tip like my barber. I tip like actual like tradesmen, like barbers. If I'm gonna get like a like a suit tailored, I'll tip them. If I need like, if I'm getting my dry cleaning done, I'll tip the
So
dry
you
cleaner.
don't tip waitresses at all.
You don't
Tip
you don't tip the one demographic that you're expected to tip, and you let me take all that fucking heat, you bastard.
Well, that's the
because I asked
demographic
you,
that's making $2 an hour. They're making $2 an hour.
how much do you think dry cleaners make?
I don't know, but I know they're Asian.
No, they're not Asian, bro. I live in North Dakota. They're white.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, they're definitely white. Is there any Native Americans out there? Is there a lot of like Indians and shit?
There's some Native Americans, yeah. We don't have really Indians here, like from India. We have Somalians, and I really don't fucking tip those fuckers.
Well, I don't even know why they're
See,
here.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. When people say, like, the only people that actually care are trolls, and I like playing into trolls because it helps. Like, the first thing they want to talk about is channel growth, and it's like, y'all literally help grow the channel by being haters. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know
That's
if that's
true.
the goal though. I like Bumpkin's heading. I like your message when you were leaving, Bumpkin. Don't let the capitalists trick you. Come on, man, come on. That's your public service announcement.
That's my public service. Exactly. Don't let them trick you by saying
you're a capitalist. You're engaged in a capitalist system. What are you talking about? I mean, this is reality for us. So
I am a socialist living in a capitalist world, and that's okay.
Yeah, I don't think there's any socialism
I'm
left.
just a girl.
But I do think that the northern, you like the northern Europeans up there. I think like they're very social democracy. It sounds like.
No, Ryan, I'm a fascist. How many times do I have to say this, Ryan?
Ryan, we are both fascists.
Ryan, I don't think I can spell it out anymore for you or the audience, Ryan.
Do you like so you're saying you like people with very small mustache type situations?
Yes.
Either small mustaches or bald and a little short.
Do you mean just from an economic standpoint, or do you mean just overall? These are your heroes.
Overall, economic, social, everything.
I mean, why not go with the Russian version of that? I mean, he was a more efficient and effective killer for sure.
You talk about
Stalin?
Absolutely.
Stalin?
I mean, he's got 20 million under his name.
Bad take for me, but I actually like Stalin.
Oh, fucking A.
He was
because Ryan, there is only one bad guy of World War II, and it's that who lost. There was not Ryan.
Evil mustache man is the most evil man in history because he lost, and people always point to him.
Oh, he's not. I mean, he's nothing compared. I mean, Stalin and Mao they killed way more people.
Yeah, a lot more.
I mean, he couldn't. Mustache Man couldn't hold their jock in terms of being a killer. I mean, shit.
I mean, do you think I like these people because like they're evil? you think they murdered? No. Ryan, I will sit here and argue all day long that it was 250,000 at best, very successfully with you.
But they still killed that 250,000. Let's not
Sure,
fade away from that. And that's something that's what I'm willing to acquiesce to. Is like they're still responsible.
But you have to admit that the results of the entire conflicts were far, far greater. Like you're talking about the number of Russians that were killed. I mean, there were 500,000 Americans killed. I think 25 million Russians is the number that were killed.
Here's my argument, right? All those people died for nothing because ultimately capitalism and communism are the same system. The same people who own the factories are the same motherfuckers that rule you under communism. And it's the same side of the coin. It's two different sides of the same coin. And it goes to show you that they fear a third system such as National Socialism or fascism. And it speaks to the strength of fascism when it took, for one, Japan held out the longest, but it was an island nation, so it don't really count. So you're looking at the flatland of Europe, Germany. It took the entire planet bombing them into submission, invading them. It took them 5 or 10 years to win that fucking war.
It was 5
years. It was 5 years to win the war, and it took the entire planet in communism and capitalism trying to beat them.
It took a lot of Russians.
Texas.
It took a lot of Americans and Russians.
Ryan, you have to understand, right? When we're talking about death tolls in World War II, we also want to look at who started the war and who several times over tried to negotiate peace and was denied over and over and over again.
See, people get mad at me and say I'm carrying water for Mustache Man when I say he didn't start the war. And I am a National Socialist, so there might be some truth to that.
I think he did. How didn't he? I don't understand.
Well, he didn't because all he was trying to do was reclaim German territory that was wrongfully taken away from them after World War One.
I would argue that the territory, whether it's the Sudetenland or Alsace-Lorraine, was fought over for a long time. Like you can't. Alsace-Lorraine was literally the Franco-Prussian War. I mean, you could argue Napoleon was involved. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So it's like Israel-Palestine. That's just been changing hands for a while,
Yeah, but it's
everyone's owned that land.
German territory. It was taken from them in World War One. It was taken from them in World War One. They were trying to reclaim it. There was a.
Are we talking the Sudetenland in Czechoslovakia?
The Sudetenland and Alsace-Lorraine, as well as remilitarizing the Rhineland, the Danzig corridor. Everything that was done to Germany was done specifically to keep them away from being a power. Fucking France and England only wanted them two to be a. Here's what I love about World War II. The best thing about World War II is that the two fucking retarded powers that thought that they could divide the world amongst themselves fucking died trying to uphold that. And there's some beautiful irony to it. That's the whole reason World War I was started, because France and Britain wanted to maintain it just being a bipolar world between them two.
Yep.
And because in any real sense Germany had every right to help Austria because Austria was their ally. They had signed agreements to help them. 2, Austria was in the right to declare war on the fucking shitty ass Balkan countries because they shot their fucking king.
Yep.
I don't feel like. I think that. I can't sit here and argue that I don't think that Mustache Man was the, it's kind of like right now people are like, oh, Putin's just great and Zelensky's bad. And I think maybe there's a responsibility on both sides of that,
Ryan, what you got to understand is the reason why people harp so much on World War II is because fundamentally it has completely shaped our entire.
I know that. I totally agree with that.
Right.
I think I told you, Bumpkin, that the most influential man in the last 200 years has been Mustache Man. I mean, and I'm not saying for good or bad or otherwise, but in terms of globe shaping, I mean, like the modern conflicts in the Middle East are largely a result of you know, setting up Israel, which is a result of Germany, like, so I mean, and the fact that he could mobilize a country when he's not allowed to have an air force, build an Autobahn, and literally industrialize in about fucking 15 years, 10 years. It's pretty amazing that he was able to do that. And then take over Poland, France, pretty much all of Europe, push into Africa and bomb England in about fucking 5 years. Like he did that shit pretty quick, right? It's pretty amazing
Right,
logistically, strategic. So,
right. But
but I don't know if he
specifically,
was like just a hero and valiant in doing all of it. You know what I mean?
well,
Like, I think
for
maybe.
starters, let's not get it twisted. He was a war hero. For starters, let's not get that twisted. He was a German World War I war hero. He
I don't
he
know if
was
he
a
was a
corporal
hero.
he was
I mean, I
a
thought he
corporal
was.
that jumped on a grenade.
Yeah, he jumped. Not
Okay.
only did he jump on a grenade, he was a message runner, which at the time were high value targets to disrupt military orders and commands. So they were targeted. Like the man, like he was a war hero.
Yeah, like in all regards, if the same thing happened in America, we would regard that person as a war hero. If it was if it was a Marine that was in Afghanistan that jumped on a live grenade, a corporal that jumped on a live grenade to stop the rest of his platoon from being fucking killed by that grenade, and he took the brunt of the force, we would call him a hero, correct?
Yes. And by the way, I'm going to
Absolutely.
concede something. I'll concede something else. I know there was a lot of profiteering occurring during and after, like during World War One. There was a lot of profiteering. There was not monies being loaned to the whole German population. It was only to certain sections of the population. So what I'm saying is scapegoating a certain group is only possible if there's some truth to doing so. You follow me?
Well,
So I'll
Ryan, that's
concede
very
that for sure.
anti-Semitic. We can't allow that on this
I'm
channel.
just saying that it's how do you can't tell me I'm 10 feet tall and me react to it unless I'm, maybe 9 foot 9 inches tall. But it's obvious I don't react because I know it's like fucking ridiculous. I'm not 10 feet tall, right?
All right. Nas 415. He started killing them because they never tip. First off, I will never tip you for your avatar being a San
There you go.
Francisco for being a San
It's a good
Francisco
response.
fucking sports fan. All right, fuck you.
So I will tell you there was exploitation going on and things like that. So I don't. Otherwise, it would be impossible
They'll
to
tell you
scapegoat a
what
group.
books they burn, but they'll tell you they burn books, but not what books they burn.
Yeah.
You know.
It's just a matter of the entire world got shell shocked by seeing a new ideology form, an ideology that was more for class cohesion rather than class warfare. Because capitalism breeds class warfare, communism breeds class warfare, fascism literally, and National Socialism, it's on the same family tree, right? Ideology wise, it wanted class collaborationism, and that was something that both powers could not either comprehend or they would not be willing to do. So therefore, they had to kill it. So both of those sides of the coin united to kill it. And it still wasn't successful because you can't kill ideas.
Well, I'll only say that, like, what you described earlier was a demand economy or a command economy, as they call it, right? Where the state orders business to do X, Y, and Z. Jinping largely is doing that in China. Like, it's very much like, hey, go build this shit because we need it for people to have jobs. And it's not a super efficient system.
Hold on. The reason why it's not a super efficient system is because it's honestly, if you had that economy, right? If you had that economy in a Western nation, right? I would absolutely 1,000% say it would match my ideology. The reason it doesn't is merely because it's Chinese. I'm going to be real with you, because the Chinese do not value their people. They see them as pawns. Whereas with the Italian fascists or even the National Socialists, they highly value their people and saw them as people. You see what I'm
But
saying?
I think
So like the Chinese argument, it's like if on paper the systems are very similar, but the big difference is China is very willing to literally work their people to fucking death, whereas
well they do.
Germany or Italy did not.
I mean, I guess what I'm saying in the modern era, like now, if the government is just telling people, here's your job, here's what you're going to do, you pick your job, sign up for your job, like you said, usually government is not very efficient at doing that. Like overall, they do a fairly poor job at,
Government
you know, like,
government is very efficient at doing that. The only reason why it's not efficient now is because you literally have open lobbying and bribery. Like we are ran by corporations. Like that's
well,
how our system works.
I mean, in socialist Russia, they did it too, and it didn't work. And the other thing that happens is there's a greed factor that has to happen without any, and I don't mean greed like ripping people off. I mean, if I wake up and I'm gonna sweep a floor for 4 hours, and the guy up the street is waking up and doing brain surgery, right? Why wouldn't I just want to be a floor sweeper because it's way easier? Why do I want to do brain surgery? You see what I'm saying? So there has to be.
Well, that's not the economic system I advocate for. Like, okay, so you want to know the problem with socialist or communist Russia?
Hmm.
They thought every job was at the same level and valuable.
Okay.
Fundamentally, on a philosophical standpoint, right? The fascist
Yeah.
economies denied this factor. They strongly believed that people were not created equal and that you should
Okay.
be paid properly for the job that you're doing. Obviously, a brain surgeon should get paid more
Okay. That's fair.
than a street sweeper, right? And there are
You're saying
economies
people should
showing
make
that
a
as
different
well.
amount of money.
They
Okay.
did interjection. They did, however, believe that labor, regardless of whatever it was, strictly labor did have an inherent value.
Of
That
course, it
should be
has a
what
value.
that's what the minimum wage should be. That's basically what the fascist minimum wage would be, is the basic raw labor and what it's worth.
If I could really sum it up,
What's up, Herman? Hold on real quick. I'm not really mad about the way chat was acting over there. It's mainly a show to make people laugh, dude. I don't tip and I don't care what anyone thinks about it. It's just funny to me. But yeah, go ahead. My bad.
Yeah. So if I could really sum it up, right, it was the middle. Like Germany was the middle class. There was a few 1%ers, right, but it was literally a governmental class by the middle class. Same with Italy, right? It is expanding that middle class as far as possible. Like there was no one that was impoverished in Germany or impoverished in Italy, right? Because they had ample ability. Like there was literally zero excuse not to have a job.
Yeah.
Just the same thing with the road building, right? How do you think the Autobahn was built? You know what I mean?
Yeah, we know who it was. I mean, that was a German thing.
Yeah,
Actually,
exactly.
the U.S. highway system was modeled after that. They said we need to have a national road system that's similar. I mean, look, he also came out with rockets, so I'm not saying these people weren't smart, productive people. I'm just saying that those demand type economies are, I mean, they tend to be inefficient, overall. They tend to not organize people in the most efficient way to help the country. That's all.
The problem is the only other command economies that we can actually look at long lasting are communist ones, because the two really like command economies that we can look at that were very efficient, that would have lasted a long time, was killed by the rest of the world. You know what I mean? So we can only look at like Russia and
Russia and China.
Russia and China. And like I said, they have those fundamental flaws where they think everyone is created equal. And from a right-wing perspective, right, we fundamentally understand that's not true. So their entire system failed because of that fundamental utopianism.
Yeah, and the Russians were working like 4-hour days because everyone was making the same amount of money. And it's like, why the hell do I want to work all day if the guy next to me is only going to work half a day. So just literally nobody did anything forever. But then there's no goods and services, right? But in China, you know, this country has decided we're going to keep making shit and export it everywhere, and we're going to overbuild housing because they want to give people jobs, and then the value of the housing goes through the floor. So I don't know. Maybe if it doesn't look like a communist system like these, it would work. I don't know.
Boy, it fundamentally wouldn't. It fundamentally wouldn't, for one, because like my ideas in America are it's utopian. Okay, like there's not ever going to be a fascist America, right? The closest thing we could get is like, and
Not with
like,
that attitude.
I know not with that attitude, but I'm being a
Well,
realist here, right?
I think we have one, don't we? According to MSNBC.
Yeah, we don't, bro. I gotta head out though.
I get it. I'm just the liberal media saying it. We have a fascist country. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. What are you talking about?
I gotta head out, boys. I gotta head out. But yeah, Ryan, we can talk more. I'm probably gonna do a
That's
stream
cool.
Monday if you want to talk.
I'll
on
pull
my
up if
channel.
I can. It just depends on my marital situation. So
Yeah. I get that. I understand that. Oh, fuck,
Yes.
Imperius. Imperius is here. Hi, Imperius. I'm leaving.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Happy Sabbath. I'll see you soon, Blumpkin.
How's it going?
Yeah, it's. Can you say my name right, please? One time.
Bumpkin.
Thank you. All right, take it easy.
Okay, so I mean, I think we got to start at the macro issue though. Like, the Mustache Man and the issues with Germany weren't necessitated in the areas or in the time frame that the Mustache Man was even involved in politics. Like, I would argue that it had nothing to do with actually the Mustache Man is a consequence of a situation, not a cause of the consequence. I mean, remember the Treaty of Versailles was the singular reason why. Because remember, it made Germany paid full
reparations. Yeah,
for all the other participants in World War I. It restricted their economic participation in the open market of other nations. It also inflated the German mark to like 10,000 to 1 with the British pound. So what it did was it put so much pressure on the people of Germany. Remember, during the 20s and 30s, you had to like wheelbarrow over enough marks for a loaf of bread. It was at time like 50,000 marks for a loaf of bread. So you put so much pressure on the people that they turned to a man that promised them he'd change it, no matter the consequences. And that's what happens. People get so... They're so under pressure, they turn to a man they don't truly understand, and a savior figure. Like, I don't know if you guys know who Eckhart is, but he was
what you're saying is it's only possible. It was only possible.
He was a result of a cornucopia of different situations that came together to create a situation where it necessitated something like him.
Give me 1 second. Gene Seedman, this is all I have to say to you. Stop trying to make clowns sexy. My bad, y'all go ahead.
No, you're all good, dude. I was just, yeah. So I
gotta ask your opinion of something. You have your leader, I have mine. All right. Well, we all know that evil Mustache Man is evil, but so how does it feel having the Pope from Oblak?
The Pope, what?
This isn't I got you, by the way. I just think it's...
No, I didn't hear what you said. How does it feel that the Pope will what? I didn't hear it.
How does it feel to have a thug Pope from Oblak?
Oh, a thug Pope? Is that what you said?
Yeah, he's literally from Oblak.
Yeah, no, he's a pretty dude. Have you seen some of his like speeches? They pulled up crazy fact. I thought it was pretty funny. He was literally okay. So the 2005, he's a big White Sox fan, a baseball fan, right? Mm-hmm. And so literally, he was on the ESPN, the ABC, whatever, whoever was covering it that year, and the game-winning home run in Game 6 that the White Sox hit, it just so happened to pan to him in the stands. after the guy hit it. Creepy, huh?
Not really creepy. Maybe it was a message from God.
Well, I don't know about that, but it's just interesting how like what the hell? How did this happen? You know what I mean? It's just one of those like odd gematria things that make people think, oh my God, there's numbers that rule everything.
It's
You know
a
what I mean?
global corporate machine.
Yeah, it's one of those things that low
It's
level
a
IQ
global
people think.
corporate machine.
Yeah, like a lowly priest. He was a priest. He wasn't even a bishop then. You know what I mean? Like, why would they pay to a priest? They don't even. He wasn't even wearing his collar. He was just in his regular street clothes.
Why do you think they? I mean, so this is an interesting question because I know you're a devout Catholic. So why do you think they went American? What was the political reason? So in other words, is it just that he's devout, or I mean, I always thought that they picked the Pope in a sense to, I don't want to say it's a recruitment
Okay, well,
tool, but it's kind of good
To
marketing.
hear Donald Trump say it was because it was so they would end the sanctions on Vatican City.
Yeah. No, they
No.
already. He already had lifted the sanctions before that. The Vatican was one of the 10 countries he didn't sanction, but he was saying he would have if they didn't.
I didn't know they actually were good. I didn't know they were actually looking.
Oh yeah,
at
he
the
was going
sanctions
to.
of
He was
Vatican.
going to, but he was on one of the 10. Remember, I think there were 10 in the beginning that he said he wouldn't, and he would eventually if they didn't negotiate. Well, the Vatican just said, yeah, we'll pay what you want to pay. I don't care.
For those of you who don't know, this is my new avatar for whenever I go into FBA streams. It's Flo. We goaded him into buying a white FBA hat. It's funnier that you have the white one.
That's great.
Whenever I go to talk to Sharon, this is gonna be my
Dude,
profile.
Sharon is nut, dude. And I talked to Sharon after his shows, and dude, he's gonna like, you understand, like his show's not monetized anymore. It's already gotten but like the problem with Sharon's show is he pisses the audience off. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just piss the audience off all the time. Like, if you notice,
apparently I piss the audience off because I don't tip.
Yeah, he just pisses his own audience off a ton of the time, which is
So Imperious. So what's your position on this?
Oh, okay. So there's two things.
Yeah.
One, you if you're going from the secular belief that there isn't something else involved in the actual choosing, I'll answer it this way.
Okay.
The Vatican understands that it's the richest nation in the world. It has political ties to every nation in the world. It has political ties to Iran. It has political ties to North Korea. So it has to choose a person who has extensive, at this point in time, because of the geopolitical nature of what's going on in the world, they had to choose somebody that has extensive experience with diplomacy. And this guy has extreme experience. He's dealt with like peace negotiations. He's dealt with gang violence negotiations in South America. He deals with like very rough cultures. Remember, he's a Peruvian citizen as well as a U.S. citizen, because that's where his mission was, and down in Peru. And he dealt with a lot of gang violence in Ecuador, Peru, Honduras, all those places.
Oh,
like yeah. He's not a okay.
So he's good geopolitically.
He's from O-Block, all right?
Yeah, no, dude. Well, dude, the thing is, I'm telling you, like if you have someone who has respect from that area or that community, it means he can deal with a bunch of different people. You know what I mean?
I think that's where the growth is right now, right? Isn't the growth predominantly in Latin America / Africa?
Well, Africa, Latin America, and China,
and Asia.
And Asia, yeah. I mean, Europe is always. I mean, if you look at a lot of the European countries, they're also, but it's not to the extent. Like, you're getting. I don't know if you heard, but like apparently, like, dude, over the last year, like 17%, like a swing has gone in Europe about like religious participation and stuff.
I think globally it's gone. In the United States, it's gone.
Well, and that's a big reason why they chose, if you want my opinion, an American Pope. Because America, remember, America is the most religious nation in the world. If you look at number of participating churches, there are 30,000 just specific churches in the U.S. 30,000. You know what I mean? And so you're picking it from like the last real Western nation that still kind of intertwines its faithfulness in its civics and stuff like that.
Yeah. I got you.
You know what I mean? And
it's
you're
not
also
like a European secular fucking hellhole.
Yeah, and because remember, at the same time, you're having the reinvigoration of America being kind of the most powerful nation in the world and leading it. Why would you not want a pope that's going to be intertwined with that for the next few years? And it
I
could go
gotcha.
on after that with Vance. You're having a geopolitical advantage there where you can not just that, like you can buy and sell political capital. Oh, hi, Mr. Trump. Who's the largest voting bloc in your country now? Oh, Catholics. If I can give you votes, how about you do this?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yep.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
This
So,
is
yeah,
why- this
from a
is why you
secular
guys got
standpoint,
banned from
you're-
Japan.
From a secular
that?
standpoint,
What was
it's
This is why you
politics.
guys got banned from Japan, by the way.
Yeah, exactly, right?
No,
Yeah, no, I mean,
thank you for that. By the way, you guys made arguing with atheists harder for doing shit like
I know.
that.
Well, the thing is it was more about Japan. If you want to know what it was actually the influx of drugs. That's what
It was the influx of drugs, and then the church, and then the Japanese emperor having to bow. They didn't like the idea of the Japanese emperor
bowing
having
to a priest
bow to
or
the
a,
Pope.
yeah, to the Pope.
That's what it was about, and it was those
Well,
two things.
because in Japan, they up until the 40s, they had the idea of the Sun
God
King.
Emperor.
The Sun King, where he was descended from the sun. He's a living god.
They also didn't start interpreting him as Jesus in the beginning. Because the way Catholics were teaching the Japanese, they had a very basic understanding. It's funny, the Japanese nobility had a very great grasp of Christianity because they learned from Dutch Catholics back then. Because that was
the Dutch East India Company.
That was
in the
in the
1500s.
So that nobility had a great grasp of Catholicism, but the Catholic monks did not have the wherewithal to learn Japanese.
Well, they didn't. And that was the whole. I mean, and the church had to go through a whole Reformation phase of their ministry, because that's the whole thing. That's what do you think Vatican II was and Vatican I was and stuff in the early. You know what I mean? Because you can't integrate now through ignoring the cultural implications of different parts of the world. Like you can, and that's the whole transition into Norvus Ordo Mass, where it's kind of like you can use the native language of the area you're at and all that kind of shit. But yeah, no, I agree with you. But the issue to me is if you're looking at why they chose him, I think they chose him because he speaks 7 languages. Number one, he's going to travel a lot more. He's relatively young. I think he's 68, right? So he's probably going to be there for about 20 years. So you're going to see him in America a lot, which is going to be good, I think, specifically. That's gonna swing the populace.
Ricky Z, the Cash App is at the bottom, since apparently creating content is something you get tipped for instead of paid for. So you can tip me.
Dude, hey, you know what's crazy though? In some cities now, tips are automatically put into your bill and shit.
They are.
Well, my thing is, it's less about the tips and more, I don't feel like we should subsidize the wages for companies.
I don't mind tipping for gratuity's sake if someone does a good job, but the
Exactly.
moment, like I do it anyway.
When you're in Europe, do you pay a tip? There's no tips in Europe.
No, you don't tip. I mean, if you do, if you feel really nice, and if you want it, if you want them to know you're American, then you'll tip.
That's right. That's true.
You know.
Well, see, no, my thing is, if somebody does a really good job, I do tip. If somebody does a good job at a restaurant, yeah, I'll tip them. I might joke about it. A lot of
times in Europe, they'll refuse the tip too. They'll refuse the tip in Europe.
Okay, so I'm trying to. He thinks that by tipping you are subsidizing the owner, and I'm like, you're not subsidizing the owner. The owner is transferring the cost that he would pay onto the customer for the tip. It doesn't cost the owner a fucking penny. He's just going to build it into the cost of what he's selling it.
What it's supposed to be was an acknowledgement of the labor of the individual server because you had a personal interaction with them. Like that's what it's supposed to be in the beginning. But then what it did was that the owners in different businesses started saying, okay, people are spending more money and I'm not getting a piece of that, and and they're working. So I want more money out of the labor of the employees. So I'll raise the cost of the place or of the food and stuff like that to compensate that I'm not getting any of that tip that those people. It's just liquidity. You know what I mean? If more liquidity is put into your, it's like a bank or whatever. If there's a bank with a high liquidity rate, like a Miami bank in the 70s or 80s, they're going to have a higher percentage capital yield on it. You know what I mean? Just because of the work of the money that's going in and out of it.
Yeah.
It's like malls, like down here in LA, like I'm here in LA right now. There's a mall near my house. It's called South Coast Plaza. It's the richest mall in the world per square foot. Okay. Like,
See,
you
you tell me I don't know anything about economics. The chat doesn't know anything about economics, Ryan. First off, Google does not employ. Google technically does employ people, but everyone through Google is like a third-party contractor. You know, so we create content. It's not for Google; it's for you guys.
Yeah. So
And besides, I made the joke. That's why I chuckled about the Cash App being on the bottom, because you guys were like, "Well, you don't want a tip, but you beg for tips." Like, first off, nobody's begging. Second off, this is content creation, not working at a job where I'm supposed to make a wage and then expecting the customer to subsidize my wage because my boss.
Well, YouTube should be paying.
I think what you're saying is if you enjoy what you do and you want to show a little thanks, just dump it, shoot your thing, help you get a cup of coffee or something. You know what I mean?
This guy doesn't tip waitresses in Paris. He doesn't even tip his waitress. Okay.
Yeah, but again, I understand. It depends. Okay, look, at high end places, like you go to like Cask and Cleaver, you go to like, you know, some kind of real high end like steak. I think they're making tons of money. Okay,
the waitresses are cleaning up at those places. Absolutely.
Yeah, they're making different. So it depends where you're going. Like if you see like a young, 17, 18, 19-year-old kid busting their ass and you're at whatever Chili's or something, sure, why not, dude? Give the kid some extra cash and like it's like positive incentivizing something. It's just like a kid. If you see, like if you see a kid, like a little kid selling a little lemonade stand, I'll go buy a lemonade just because it's good. It shows a kid has an entrepreneurial mindset, and maybe in the future,
that's the kid's business. I'm not tipping him. I'm not tipping him for running the business.
Yeah, but you go buy extra fucking lemonade.
But what I'm saying is,
buy his product. I would not.
Situationally, I know, but situationally, you do it as an incentive for correct action. I think there's a bigger.
That's why you. I made the argument on Brave Stream, right? That's why you tip waiters who do a good job.
That's what I'm saying. That's the only argument I'm saying. Not everyone.
I don't tip in general because it's literally greedy owners robbing the employees.
Yes, no, I agree with you. No, I agree with you in the general stance. What I'm saying though is, I usually I'd say 90% of the time waitresses and waiters do a good job for me, so I tip. I don't mind doing that. But they do,
it was funny. That's why I chuckled, Ricky. It wasn't a slight at you, dude. And I'm not really mad at chat. I just find it funny that people can't see the difference between doing work, because Solid Snake said doing entertainment is work, right? This is unpaid work because it's a passion for me. I like doing panels. I like talking to people. I like making people laugh and being entertaining. Yeah, it is work, but it's a passion for me. There is a difference between being paid for my labor and expecting extra off the top. Like, it's entitlement to just expect.
Exactly. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, like you're paid a wage. Everything else is the other party acquiescing and doing it out of their good graces. You can't sit there and expect it. You get what I'm saying?
That's what every fucking argument that these people have given me is, oh, you should do it because it's expected. Not because they did a good job. Now,
that's the whole point. It's not expected. A tip is not supposed to be expected because automatic, really good work is not always expected. So that's why the whole thing between the tip, the underlining agreement was, I'm acknowledging that you did your job better than what I normally see.
And the problem with tipping, especially because all this started because I bought DoorDash, which I don't do, but every once in a while. And then somebody asked me, how much did you tip? I'm like, oh, I don't tip. Unapologetically. Like,
I don't tip DoorDash people and stuff. No way.
Why would you? Yeah, they're literally paid to drop off food. That's
I mean,
it.
I've never used
It's not like they're
DoorDash,
coming
but I
back to my
definitely
table
tip.
every 5 minutes going, hey, can I fill your water? Hey, is everything good? How are you? Can I help
90%
you
of the
with...
time, no matter how much money you tip them, your order is fucked up. Or
It's
their
cold
shit is
anyways.
out of
90% of
yeah.
the time, it's always cold. Like, it's just
Yeah.
by the amount of distance you have to drive, it's
Because
cold.
and you know why? Because it's expected that they get a tip, and people tip before they get their fucking food.
And now it's almost like a threat because if you don't tip, they F your food up and smash your stuff by the time they
That's
get
why
there.
you got to tip, okay?
No,
That's why you have
no.
to.
You know how you handle that? You
But
get
by the
free-
way, I would never use DoorDash because it's
You
just
get
scary.
free-
Well, no, I don't. I've used it maybe once or twice during
I don't know who
COVID, and
these
that was
fucking
it.
degenerates are and shit. They're just showing up at your place.
All right, give me 5 minutes. I'll be back. I gotta take the dog out real quick.
but like no, like literally, this tipping shit is fucking wild. Oh, Solid Snake's here. I'm sorry, I don't know if he's waiting in the back, buddy. I didn't see.
By the way, did you see the ship that smashed into the Brooklyn Bridge?
Oh, the Mexican ship? Yeah, the one that they
Hold
were
on,
trying to
Ryan.
Yeah, what's up, Snake? What's up?
What's up, man? I ain't been seeing you, man. I don't know how long. God dang, man. What's been going on, man?
Oh, things are good, man. I usually see you on Stanley's show, but I haven't seen you lately. Are you banned or something?
Nah.
Solid Snake. I'm glad to know.
I
I'm
just
glad to
can't
know.
tolerate the bullshit, man. You know me, man.
I'm glad to know you enjoyed the show. Hold on 1 second. I got something for you. Hold on.
What is it?
Hold on.
Please show us.
Give me a sec.
Yeah, that was some crazy shit. That ship smashed into the bridge, man.
Yeah,
Couldn't believe
man.
it.
I'm still trying to figure out what that shit all about, man. Cause that shit
Well,
don't
dude,
make
did
no
you see?
sense.
They were up in the rig. There were dudes up in the rigging.
Yeah,
Okay,
man.
like,
Dude, I don't know if that's AI generated though. I think that's AI generated for
nah,
misinformation.
dude. There's like 60 different cameras. Like everybody had a camera showing the shit. So I
Yeah,
mean, these guys were swinging all around. It was crazy, man. And anybody, I
yeah,
don't know if
that's
anybody
what I'm
died or not.
saying, Ryan. What? Why were they doing it? Were they tripping on drugs or some shit? Was that
No,
like an advertisement for some new street drug that we didn't know about?
I don't know. The ship was facing the opposite way, I believe, and it was actually so. It was, I think the ship was getting towed backwards or something because the ship was facing the opposite way, if I'm not mistaken. I thought it was, but like in other words, the sailboat would be going backwards and not forwards. So I don't know what the fuck it was, but it looked like there was a tug next to it, so maybe it lost power. I don't know. I still haven't heard the whole story with it, but pretty crazy, man. So,
I mean, it's just like I think they was all tripping on drugs or some kind of gas leak.
I don't know.
I don't know, man. I don't think there was no type of terrorist attack. I think
I don't feel
they
like now
probably just had all loaded brownies. They probably just all ate loaded brownies.
you
They
enjoy the
wanted to
show.
do a dance musical under the Brooklyn Bridge or some shit. And just like it didn't go to plan because they didn't, act,
We'll
you know what I'm saying? They probably didn't measure the mass towards the bridge height. I mean,
I blame
it
Ford.
happened.
I
well,
blame
it clipped. Yeah, it clipped the foresail. It clipped the whole system. I think the entire system was impacted by the bridge, but there were dudes just fucking up in the rigging and shit. And I'm like, good lord, they were hanging for their lives, So I guess we'll find out more as we go here. So
Yeah, I wonder what kind of internet they was receiving. Were they receiving like leftist, liberal media, leftist, and they wanted to do some kind of flamboyant terrorist attack because they don't have no other. I'm just saying, man, you never know about our Navy, and like other countries try to adopt our strategy. So like they got a whole bunch of gay guys on ships all out in the middle of the ocean where ain't no women at.
I don't know if they were gay or not.
I don't know.
I just know they were Mexican. That's all I know.
Yeah, I'm just saying, but they emulate America, man. We got the absolute authority of audacity in this
Multiple
country,
cameras
man.
rolling as a ship
Yeah, we rock.
strikes the Brooklyn Bridge.
There it is.
That's
That's
just
crazy.
crazy.
Cool.
Look at them.
Dude, they're up there swinging.
And gay and shit.
Here's another angle taken
Dude,
from
there's
the
guys
shore.
up in the rigging, man. That's wild.
Hey, really?
Boom. Boom. See, it's going backwards there, right? It's backwards.
What do you do?
Somebody hit the
That's-
Mississippi
Some
Bridge
people
the other
captured the
day
mishap
again.
from their
that
apartment
crazy?
windows.
That's the craziest shit you ever seen.
And the river level high. See, that what they didn't anticipate, the river level. Who the hell is they navigator? Questions. DEI hires, man. I'm sorry, man. That's a reason the Black Witch trials and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason. History is a great barometer of the future if you want to see it. That's all I can say. That's all I can say.
Well, it was a Mexican Navy ship.
Yeah, like what the hell, man? Really? Come on, look at all them lights. You couldn't see that goddamn bridge? Come on, man.
Well, you
From
know,
the bridge?
it was a
Come on,
Cinco
man.
de Mayo celebration.
Yeah,
And
that
and,
nigga was
and
drunk.
I'm looking up the news. Apparently, 2 people were killed in the incident.
That's
Santa,
all.
let me get your opinion since this is the no tipping.
Ain't God
stream.
good? Ain't God
Okay.
good? I'm telling you, God is awesome, y'all. Get on your knees and pray this Sunday, y'all. And hit that like button.
You know what, Rick? If companies paid full price to their employees and their employees did a good job, I would tip. But because they don't, I don't tip.
I want to know why we washed our eggs. You know, my grandma ain't never washed no damn egg unless she ran them under the sink water. Why we spend so much on our egg production as far as washing? I don't get no answers for shit like that. Don't nobody ever comment.
You ain't gonna have them here because I don't know either.
I'm
Santa.
just saying, other countries living healthier than us. Look at the cancer rates. Like I said, man, I ain't trying to ban your channel, bro. But I'm telling you, everything Anthony Fauci did was fake. It's
Well,
what
see,
the
on this channel,
industry-
we don't necessarily support Fauci, but we understand what he did was wink, wink, medically necessary. Wink, wink.
You think so?
Yeah, wink, wink. I do. Wink, wink.
Yeah. I mean, they literally put the COVID patients in a hole. My
Oh,
bad.
you said the bad word. I got to drop you for a little
Yeah.
bit. I'll bring you back up in a little bit, Solid. You said the bad word. There are some things that we can't say.
Oh, damn! I stepped away for a bit. I didn't even hear it.
Yeah, he said the bad C word.
Oh,
Hit the panel.
yes.
I gotta get your opinion, Bob. All right, man. So I gotta ask your opinion since this is the no tip stream. All right. So
No tip.
I went on Be Brave's channel and got
Okay.
trolled and messed with because I've ordered DoorDash. I don't typically order DoorDash, nor do I typically
Right.
go out. But I don't tip, and I feel personally,
As you should. Don't tip, bro. As you
let's
should.
go! Another no tipper.
Let's go, bruv. I hate tipping.
Bumpkin's bitch ass, still a homie, but Bumpkin's bitch ass said, "Oh yeah, I tip." This motherfucker
Oh,
knew.
Bumpkin.
No. And here's the kicker: this motherfucker knew chat was mad at me about not tipping waitresses specifically. This motherfucker's gonna get over here. Oh yeah, I don't tip waitresses. I tip barbers and my fucking and tradesmen. I'm like, nigga, you know that's specifically why they were mad at me. It was about the waitresses. I'm like, bro, I don't care. If you should not, I should not have to subsidize the employer's fucking pay wages. That should come out of his fucking profits.
Orthodox, they're not our problem. Speak to your employer. Speak to your employer.
Now, if
Don't
somebody does a
talk
good
to
job,
me.
well, see, the argument is I'm not against tipping because tipping is a reward for doing a good job.
Right.
But
However,
if my tip is not a reward for you, but it is a subsidization, I'm not going to give it to you. Now, if I know you work at a run of the mill place, because Imperius brought up a good point about not tipping people who work at like really high end places because they're making shit ton of money.
Right.
And like people are like, oh, when people started trying to troll me saying I beg for tips because I have my Cash App, like, bro, I am literally creating a service. I'm like, when you pay street performers, you're not tipping them. You're paying them for their music and their time. That's
Right.
completely fucking different. Y'all literally just want to win the argument, and then like they started calling me un-American because apparently it's American tradition. Like tipping started in Europe, you dumb motherfuckers.
And guess what, Orthodox? Europeans hate tipping to the point where now when Europeans go to America, they're like, I hate America. I'm like, why? They're like, they're forcing us to tip. Like Europeans hate tipping now. We are the anti-tippers over here. And you guys are all pro tipping. Like so Orthodox. I like to tip, right? I like to tip if the service is on point. Like if I get,
You're back, Snake.
I'm bold, but if I get like a nice little trim on my beard, a nice, my scalp is like nice and soft and smooth, bald-headed. That was a decent work. I'll probably give you like £1 extra. Like the whole thing is like £15. Oh, like here's 16, £1 extra. But you know what I've noticed, like in the bars and the pubs, like when you're buying a drink, right? The cash machine, it says, "Oh, would you like to pay an extra?" What's it that word? Congruency, gratuity. Yeah. There you go. It's like, oh, do you want to pay an extra £3? Bitch, I already paid like £10 for a drink. You want me to pay 13 for the whole thing? Fuck you.
Yeah, and apparently Solid Snake is the next black man to tell me that I'm black. So if I get 10 hole punches from the black community,
I ain't said you were black now. Hold on, Orthodox. We got a disagreement there.
Nah.
I called you the N-word.
Yeah, that counts as
I ain't
3
got my
hole
own
punches.
channel. I ain't got my own channel. If I said that I had my own channel, I call you the N-word
No,
for that.
you can say that over here. I've dropped hard.
No, I'm not gonna do that.
Okay,
No.
I mean it's completely up to you. You don't have to.
I mean, that's on y'all. Y'all do what y'all do. But I got a brand name too. I'm not gonna say it. But I call you the N-word.
There's only 3 things that we shy away from over here, and that is the big coof, because they're still a little bit uppity about that. Violence and grape. Those are the only.
Okay, but I got a question. How Magic Johnson still alive and Bill Cosby got sexual assault charges? How did that happen? We moved into a future where Bill Cosby is a sexual fucking predator and Magic Johnson still alive. How did that happen?
Magic Johnson got he earned millions and millions and millions in nakeds. He bought that shit, bro. He bought the secret magic juice. He bought the cure. He bought it. Listen,
you know what I think? It was a lie. That's all I see. It's called melanoma, and they abused that disease that they always told that lie about. We can't get skin cancer as melanated people. I say that's a lie, and they abused it.
So, Solid Snake, all I want to know is how come Magic Johnson can own cinemas, restaurants, bowling alleys, etc., etc. This guy doesn't have regular AIDS. He has financial AIDS, bro. He has financial AIDS. He can own cinemas, bro. I'm like, how? You have been alive since the 80s through the AIDS fear, and now you're owning shopping malls and cinemas and whatnot.
How did that happen? How?
Because
it don't make no sense to me. What you saying?
Because he's rich. He bought the cure, bro. He bought it. Real time.
There is no cure. That was a lie.
There is a cure. No, but they don't want to say
it. That's what South Park said. You inject money straight into your veins.
I think it's a lie.
We've got another of the no tip crew. I told you we're winning the war.
Let's go.
I'm not telling you no lie, man. I know motherfuckers been smoking crack since the 80s and they still alive in 2025. My mom and daddy died and they work 2 or 3 jobs every day. But the crackheads still live? How is that possible?
Dude, my grandpa smoked Marlboro Reds for 70 years and never had a cough.
Yeah.
And balance that out. Balance that out with somebody who like smokes
Yeah.
one cigarette and gets lung cancer. Why does
Oh,
that?
vegetarians. Let's look at the vegetarians. Let's look at those guys. What's the average age range of those livable life? Come on.
No, vegetarians are
People
goofy.
gotta
They're
stop lying.
goofy. No, that's a false equivalence because vegetarians are rejecting proteins and good healthy minerals. F them
Well,
vegetarians.
we
I hope
ain't
they
talking
die
about
early.
Indians. Your diet different. You actually eat Guam proteins, Guam like beans. And then y'all
I
eat them
don't eat
kind of
beans, sir.
natural
I might be
because
British, but I
y'all
don't eat that.
steam them.
What do you say, Guam bean? What the hell is that? Ugh. Sounds
Guam.
wrong.
It's like peanuts, beans.
No, sir. No, I eat Heinz
Guam.
beans
It's like
from
not
Heinz,
a
German.
vegetable. It's not a fruit, but it's like a peanut.
Okay, but so let's think. Where are you going with this, man? Where are we going with Magic Johnson? And where you headed? Send us
Well,
to a
I'm
direction.
just
I'm
saying,
confused.
I don't understand the HIV epidemic. I just don't understand it because these motherfuckers still living. I
But how
want to
do
know
we go
what
from?
happened.
But how do
They
we go
didn't
from
find a
tipping?
cure for AIDS, but all of a sudden, everybody they said supposedly had it. They took the medication, they dead, but everybody that didn't, they still living.
I mean, wait. As a British guy, Churchill, the hero of World War II, that man smoked 70,000 cigarettes in his whole life. 70,000, and guess what? He lived into his 90s. He should have been dead in his like 60s or 50s. That man lived till 90 something, smoking 70,000 cigars. He was smoking 10 cigars a day, literally. So people are different, bro. People are different. We can
Dude, we're
survive.
weaker. Our bodies are naturally weaker now because we go through less hardships and less adversity
Right.
in the natural environment. So our bodies are just physically weaker.
There you go.
So
That's a good point.
So what you saying is, Imperius, the crackheads and the bums got the right idea. Let's eat unprocessed or previously digested foods and live longer. I don't
No,
know.
it's the opposite. They say you want fresh food and like non-processed things.
Capitalism.
That's why the rich people live a long time. Like if you notice
I'm
people
just
that
saying, we just watched the video. Who video that was? They was talking about some.
Bob. If you're eating out, don't tip your waitress.
Yeah, Bob. Don't do it.
Yeah, and also make sure. But remember, remember, Bob. I tipped your girlfriend after she domed me last night. So
Imperious.
Why are we? No. But hold on. I'll be honest about this. Why are we acknowledging somebody who mutes somebody? If you mute someone on your channel, you don't get to go on other channels and talk.
But
like no, that is the way.
Any and every person is allowed to attack. Like,
okay, well then I get to rib him. I get to rib him while he's here, though.
Fair enough, but attack Bob, not his family.
No, it's not his family. It's not his family. Just like I said,
if his woman is on,
just like I said, but just like I said to Andrew Wilson, no male can have the product of another male's balls running around his face and have an opinion on the world.
Oh no!
I got one question.
You know what?
Fuck him and his wife because they're both fucking garbage.
You don't always.
I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that.
How about that?
Orthodox.
Let's make fun of YouTube creators who do stupid shit whenever we want to talk shit. All right?
No, I look, like I said, look, you gotta really like, dude. The future of raiding and trolling is X, man. I've been going on X. There's like hundreds of X spaces going on every minute that you can go in there and get people to flip the F out, dude. It's hysterical. It's a funner YouTube. I think the future is X spaces, man. Like, dude, you got to go and raid X spaces while you're streaming on YouTube here, dude. It's funny, dude. These people are like literal little marshmallows, dude.
Let me play that Yeti Life.
Fuck him and his wife because they're both fucking garbage. Now what the fuck do you think about that? Tell me I'm fucking joking. Clip that.
I did clip that. You like the scary music I put in the background?
Eerie music.
But man, you don't tip, but do you at least get the tip in?
Dude,
Look,
dude,
I got, hey,
Oh
look, I
my
got the
if
meat.
you
I
god.
got
tip
the
when
meat tip
you
all day
personally,
long.
You
I
gotta
got the
pay to
meat.
play, man.
Yeah, fuck that.
if
I
you
tip
only
on a
You
tip,
Friday
if
want
night
you
these
when
free
personally,
I'm there.
hoes, these corporate tips.
dude, why can't Snake, why can't it just be a personal responsibility that if you specifically feel that that person deserves it, you do it. And if another person doesn't, they don't do it.
Exactly. But to say you don't do it is entirely different argument.
I wouldn't say fans here. He saw me on trolling
That's my point.
Jack
I
Tower.
wouldn't
No,
say
but you can
I
have,
don't
but it's
tip.
true. But no, but Solid Snake, you're gonna have in a group of people, you're gonna have some that tip every time, and others who don't tip at all. If you take a group of so it'll average out to what 60% of people will probably tip on the average.
Exactly. You
So
know
what I'm
what? You know what?
Well, that's true. That's true. That's what I believe. That's
Look,
what I
Yeti
believe.
didn't get money every time. Yeti Life didn't get money every time he got his report card, but when he made straight A's, he did. That you tip for exemplary service.
Yeah, exactly. My parents told me you did good, but then when you did really good, you got an extra money.
We got two different people on the panel list. First of all, we got Imperious, and then we got Orthodox guy, and I'm considering him in my mind white trash. So, as the audience, as per the audience, how can y'all agree on not tipping?
Because some people,
It's
the entire
easy.
idea of a tip, because Saul's sake, the
I don't think it
idea
comes
of
from
a
the
tip
same
is
place,
that it's
though.
voluntary. That's
Yeah.
the idea of a tip is that it's voluntary.
Thank
If it's
you,
not
Imperius. Thank you very
voluntary,
much.
if it's not voluntary, it's just the bill.
Yep. You might just tell me if my bill is like $20, £20, right? But then I have to tip like the waiter like $5, £5. Just tell me the bill is 25. Just tell me the bill is 25. Don't lie to me. Oh, it's 20, but then they give you that weird look. It's like, how come we didn't pay the extra 5? Huh? You bastard. Just tell me the bill is 25. Be upfront. Don't be sneaky. Don't be sneaky, son of a bitch. That's why I stopped going to restaurants. I hate
Exactly.
going to restaurants.
I've looked
Make me
people in
sick.
the eye and turned around and walked away because you could tell they were accepting a tip.
What I do, I take a $25 stack of ones on a date. And I ain't gonna lie, that's an old trick that actually still work. I promise you're gonna get excellent service when they know you got that money sitting up.
But that's the thing. Most people either do it to flex.
Exactly. That's the American way. What are you talking about?
I'm not American, sir.
I
I'm not
don't do
American.
shit. I don't
can't
do
relate.
shit to flex.
I do.
I don't.
What's a goosey? You're a goosey guy.
Hey, I got a flex, nigga. My money gonna talk.
You're getting played. You're getting played. You're getting
I don't
played.
sound too good, y'all. I don't sound too good.
Damn. No.
Damn, we got
I
some
need
election
it.
rigging going on. We got 13 votes and only 11 viewers.
The thing is there's flexing, which is fine. Like, I'm gonna go right now buy a new Louis bag. Fine, great. But the fact is that, dude, like, you don't just it's flexing for flexing's sake when you can't afford doing it and you do it for no reason. Like, that's the thing. Like, you have to have a limit. Like, dude, like, my dad is probably has 8 figures worth of value, but he does it, dude. He drives a 20-year-old car. He wears like jeans and a gray sweater everywhere.
I live next to multi-millionaires. I literally live like my neighbor has an Aston Martin, but guess what? When he walks out his house, he looks like a bum, an actual bum. I'm like, wait, if I saw you regular,
my dad looks like my dad has just a plain like gray sweater of his and like jeans. That's what he like wears around when he goes.
Yes.
But then Imperius, right down the road, right? There's so to say this, but there's a black family, right? And guess what? They all come out with their branded outfit, and guess what they're driving? A Nissan, a Toyota, a Ford Focus.
First off, we ain't gonna talk to the Nissan, all right? I rock my.
No, Nissan is over, bro. It's over. Nissan is finished. Finito.
Oh hell no! Oh no! You ain't gonna talk about Nissan. You ain't gonna talk about
bro. It's
Nissan.
finished. They're gonna merge. I believe they're gonna merge with Honda. They're gonna merge with Honda. It's over.
He's fucking.
Honda-
This
Honda
voting
cool.
is wild.
Dude, I actually like those new. Have you seen the new Accord, like hybrid one? That looks pretty
man,
good
we
though.
got
The new Accord hybrid looks really good in all black. If you black the windows out, it's a really good looking car. Like you know what I've noticed too, as I've gotten older. As I've gotten older, the need for me to buy like I have a Plaid, but like my next car, I might just buy a regular car because, dude, all these new cars have all the same shit now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's nothing that one. You know, if you buy like a nice like Honda Accord or a Toyota Camry or you know, like they all have the same shit the Benzes and the Beamers do, and I'm not driving around like
By the way,
you know, racing the Autobahn.
Imperius, German cars are the worst today's market. German cars are the worst. Mercedes, BMW, Audi, Lexus, they have the worst standard of quality, and their maintenance.
Oh yeah, they're over-engineered.
Money.
Yeah, they're over-engineered. Yeah. No, the Toyotas, Hondas, and especially Lexus. My uncle seriously like lives and dies by Toyota and Lexus. He's had like he will never he could afford a Bentley if he wanted to, but he will only buy 4Runners and like and Lexuses. Like that's all he buys. Like that's all he buys. Like 4Runners for his dogs and to go hunting and stuff. And then like his Lexuses, that's all he'll buy.
I'm gonna let the voting poll go for another 9 minutes.
Oh wait, what
is the voting poll? What is the poll? What's the poll though?
It's in the chat. There's definitely been some election interference on both sides because it was at like 63 at 20 votes or like something like 16 votes. And
Days, let's go. No, let's go.
Now
no.
27. No, we have 27 apparently. And now it's at 57. So there's breaking on both sides.
Come on, y'all. Come on, chat. Come on, y'all, man.
Wait. Solid. Why are you simping for these low life waiters? Like, why are you simping for the tipping culture?
Shut up, nigga. You about to be taken over by AI. You will
wait,
no longer receive Rockstar update money for your services, nigga. They're gonna let the artificial intelligence do it. Stop it. You're gonna be less than a cashier in a minute. Give it about 2 more years.
This man said I'm gonna get replaced by AI. Sir, I'm not scared of AI. I'm talking about regular waiters today. Why are you paying the money for low-level standard work?
Gene
well, we need to pay for a higher culture, and I think employed people.
What do you mean that's retarded?
Are more disciplined.
What exactly?
I think people that got a job exhibit more discipline in this culture. I mean, I get to look at it from the broad side of the ass horse, and I'm telling you, the motherfuckers that ain't doing shit, the ones that's committing all the crime.
Wait,
motherfuckers that got something to lose and bought into the illusion of the American way in society. Those are the ones not committing crime. I mean,
real shit here. Yeti Life. So if we have robot waiters in the future, will they still will we still have to tip them?
No.
Now that's a good question. That's actually a good question.
Well, will I still have to expect y'all's robotic replacement? Look,
what are you going to do? Give them extra oil or something in their gears? What are you going to give them?
That was bad. You got to pay for the oil.
I don't mean this with any disrespect because it's mainly a joke. The whole non-tipping thing I'm doing on here, it's mainly a bit. But
I'm being serious.
People, I'm serious too. I don't tip that often. I only tip when the service is good.
What I think it is that it's turned into some kind of like moral imperative by like waiters don't make that much, so it's your job to like supplement them and make. But that's the thing. Like, yes, I can understand if they're like young kids and stuff, but you shouldn't be a waiter at 40, 45, 50. You know what I mean? Like that's the whole point. Those jobs used to be entry-level jobs that you'd make when you were young, and then you would move on to other things. But people now
know all that shit though, man. Come on, man. Why you gonna make me do all that? I don't want to know all that shit y'all got to steal my money.
If you have nothing good to say, be quiet real quick, because I'm trying to respond to Imperius. Imperius is right. That's why I hate minimum wage, because the whole point of starting with entry job is for young people to start as a stepping stone and build up your CV, your resume, etc., experience, and then move on forward. But today, when I see an old ass Somali woman in her 50s working at McDonald's, I'm like, you should not be there. That's not you. It should be a young 16, 17-year-old working there.
I
Can
agree
make
with
my
you.
my,
I agree
my
with
mac
you.
chicken.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah, it's
I'm
like
just
because remember when we were young, dude. I remember I was on.
I agree
I
with
worked
you.
minimum wage for until from like 16 to whatever 18. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Whatever. It don't
Whatever.
work like this for everybody.
You know
Hey,
why? Because
stock
of your
market is
mindset.
made
Your
so
mindset is why
bad.
we are
Some
trapped
people
today.
win, some people lose.
This
Yeah.
England,
So,
man.
and some people have to lose. Not everyone can be lifted up by everybody else. You have to. There has to be consequences so that other people see that you can lose if you don't keep your head in order. If there was no losing, everyone would just act up all the time, and that's what you're getting. That's the problem with the black community. If you look at it, Solid, it's that they know that no matter what happens, someone will be there. There'll be something to take care of them. The government will give them some housing, some free food. There'll always be somewhere they can go in and just grab something and eat or do what they got to do. Like, that's the thing. Like, in the back of people's minds, they always know, okay, there'll always be an out.
Have y'all actually listened to my song that I made with AI about the gematria guy?
Oh my god!
It's called Broken
Zach.
Calculator,
God.
and we have a request.
Gematria, why'd you leave me? Numbers fall apart and I can't see. Broken calculator marks my plea. Nothing adds up in this mystery. Zach, my bets are crumbling down. Polly's in the air like shattered crowns. Empty tickets on the ground. No winning signs, no cheering sounds. Buy my parlay, save my fame before my dreams evaporate. Fix this puzzle, mend the slate. Hold me close before it's too late. I search for answers in the skies, but zeros and ones, they tell no lies. Vision blurred with teary eyes, lost in chaos, no surprise. Forsaken calculations, why left in darkness, no replies. Echoes of my lonely cries in the numbers I can find. Buy my parlay, save my fame before my dreams evaporate. Fix this puzzle, mend the slate. Hold me close before it's too late. I search for answers in the skies, but zeros and ones, they tell no lies. Fix this puzzle, mend the slate. Hold me close before it's too late. Before it's too late.
Dude, I love Cuts' songs about Zach, dude. They're so funny, dude.
I made that one. I haven't heard Cuts'.
Oh, you made that? Oh, dude, Cuts has. I thought that was Cuts, dude. Oh my god, that was good.
See, I write all my songs and then I let AI and I describe how I want the AI to like play the music, and then I write.
Oh, that was really good, dude. I like that one, dude. That was really good.
Imperial, that's why I said I know Cuts enjoyed the Zach AI smoke. Like I knew it was like Orthodox music, but yeah, Cuts was like yeah.
Yeah, dude, Cuts has some funny ass ones because he puts
Bro,
like hip hop.
Channel link so we can watch some.
Yeah, dude, Cuts, put your channel in, dude. Like, he's got like 5 or 6 that are so effing funny, dude. And if you follow his X account, dude, he posts all these memes of like Zach, like he posted a meme of Zach in that blue orbiter or whatever with the women and stuff. He like memed him in there and stuff as like one of the crew and shit.
I'm about to start making songs again. I'm not gonna show you my one for Gimpy because you're not gonna like it. But I made one for Elohim.
Elohim, no.
You gotta make one for Ben, dude. Old Ben, dude.
No. The next person I'm gonna make one for is gonna be the 111 and the guy Mike, I think it is.
CT,
Dude, have you seen all the drama with 111 and everything?
Yes.
CT? You black
Dude, I
people,
literally,
hate you black
the reason why I literally had to tell Gimpy I was going to sue the shit out of the show for him to for 111 to shut up. Literally saying I gave him someone's SSN number. Like, are you kidding? He's such an idiot. He said on the show 3 times, he's like, Imperius gave me the guy's SSN number and told me to leak it.
Yeah,
Well, I'm
that's
gonna
liable as fuck.
be 100% real. And I was in a Discord with people that were egging him on, and Imperius, you had nothing to do with that, from what I seen. But there are some people that frequent the show that have shit to do with that.
Oh yeah, no, I just, like I said, I had no idea he even did that until like the day after when I saw that stream. I'm like, 111, what are you doing, dude? Like and I get he's autistic and stupid, but dude, he's got to get, like, his parents should really like stop allowing him to be on the internet.
No,
like,
but Imperius, that's a lie, because when he comes on the panels, right, the host cannot allow him to come on. Period. He can always be forever backstage.
Yeah,
forever.
you know, I get that, but it's not the host's job to censor their platform. Like, that's the thing. 111 needs to have somebody close to him prevent him from hurting himself, which is him going on the internet, because he doesn't understand. He blurs the lines between like what you do in real life and what goes on, and he's trying to overlap them. Like he literally he stole his dad $500 from his dad to pay CT. I mean, there
Are
is
you fucking serious?
Yes, dude. Yes, like that. Yeah, he sold
my puppy wants pets, so I'm gonna mute.
So Imperius, that's my point. Imperius, like the host, or let's say he's on Discord, whatever, is on the main. The person's running the system to say no. Even if one of them sends like that money.
Yeah, but CT's not on Discord, dude. CT's not on Discord.
Okay. Let's say one of them sent that money through PayPal, right? Like CT got the money from 111's account. CT he knows that that's 111's account, and that kind of money, that's highly suspicious. I'm like, you know what? Take it back.
Yeah, but that doesn't.
No, I think he did. He gave like 20 here, 30 here, 40 here, 50 here over the last month or so. That's what I think he did. Like, he didn't give just $500 at one time. He stole like $500 from his dad and like gave a little here. That's why he was on super chats, and that's why he kept coming back up, because he would pay CT to come back.
Yeah, because we were meeting.
I'm not paying no camp fee anymore to troll people.
Yeah,
and
it's not your job to control people. If this idiot, like, the only time you control
to make content, like, I'm not to troll.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I mean, again, to me, it's like I do it all in fun, just because it's more of what I do is roast people. But 111 is the problem with him is he's so stupid, and he's given so much. He's spoiled so much that he blurs the lines of he doesn't believe anything he does on the internet can affect him. You get what I'm saying? He thinks it's like, oh, it's part of me. Like, if I do something on the internet, it's just, oh, okay, like, I can't hurt my mom or dad or get our information. But like, dude, like, I'm telling you, 111 is the kind of idiot kid that is going to give his parents like credit card to some scammer and like get $500,000 charged onto his account. You know what I mean? Or something like that, dude.
Yeah. And that's not only him. That's a sign of his generation. Like, listen, I have a cousin too, a goofy bastard. He does that kind of shit. And guess what? His parents, they sent him back to Somalia, and now he's chained up on some tree in Somalia. He can't come back to UK. He's stuck. Yeah, you goofy prick. You're wasting our money.
That's the thing. Look at how heavy. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, I'm done. Yeah, go on.
No, I was saying, like, look at 111. He's so spoiled. He's overweight. His mom feeds him meals, brings him food all day, lets him sit on the internet all day. Like, dude, if I was him, you have no phone, no internet, no TV, anything. If you're not going to do anything, you're going to sit in a room with nothing all day, no entertainment, no anything, and it's going to incentivize you to do something with your ass.
Look at that Imperius. Look at Acid Reflow. He's like, 111 dropped nearly $200. He mistyped one extra 9.
Get out!
It's just like, I mean, I feel bad. I mean, I feel bad for him. I feel more bad for his parents, really.
199.99.
I know they enable it somewhat, but dude, how horrible that must be to like have your kid be that much of just a failure. You know what I mean? It's just like
Yeah.
Jesus, man.
But in period, that was trying to say. Like in my family, we take our low IQ relatives, we send them back home, right? And then we pretend, oh, we're gonna go to a vacation in Somalia. As soon as they go there, the parents like, okay, you stay here for a bit. We'll come back in like a month, right? And they literally take the passports and then leave them there for like 5 years. Yeah, good luck. Struggle for a bit until you learn. Yeah. That's how it should be. 111 deserves to be like stuck in India for like 5-10 years. Learn his lesson. Struggle.
That's what I mean. Like his dad needs to take him to India when he goes on a business trip, and
Yep.
show him like, hey, if you don't f up, if you f around, I'm gonna throw you back over here, and this is what's gonna happen to you.
No, just leave him there. Just pretend. Okay. Yes.
Yeah,
I'm
like
just gonna
as
go
a
out for
friend,
dinner.
like his dad just leaves the hotel.
No. He knows that he needs to go to Pakistan because if he
Yeah.
goes to
Oh yeah.
if he goes to India, they'll worship him like the cow he is.
The cow god, yeah, the golden calf, Mooby, right? Mooby from Jay and Silent Bob, wasn't that Mooby the golden calf?
All right, I'm gonna play this Elohim song, and then I'm gonna play some of Kurz's stuff. I'm gonna drop his channel in the.
Yeah, Cuts' stuff is hysterical. You'll love it, dude.
I send my heart to tangled lines. Echoes fade, but lost.
Well, I know this sounds incredibly gay, but this comes from the a few months ago. I think earlier this year when Elohim was on there and literally was like, "CT, can you hear me? CT, can you?"
Dude, you know him is super dark too. I forgot how dark he is.
Yeah. Appeared. I said, can you take my name? My name was Vanta Black. I'm like, can you take Vanta Black? Can we swap names? Because he was darker.
I know he's like Phantom Black Hole or something. He's like Phantom. He's like the Phantom.
All I saw was eyeballs and teeth. That's all I saw. Eyeballs and teeth. God, black boy. We're gone.
Still shines, lost in static. Your voice I'm missing. Silent whispers, no one's listening. City lights, they dim the stars, but I still see you from afar. Blindly searching for a sign, 'cause in the dark you're mine. City lights, they dim the stars, but I still see you from afar. Blindly searching for a sign, 'cause in the dark you're mine. CT, can you hear me now? Hoping through the waves somehow. Love's a signal that's out of reach, but I'll keep trying to breach. Empty hearts and empty veins, lost in memories like chains. Holding tight to what was real, trying hard to heal. Signals dropping, heartbeat slow, still I fight through this shadow. You're the light I can't define, don't leave me behind. CT, can you hear me now? Hoping through the waves somehow. Love's a signal that's out of reach, but I'll keep trying to breach. CT, can you hear me now? Hoping through the waves somehow. Love's a signal that's out of reach, but I'll keep trying to breach.
Yeah, he got on my nerves so fucking bad with that CT, can you hear me shit? Like every 5 seconds. I'm like, bro,
you can hear me.
Bro.
And then you have to be all geometry high level. I'm like, bro, you're trying to be a pupil of Zach, and you don't even know what you're talking about. You're just rambling, babbling.
Here's Kurt's song.
Cuts.
Cut song.
I like it. Cuts.
So
Kurt, but he is kind of like General Kurtz, dude, with Zach, dude. He is kind of like that, dude. I will say that.
That's his the song we're watching now.
Oh yeah, he mentioned that. Yeah, sweet lady. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I picked that one.
Welcome back to Sika. It's a sweet lady, baby. We time to quack. We talk about me first to Sika. Oh yeah, sweet lady, baby. Come to Quackery Stream by Patreon. I'm sweet lady. There quack again be after the fact. Me no care to Sika. Me just one purse. What's wrong with Zach? Me no care, just bring money in. I handle quackery, he filled me purse. Come now to Sika, get on geometry occurs. It's so sweet, a lady, baby. Get saturated quackery to buy me purse. Get on his geometry Patreon for fair prediction sports curse. Congrats to winner. I'm just a waiting volunteer sinner. Time to tune in for me, sweet leaders. Have gematria news in reverse. Oh yeah, me sweet lady, and I love Darwa bills. Signed to Patreon sucker, that even if kills. Yes, I'm the sweet lady Darwa. Come to Sika and pay patron. My new purse is due. Dumb Daddy Hubbard Philbot are wrong again. Sweet lady now and then. Get up, Zach. No sleep for you. Go get more Patreon member you Jew. No, I no care about Burma and the death toll. Dumb Daddy get to offer to do a poem. It's so sweet, a lady, baby. Get saturated quackery to buy me purse. Get on his geometry Patreon for fair prediction sports curse. Congrats to winner. I'm just a waiting volunteer sinner. Time to tune in for me, sweet leapers. Have gematria news in reverse. Is sweet or is lady? I go to work, that you feed, baby. I get you vaccinated and you go fraud for my purse. Get more to gamble, dumb daddy quack. You do fail, spark bet, and give no one no reimburse. Me no wife for you. If you know money, me the sweet lady, and new purse is my honey. It's so sweet, a lady, baby. Get saturated quackery to buy me purse. Get on his geometry Patreon for fair prediction sports curse. Congrats, winner. I'm just a wee volunteer sinner. Time to tune in for me, sweet lady purse. Have gematria news in reverse.
That's pretty freaking ridiculous.
That was great.
Perfect.
That was great. Ow, you little bastard. My fucking bulldog's getting big as fuck and he just jumped on me. Man, I'm getting annoyed, right? Because it's getting that season. I haven't been able to spray it yet. And he's got 3 ticks that are really small on his fucking skin, on the top of his head, like right there. And they're really small and I don't have fingernails. So I can't pluck them. And I don't know where the fuck my tweezers are. I can't find them today. And like, I gotta get them off because that bugs the fuck out of me.
You don't want that. Mm-mm.
Is he an English bulldog or what? With like the folds on his
He's
lip?
an, He's an American bully.
Oh,
So
okay. That's
he's,
all I
he's
have.
fully, he's
I have
fully
an
got
American
the
bully.
folds, but he doesn't look retarded, and he's lanky as fuck. And he's
Mhm.
got that natural aggression in him, but he's sweet as well. Like his
Yeah.
love language is playing rough. Like right now, he's
Yeah.
gnawing on my hand because I'm trying to pat him on the head, and he's still a puppy, so he's got that puppy energy. But he's getting big as fuck.
Yeah, that's why we banned him from the UK. I think last year, 2 years ago.
No,
Yeah,
he's not
American.
he's not a pit bull. He's an American bully. They are.
Well, they
they're-
banned American bullies too. They banned
Yeah, we
XL
banned the
bullies
American
over there.
bully. Yeah.
Yeah, they banned XL bullies over there too. Yeah, no, mine's 100+ pounds, so I get you, man. Trust me. Yeah.
He's got fucking
Yeah.
paws like almost the size of my face as a puppy, so he's gonna be big.
The reason why we banned them in periods because they kept mauling little children when they get so big. Mauling.
Yeah, but that's not
Enough
really
is
an
enough.
XL bully. XL bullies don't really bite people. That was because they were bad breeding. Like it wasn't an actual. Like if you get an actual XL bully, like my dog's never bit a person or been aggressive to a person. Like he would be if he broke in or something. But he's more aggressive. Like it's more aggressive to dogs, not so much people, dude. Like XL bullies were specifically designed to take the people aggression out of the pit bull. They're bigger and they're supposed to take the aggression out of the pit bull. That's kind of what the breed is. So they're not supposed to be aggressive. They're supposed to be very with people temperamental. Like they're the kind of big dog they let little kids like grab their cheeks and ears and pull them and stuff, and they just kind of sit there because they have such high pain tolerance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, but I guess it's probably due to like.
But it's probably because
bad ownership.
Certain people trained him to be that way. So if you have a dog that has that kind of power to be that way, then yeah, it's really
Well,
bad.
I am training my dog for aggression to be a security dog, but also I show him plenty of love, and when he bites or
Well, it's different
gets
security
aggressive,
dog to be like a chaotic dog. A security dog knows
Right.
when it's on, when it's working.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, like
Yeah,
if
that's what-
I want him to, if I want him to attack already, all I have to do is hold my hand in a way that I play with him, where we get
That's
aggressive.
why
He'll
I'm not
start
scared of
nipping
German
at my
Shepherds.
hand. He'll start nipping at my hand and trying to fight, and if I point at you, he's trying to fuck you up.
Mm-hmm.
Like my friend had three pit bulls and a pit bull puppy. That all he had to do was change the expression on his face and hold up his finger, and them dogs would fucking maul you.
Bro, I don't care how well trained a pit bull is. If I see people walking down my street, I'll cross. I'm like, nope.
I mean,
Nope,
that's a
nope,
fair
nope,
assumption.
nope.
That's a fair assumption because, like, I don't give a fuck.
I mean, it just depends. Yeah, they have a trigger that like sometimes some people, but also though they're super sweet too. Like it really depends. Honestly, like any dog, the problem is that they just have the ability to be stronger than other dogs and go more than other dogs.
I learned once they lock their jaws lock on you, wherever they bite, it's over.
Oh, they don't lock. They don't
you need
lock.
surgery.
There's some no. There's don't lock because I have something. It's called a pry bone. Like a pry bone. What it is it's like a buffalo's horn that you put in their mouth when they do lock. They don't lock. They just close and they have such strength in their jaws that you can't open them. So you put that bar in there and you actually it's like the jaws. Like you just open their mouth. Like it pries the jaw open. That's if you have an actual strong dog like an XL bully, a Rottweiler, a Boer Bull, or something like that. You should have one of those just in case they attack another dog, and they do that.
Well, see, I let my dogs like chew on me, and I'll slap them around, and I'll actually play fight with them and jump around. So when they start chewing or they start like biting and it starts getting hurtful, they start trying to lock the jaws. I just grab the side of their cheeks and push it under their teeth to where they're biting their cheeks before they bite me, and they typically get the hint like, oh shit, this is hurting me now. Let me stop. And even because I'm not afraid to lose a finger, especially if dogs are fighting. Like, I'll grab by the scruff of the neck, punch them. Like I've grown up.
Oh yeah, but dude, I mean, I've seen like mine has gotten into it with another what was it, a shepherd one time, and he threw that shepherd around like a rag doll. And dude, when he actually grabbed the shepherd's shoulder and just pinned him down, like didn't want to kill him, but just pinned the shepherd down. There was no way. I'm a pretty strong dude. There's no way I was opening those mouths, even with the control I have on him, and even that he does listen, he knows. There's an instinct there once they have that.
There was only one time that I've ever truly came close to dying dealing with dogs, and it was so chaotic because, like, here's the thing: when I'm by myself, if I was by myself, this wouldn't happen. But there was a whiny bitch who had to fucking distract me and be crying and screaming and wigging the fuck out. My aunt took in a dog And by a dog, I don't mean her ex-daughter-in-law that was the bitch who almost got me fucking killed. So they took in a pit bull who was very jealous, very, very anti-child. No jokes there, very anti-child because it had been beaten by the little nigglets that had it. It had been raised to be a fighting dog, but then the kids kept fucking with it, so it couldn't be a fighting dog. So it got treated like shit, and it got very attached to the people that was there, to the woman who gave it to my aunt, because she's the only one that took care of it, because her kids and her baby daddy or whatever would fucking beat it and treat it like shit. And basically, after 2 weeks of being there, they had to put her in a pen because if she saw like my aunt with her kids or anything, she would start nipping at the kids, and like it wasn't bad until the kids started trying to pet her, and then like she actually full on try to bite and maul the child.
Yeah, that's where you got. Yeah.
Well, she got in a fight with another pit bull up there, and it got to the point. Mine's like, get your shotgun, get your pistol. It's fucking shoot her in the head. I don't want this dog anymore. She's a threat. Because like they're just trying to sell him to a black guy who was also a quote unquote rescue. I think he was going to try to fight her, to be honest. But my aunt just wanted to get rid of her because there was no.
Yeah, no, there's some dogs that are like that, dude. There's just some dogs that are just have had such bad treatment and stuff. But you can usually rehab them if you take the time and actually. But you can't be a family doing it. It has to be a rescue group that like rehabs the dog. You know, just like an alcohol rehab. Like the dog has to relearn that people are okay. You know what I mean? And relearn all because it's been abused its whole. Like very rarely. I mean, there are some dogs that come out and just are bad dogs. I mean, just like there's people.
I'm so close to death though, because like I got the dogs apart, but because I wasn't her owner.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
She tried to fight me, and while I was trying to get the injured dog away,
he went after you.
The woman was crying and screaming, "Oh my god!"
Oh yeah.
I looked up, I'm like, "Shut the fuck up!" And as soon as I went to say "shut the fuck up," the dog lunged, and I caught it just in time to feel her teeth graze my fucking throat. And at that moment, I pulled my pistol and I shot.
Yeah, no, you have to. It's gonna go after
I put
you.
3 rounds in her chest, and it didn't kill her. It literally it weirdly worked in a way where somehow with the movement I hit both her collarbones, and she was flopping. So I didn't bring my 12 gauge, so I had to go home, load up a fucking slug, and walk back up like with school buses and shit driving down the street with my 12 gauge to put a fucking slug in the back of this dog's skull. And it was like the most heart-wrenching thing I've ever had to do.
Yeah, it's sad. No, it's sad that you have to do it, but it's also, I mean, what are you going to do? You're defending your life, too. You know what I mean? You have to,
at that point in time, like, she literally would have ripped my fucking throat out.
No, I mean, dude, it's just like a wild animal. Like, if you have a wolf attack you, I mean, the game wardens have to go kill a wolf that attacks a person.
The thing is, like, she cut into my finger. I wound up having to get stitches because, like, breaking the fight up, she bit my hand, and it cut my finger. Like, there's no doubt. And she wasn't a puppy. She didn't have those sharp puppy teeth. There is no doubt that if she would have been able to latch onto my throat, she would have ripped my throat out. And this dumb, like this is genuinely. I'm not typically red pill, nor do I hate women. But like stupid, like bitches need to be the farthest away from any situation.
Any kind of violent or any kind of harmful situation. They can't because they'll just scream.
I've never hit a woman. But I got in that.
You wanted to just to shut her up and calm the situation so you could focus on what's going on. You know what I mean? Like she's elevating the stress. Like trust me, I've seen the same thing, dude. Like I've been in fights when I was younger or whatever, and all the background is women screaming.
I've never full on like hit a woman, like punched her.
No, I've never even raised a hand.
I brought up like I did slap her, but I smacked that bitch in the back of the head and told her to go to fuck inside.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've never even raised a hand. I don't have, but like, what I'm saying is like, dude, you have that, there's that instinct where it's like, dude, I've been in situations where it's like, women are screaming, stop it, get it off, stop it. And it's just like, you want to hit them just to shut them up and say, you're raising the stress of the situation. Shut the F up and get out of here. No, it's not that you want to hurt them. It's more just shut them up, like shut up and stop raising the tension.
Yeah. And my thing is, I yelled at her. I'm like, you're a fucking woman. You're one of these independent bitches. Like you could have grabbed the dog that wasn't being violent and
got the dog out of there. Yeah, I got the other one out of there. You know what I mean?
You're just freaking the fuck out. Shut the fuck up. And she was trying to explain her feelings and shit. I'm like, shut the fuck up. I don't care about your feelings. Yeah. I literally almost died.
Yeah.
Like I don't
So,
care.
so,
You're
so,
fucking
so,
useless. The only use you have is sucking a dick.
there's nothing new. Men died for no reason because of women's emotional outburst and hyper.
Well, you're not even allowed to tell you're not even allowed to tell women this, or you're the baddest guy. Like there's
No,
women
well,
in my house right now.
I
They
mean,
heard me say that.
I
They
can
seriously said,
because
"Oh my
what's
god."
funny,
I don't fall to Western standards. Like,
but that's
yeah,
what I'm saying,
stop it, man.
Banta. Like, what's funny is you may like Ortho. You may think they hate it, they don't want it, but the thing is, there's something in them that they do respect you, and they will fuck you if you tell them that.
Mhm.
They say they act like
I
they hate it, but
I don't want the women in my house currently.
no,
like,
I'm not saying no, but I'm talking in general. Like I know what you're saying, but I'm
Yeah.
talking in general. Like I have learned that do exactly the opposite of whatever a woman is bitching about.
Yeah. Mhm.
Do the exact opposite.
No, see the thing, Imperius. My fetish is brat breaking. Like I got booted off a panel because a brat realized she had a little bit of power, and now the games have begun. I've never brat broken over the internet. It's an interesting concept.
What is a
Oh,
brat
dude,
brat
yeah, no,
breaking?
I go on these
What is
panels
that?
with these chicks sometimes, and they melt down, dude. Well, you've heard me when I get into the real dig, because I get into the real insecurity of women, because their biggest insecurity is that they could one day be used as like breeding cattle. And so if you hint at that's what they are and they can't avoid it and everything
I
on
don't
top
think
of
it's an
it.
insecurity. I think they actually like that. They just don't.
They like it, but they want to be acknowledged. No, they like it, but then they're fighting with their own female chaotic instincts, where they have to push against any kind of control around them. They just innately push.
Imperius, they're fighting against their sexual revolution indoctrination since the 60s. That's what they're fighting against. But the DNA, for thousands of years, they want that Handmaid's Tale kind of vision.
Oh yeah, they want to
why-
be thrown down and taken. Why do you think grape is the number one fantasy on Pornhub?
Yes. Any ladies
Like,
in the
if
chat,
you ask every woman, their best sex if you get with them, or if you do, the best sex is always the one that's like passionate, like Animal, where you're grabbing, they're pulling their hair, slamming against the wall, just throwing them down.
Pin them down, grab them by both arms, hold them, fuck the dog shit out of them, and grab their fucking throat.
Yeah, and choke them. Yeah, like that's the thing. That's why they always want to be choked. They want. It's like they want to be on the edge of losing everything and being a sex slave, but in the back of their head, know the guy that doesn't actually think of them like that. That's what they want.
have been following the Diddy case.
And wait, hold on. Anybody who thinks we're fucking lying, go to Reddit, go to any space that women inhabit, and look at their fantasies, look at the porn they watch, look at the things that they say they want. Every female that I have dated or I have talked to, regardless of income, regardless of being a Christian or not, regardless of what they believed, have always wanted to be degraded and fucked.
And
yeah, it's something because innately the act
it's been going for centuries.
It's because the act innately is degrading, and women get off on surrendering and being taken like that. Like it's the whole that's what thing women don't understand and don't understand themselves. Like they feel most powerful when a guy is so like overwhelmed with how they want to have the woman that they just can't handle. They have to just take her. That's what women get off on, is that they're so good looking that the guy can't control himself with them. It's really narcissism.
Have you followed the Diddy case with his girlfriend?
Kind of. Yeah, I mean, I
was following. She basically
I beat the bitch, but I didn't trap her.
Wait. She basically gave him a leeway to walk, because initially she was seen as the victim getting beating on that video. But guess what? She was the one that was planning out the whole freak off, the whole sex parties, the orgies.
Yeah, recruiting other women. Yeah, recruiting other women.
She's like, I want to sleep around with men, women. I want to be like, I'm telling you, she's a nymphomaniac.
But that's how women are, dude. Like, remember, the vagina and women can have sex for up to 72 hours straight without stopping. There's a reason they are sex. Like their body is made. Like, dude, when you look at these women, like I said, like these Instagram models, are they made for anything else? Like, have they been created for anything but being like? It's not like they have a purpose other. And I'm not saying they're wrong or lesser people. What I'm saying is,
I think the mental illness that women have in certain situations, I won't speak to them, I think it comes from being used as that, and then living in a society and being told that, oh, you're supposed to be more than just that. To be honest, then I'll shut up.
No, I disagree.
No,
because
it's true. Yeah,
initially-
if you're given that power and you're given all that, remember, women don't have to mentally evolve because they're sexually successful at 15. So they have the mentality of a 15-year-old for their whole lives because they don't have to grow from that. They're reproductively successful by just having the body of a grown woman and the mind
let
of
me
a
help you
15.
let me help you real quick because I know Chad's gonna say, oh, 15. Yeah, so do your research, you goofies. Do your research. The whole planet for your ancestors, etc. They were having kids around that age.
Yeah, and I'm not saying like now we look for 15. I'm saying it's that mentality. It's that's where women's mental maturity stops getting
for
higher.
thousands of
They
years.
just don't, because they don't need to. They don't need to develop intelligence to attract a mate. They don't need to invent things to attract a mate. They just have to physically develop into the fuck object, and men will come to them.
That's it. And that's it. I mean, people think marriage is like, oh, I love you, marry me. Marriage was initially between two families.
It's a contract to develop a stronger bond for the future generation to be richer and more successful.
Look. Those who know the shit I've been through, you can hold it against me, but I'm just gonna say straight up, love doesn't exist. Love, even if it does, it doesn't fucking matter.
There's three kinds of love. There's agape love, there's the brother friend love, and then there's the sexual love. There's three different kinds of love, and that sexual love evaporates the fastest and usually becomes a friend love. Like if you have a girl that you really like and you get with, it's because eventually you can tolerate her as more than the sexual fuck object love that you're just trying to grab and throw down. It becomes more of a friendship kind of partner love.
I can't tolerate anybody beyond that, I guess, because they annoy me.
Dude, I'm the same way. Trust me, I enjoy my solitude, dude. I wish I had a fortress of solitude. You know what I mean? Trust me,
because
I get it.
It's like I love you, but you do stupid fucking shit.
Well,
and my ex that died this year, right? Like there'd be times when you gotta get the fuck out of my house.
Hey, I'm sorry about that, dude. That sucks, dude. My bad.
Well, I mean, she was the love of my life, but it's like I had to tell her plenty of times, like, you gotta fucking go. You gotta get the fuck out of my house. Because, like,
but that's what it always comes down to. You got to look at yourself first. Look, you can't put an oxygen mask on someone else if you can't put it on yourself and save yourself first. Like you've got it, you know.
And the more stupid shit and this is the thing. Like, I went on Speakeasies and I did a stream over there with him. I mean, it wasn't just me. He was doing verbal combat like he always does. Imperious, you should go over there and do verbal combat.
Oh, I've been banned for like a year and a half over there. Go ahead.
Oh, that's wild. But like, I did verbal combat, and like, I told, because I got mad. I wanted to get up there when they were talking about it, but I couldn't. And then somebody paid for a 1v1 with me, and I'm like, nah, I already know what I want. I want this. I want this. Men are responsible for the current state of women in relationships. I want this. They put me up against somebody. Dude was silent most of the debate. His only argument was, oh, well, you're talking over me and you're yelling. I'm like, bro, it's blood sports. You're supposed to do that. If I'm doing something wrong, the host can correct me. And then I went right back to hammering him. He couldn't say shit, and I won by a huge margin.
Yeah.
And my argument is and will always be this, and a bunch of wannabe Christians and wannabe man's men can't. I watched men dodge accountability like they were a bitch in the Matrix, bro. Like they were fucking doing all the Neo shit, and I'm like, nah, bro. Men are the leaders. We are fundamentally responsible. Well, we can't beat our wives, so we can't be in control. Nah, but you can kick that bitch to the curb when she acts uppity and retarded, and not put up with it. And you don't
just stop providing and stop marrying people that you're not supposed to be marrying. Stop dating. Like it's all about the power in a relationship lies with who cares the least. The problem is men care so much about getting in a wet hole that they'll put up with anything a woman does. So it's really men's fault that women act the way they do.
I literally got to sit back and watch the woman I love destroy herself, destroy her kids, and then eventually die in a fucking fire because I would not put up with her bullshit because she would have self-destructed and took me with her.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
And that's
I'll
the
be
thing.
back in like 10 minutes.
Men do not have the wherewithal and the strength to be able to do that. See you, Imperious. And like that shit annoys the fuck out of me. And then and then on top of that, after she died, like before her funeral, I had to deal with a bunch of extra bullshit. But we ain't gonna talk about that.
Yeah, no need for that. No, but overall, like, and by the way, also, like, I was gonna tell Imperial before he left. I'm like, there's no reason to argue with women online as well. If a woman's on a panel and she starts yapping, listen, you have two options: either laugh at her or just ignore her, keep quiet.
Oh no, well,
You have,
I ain't gonna mention her name just in case she's in the wild. But there's a
uh-huh.
wealthy young lady who I was chatting with in the chat, and she called herself Princess. I'm like, nah, you're a brat. And that started it right there. And she's like, well, your mic's too loud. You need to cut your mic. And I'm like, what if I don't? She's
See,
like, I'll pay to ban you. And I'm like, I'm like, no, you. I said, I will not obey women. And she
yeah,
sure enough paid to ban me. And I'm like, I'm going to brat break the shit out of you.
yeah. See, I wouldn't even entertain her. Like she could keep babbling in the chat. I'd like ignore. As much as I wanna,
I like
talk
the
shit.
I like the chase, bro. I like the chase. I like the
Listen. I used to love the chase in my 20s, but over time you realize these goofies are not worth the time, bro. Because it's the same old scripts. There's nothing new. It's like, oh yeah, you just sound like any dumb chick I dealt with like 10 and 15 years ago. Same old. And that's what I think I agree with the Imperials where they say women stop evolving from a certain age because they have the same mindset, the same strategy. Like when I used to argue with young men in my 20s and teens, whatever, and then I get into my 30s, the strategy changes. It's like, oh, now I'm talking to a real man, a big man in his 30s. Okay, cool, switch up, talk regular. But if I'm talking to like a little, like some goofy Zoom or whatever, I mean, you know what? I'll entertain your bullshit.
And by the way, to real quick, I have to interrupt. I agree with Fanta. I'm posting the link. And just because we're talking in a certain way about women does not mean we support the lowering of the age of consent or any stupid gay
Oh
shit.
no.
That is not what we're
No.
saying at all.
We're speaking on the context of human evolution, like how we came to be through our ancestors. Like it was a different time, different boundaries, but how people select. It was the whole selection process back in the day, and today, yeah, we have age of consent, rules, regulation, etc.
As there should be. I do believe that it
Yeah.
creates a better scientifically speaking, the prime baby making years of your life are between 15 and 30.
Yep.
That is a
Yep.
scientific fact. But when
Yep.
you are 15, I think 18 is a little bit too young, but you gotta have make an agreement somewhere. 18,
Even these 18-year-olds talking to them makes me angry. Like, you're goofy. Don't
well,
talk to me.
you don't mature as a male or female mentally until you're damn near 30. But the logistics of having a kid past your 30 exponentially increase every 10 years.
And by the way, having kids at 15 or 16, 18, whatever, that's meant to be between your age bracket, between men and women in that certain group together. Doesn't mean, always has to be some 30, 40-year-old guy, like, oh, I'm gonna have some kid with a 16-year-old. No. It's meant to be between
both
your
male
own little circle. Yeah.
Because that's the thing. That's the prime baby making age for both men and women.
And
both
to be
can
fair,
still
like,
do it past 15 and 30, but like
Yeah.
15 to 30 is that range where you want to have kids.
And it was normal back in the day because back then, we had the one income household. A man could be the ultimate breadwinner. Things were more stable economically, culturally. But today, I would not recommend anyone having children between
I
the
just
ages
wanted
of
to get
18
ahead
and
of it
25.
before somebody tried to
Yeah.
insinuate
Yeah,
some bullshit.
I know.
That'll piss me off.
I hate the internet, man. Can people use their brains for context? Goofy bastards.
No, because they would rather if they don't like you, they would rather spread
I know.
and shit than actually be honest.
How unfortunate. Always disclaimer. I'm tired of it, man. Disclaimer. Not all women. Hashtag not all. Hashtag not. Fuck this hashtag bullshit, man. It's tiring. You should know the conversation. Listen, equite, s'il vous plaît, in French.
Exactly. Power within. That's all. That's what we're saying. Exactly. Thousands of years ago, women having kids at 15 was normal due to life expectancy. Nowadays, things have changed socially, but physically have not caught up to social norms. And I don't think they ever will, because I'm going to be real. As much as I like how things are from a certain standpoint, legality wise, I think that 18 is too young, in my opinion. I think women are stupid to make bad decisions. I think 18-year-old men are stupid to make bad decisions. But like
I
I said,
agree.
there has to be a cutoff point, and 18 is socially acceptable when you're no longer considered a child, and that seems to be the agreement. But I think that we're going to suffer some type of societal collapse because this whole American ideal that we're that this is just the way things are, and this prosperity is forever, and it's easily maintained. I think that's stupid as fuck, and we're gonna find out the hard way that this
You're gonna find
prosperity
out.
is
Trust
actually
me.
a rarity.
You're gonna find out because you're gonna import cultures that go the very nature of what you believe in, and then they realize, wait, like these cultures don't want to play our game, and the more their population grows, the more you have to play their game. It'll shift over. So, like look at the UK. The UK has a two-tier system. Like, oh, certain groups can marry underage, and the main government can't say anything. Like, hush, hush, be quiet. See, I'm just saying. That if you believe in your whole, liberal democracy, America number uno, it won't last. It won't. But yeah, I mean, also, like, what do you think? What do you think about how do I say, like, just the outcome of natural humans? Like, it's not even political or anything. Just natural civilization. Like, like, someone like CT will be like, "Oh, we're gonna go to the stars." I don't believe we'll go to the stars. I think we're gonna go backwards. We're gonna be retards. We're gonna be savages. To be fair with you.
One second. Um,
Yeah.
Surviving childbirth was a big challenge back then, eh?
Oop,
And I agree, but
oop.
not lost there. In my opinion, if people were raised to be husbands and wives for that sole objective, then 18 would be fine. But we're raised to be anything we want and go to school and learn everything but being a mom or dad. Well, see, the thing is, like, I think some of this stuff comes natural because humans, even black folks and people who have different mating strategies, like even they're pair bonders. So you learn how to be a good husband or a good father through interaction and a good caregiver through interaction. And I don't think you need to specifically be trained, but this is why I hammer on people like Ryan because they'll say that we don't need to subsidize other people's families and then fucking rip my head off for saying I don't tip. And part of subsidizing other people's families is having places where people can go to learn how to be good parents. Learn like it's all about it takes a village to be a good person. It takes a village to be a proper parent and a proper caregiver.
I
So
will say one thing about people on the right, conservatives, whatever. Like when they say, "Oh, the nuclear family," the nuclear family is a lie. Because guess what? It took the village, like you said, it's a village. You need not only your mother and father, but you need your auntie, your uncle, your grandmother, your great grandmother, your grandfather, godparents, whatever. Because your parents are not always going to be there 24/7. You need backup. You need, your mother's sisters or your dad's sisters, whatever, your grandmother, your grandfather to help you out, to stay with them over the weekend if the parents are sick or tired. Like this whole idea is like, oh, it always has to be the nuclear, mom, dad, children. That's it. It's a lie. It's an absolute lie. You need the whole unit. And sadly today, the extended family is dead. To be fair with you, like
well,
how many people
in
can say,
the West especially,
yeah,
absolutely.
and by the way, it's getting worse for even the immigrants because like I grew up with my mom. My mother has 12 sisters, 2 uncles, large family, huge. We're like an army. I've got like 40 cousins. But guess what? As the years go by, as decades go by, we're becoming more separated. We're becoming more isolated, atomized.
Well,
And even
that's why I
yeah,
laugh. That's why I laugh when people talk about the white race is getting outbred or this that and the third. It's like
everyone's
everyone's
ruined.
doing it. Like Africans used to have like 15 fucking kids. Now they're having 5.
Not even 5, like 2, literally 2 or 1, maybe 1. Yeah, like my 2 sisters, 1 each, and I have 0. Yeah.
It's fucking wild to me, and like the problem is the modern paradigm of our society hates government, but understands that government is necessary. And I'm gonna just say it. I think people like Ryan and conservatives. I think that right wing liberals, because liberalism all stems from the French Revolution, and it is the current world order.
That's why I hate the French. The French was
And,
a mistake.
and the
Bastards.
left wing liberals are communist. Right wing liberals are capitalists. You know, and then there's a bunch of social issues on the quote unquote left right paradigm that get argued about, but they're all fucking liberals. It's all liberal shit.
Yeah, I mean that's why both sides they call it liberal democracy. Both sides call it.
Well,
liberal
they're
democracy.
natural. The conservatives are more people attuned with actual nature, and actually they're more closer to how life is supposed to be.
Correct.
And because they're more in tune with how life is supposed to be, their brain recognizes that their government is actually a foreign occupied government, and it is not their rightful government. And because of their political indoctrination and their political cult they're in, they can't recognize that. They don't see that. So they go, ooga booga, gooberment bad. But thing that not gooberment good, dude. Your government's occupied by foreign interests and international corporations.
Yeah.
So the corporations, private business is not any better.
It's not private.
Well, it's not private. It's publicly traded.
Yeah. And they get subsidized by the government. So it's like social welfare for private companies.
Moving on to power within, I wanted to talk about this too. Here's the thing. And we are a republic. It does not matter how out of shape you are. We should have a draft that at least the bare minimum in a republic, every fighting age male, unless he is genetically or physically disabled, should have to report until the age that they are 45 or 50 for training at least 1 week in a month, mandatory. The government does have a vested interest into making sure that you are healthy and capable of fighting. Bare minimum.
I mean that's why they pump a lot of vaccines into you when you enroll.
Yeah, from 18 to 45, and it should be that should be indoctrined in schools from like the day one for men. All right, just straight up, because on virtue that we are a republic alone. And I mean, because like he's not wrong. Military service for 18 is too young in the vest that we were talking about. Plus, World War II, they did an experiment where they gave like a bunch of World War I vets, and they did this experiment again in Vietnam. But they did this experiment where they gave a bunch of 35-year-old dads and like dudes who had experience, and they led the men who didn't have experience, and those 35-year-olds kicked fucking ass. Like they would go in, they slaughtered fucking everybody, both in World War II and Vietnam, came back and fucking slept until they were told to go back out. That's the thing.
Like 18 for war is very normal. And like back in medieval ancient times, the moment you are a pubescent young man from between age 14 and 16, you're automatically registered for war. You're a soldier. Because at that time you could be a father. At that age you could be, if anyone could be a father at 14, you're a soldier. That was the mindset.
Well,
in history.
Ricky Z, being raised to be husbands and wives, I mean solely that, so you know exactly by 18 child rearing, physiology, hunting, home building, etc. I think that you're onto something, but you're ultimately wrong, because we're not ants. We do have specialized labor in our society, but this is a level of specialization where you would be outsourcing your breeding to specific castes of people for that specific role, and I think that is ultimately bad for society, and I think that's where that line of logic would go. I think you should teach those things to people, because we as humans are multifaceted, well-rounded individuals.
Yeah,
I think
we're not black and white, like hardcore coded, like this way or that way. However, Ricky is kind of right, but unfortunately today, like we should have a more stable outlook of life, social roles, whatever. But you can't even teach that in school or in any social educational system.
well,
Husband, wives,
well,
moms and dads, children. Yeah.
playing off what you're saying there, right? Look at the UK.
Oh yeah.
Look at the UK, and this kind of proves my point with liberal democracy. You are living under a foreign occupied government.
Oh yeah,
And
for sure.
and because the average Westerner is used to liberal democracy and are invested in that cult, whether they're right wing or left wing, they don't see it like that.
But Orthodox, do you know who's the occupying force in the UK?
Who?
It's America. We are a
Yeah.
vassal state under America.
Yeah, the entire West is a vassal state of the American Empire.
Mhm.
I thought the government
So-
was a bunch of Jesuits doing quacking gematria. Sure. Just imagine those filthy Jesuits lurking around in drobe. Oh Lord!
Yeah, come on, man.
I gotta end the fucking poll. I forgot to end the poll. It's been going on for an hour.
Who won? Please say no.
No, the tipping. There was some election interference for the longest. No was winning, but I forgot to end it. When I said I was gonna end it, if I would have ended it 30 minutes ago, when I said I was gonna end it at 30 minutes, no's would have won. But the yeses eked by.
You know who was? It was.
We have 40 votes and only 11 people. You know what? No, fuck you. This will not stand. We are not a democracy here.
See, this is why I'm a monarchist. I believe in monarchy. I believe in absolute power. Listen, Palpatine was right in Star Wars. I hate the Republic. I hate the Separatists. This whole shit is a lie. Democracy is a lie. Pure. You know what? Also, you should be like a.
Here we go. New poll.
New poll. Actually, you know what? You know what? The poll as an emperor, you should just say, "Do you tip?" The only answer should be no.
No, that's what I did. Yes. New poll. No.
Oh yeah, perfect.
We're not a democracy. Partake in your democratic vote, my followers, my viewers.
See, Orthodox earlier said, you live in the UK, you're ruled by a foreign power. That's why I'm angry. I want the power to go back to the monarchy. Full monarchy. Not this goofy constitutional blah, blah.
Even America is a foreign occupied state.
Yeah, that's true.
Because liberal democracy is ruled by foreign interests and corporations.
Yes. And you know what? That's why I hate the French, because it's the ideals, is the idea, the Enlightenment idea. And by the way, the French was the first to inspire killing the monarch. And then they started the whole trend. It was domino effect. Kill the monarchs all over Europe. If King Louis didn't get killed,
all right, you fuckers, the poll's ending. The poll's ending because it's at 11 votes. I'm not finna let y'all election rig this one.
Look at Industrial monarchy is cringe. Well, your system is cringe right now. You have the worst system on the planet.
There we go. Democracy. People don't. Tim.
And by the way, that's 100%. That's 100% no. Combine them.
Exactly.
100% no.
Oh wait, hold on. Me right now. How I felt orchestrating that poll. Hello?
I love democracy.
Yeah, that's what I was putting up. I love democracy.
I knew it. You know, Revenge of the Sith is my favorite Star Wars film. That movie is so goated. Yo, I got red pilled on that film. Democracy. I love democracy. I love it. Jar Jar Binks giving the Emperor full power.
I love democracy. I love the Republic.
I love the Republic.
Me.
I feel like he was my alter ego. I feel like I was like
I love the Republic.
archetype.
I love the Republic. Imperius, imagine the low IQ Jamaican sounding character gave Palpatine full power. Me, Jar Jar Binks, give Palpatine full control. I'm like, Jar Jar.
Me and Jar Jar Binks
bastard.
thinks the Senate should give Palpatine emergency powers.
See, these chat bastards rigged my election, so I rigged it back.
Imperius, I
love
made him go full monarchy.
I
Full
love
monarchy.
the Republic.
Yeah, someone was in the chat saying monarchy's cringe. How is
Yeah,
monarchy
dude.
cringe? It's the most Chad thing you can have, dude.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell do you want, like, a bunch of idiots being able to have a voice for? That's so, like, womanly. Like, what are you talking about?
Imperius, the only time I voted in my life was for Brexit because I hate the EU that much. And you know what? I don't vote. I hate all the parties in the UK, but I will vote for Brexit because I want the EU to die. That was it. That was the last time I voted. And that was
Innate ways end with the Chad response. Men at 18 today ain't men because we have allowed our boys to be little pussies playing PlayStation all day. Kind of cringe. Because games are awesome.
True, though. Very true. I kind of agree with it. I mean,
Andrew Jackson was the leading mofos at 9. That is the Chad answer.
oh, yeah, dude. Andrew Jackson was killing people at 12, 13 years old, dude. I mean, Andrew Jackson was probably our biggest Chad president.
Oh,
If you
Andrew
look at,
Jackson was our best president for his Chadness a fucking long
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Just his
Was Jack-
Chadness made the country better.
Was Jackson the president that used to like to
The Trail
have a
of
deal?
Tears one that said like, Supreme Court, you made your ruling, now enforce it.
Oh yeah. Okay. Wait, who was it? Was it Hamilton?
Did you know he was a congressman, a senator, and a Supreme Court justice, and he resigned because those weren't enough power for him. He wanted unlimited power, and that's why he became president.
You know what? That's why George. No, George Bush.
We're gonna do a Q&A here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Q&A. I like
A
Q&A.
Q&A.
You know, in like '78, a man tried to assassinate Andrew Jackson in the street, and he grabbed the gun from him and almost beat the guy to death with his cane. Like, the cops had to grab him off the guy that tried to kill him because he was beating him to death, like, in the street.
That's wow. How come we don't have so many movies about these earlier, colonial characters?
Because Andrew Jackson's seen as like an evil white man who moved the Indians
I know.
off their land. You know what I mean? And plus, he was an Indian fighter when he was young. Like, that
And
was
wasn't he the one? Wasn't he the one that people say, "Oh, he had a black wife or concubine or whatever"?
No, that's Jefferson. But Jefferson never did.
Okay.
See, that's what they don't realize. Jefferson never had sex with his slaves. Now, they think that one of his descendants did. Now, they think one of his descendants did, but he never did specifically. No.
Oh, I got to say, because of Jay's, Jefferson.
No,
Jackson,
that's the
other-
That's the FBA shit where they think they're the
Mhm.
center of everything.
Yeah.
Washington or Jefferson never had sex with his slaves specifically that we know of.
So Imperius, so was Jackson the one who like to have duels? Who like to like go on a duel and then he died from a duel, or was that Hamilton? I keep forgetting.
No, well, he's had duels. Yeah, Jackson had several duels in his life that he won and
Yeah.
killed the other guy. But that was Hamilton and Aaron Burr. Alexander
Yeah.
Hamilton was the Secretary of the Treasury, and Aaron Burr was the Vice President. And it was mostly because Alexander Hamilton and Thomas Jefferson hated each other. That Thomas Jefferson's Vice President Burr kind of hated him too, and kind of you know what I mean? Hamilton and Jefferson hated each other long before that because of just their different ideals.
Ideology, philosophy.
Yeah, I mean, Jefferson was a very like anti-federalist, and Hamilton was an arch-federalist. Like, he wanted central control of federal government with a central bank, and Jefferson said a central bank innate.
I'm hosting a Q&A.
So it's an
Those
argument
you in
and stuff
chat,
like
if
that.
y'all want to ask questions, y'all can. I'll pull them up.
Oh yeah.
So
No, the founding fathers were not this unified, like everybody's like people think they were. Like in the like they did not like each other that much, let alone, you know what I mean?
tell that to the blacks. They think all the founding fathers are all the same.
all I'm saying, obligatory grifting. If you know what, maybe if you think I should tip, maybe you should teach me by example and tip me for the show.
Yeah. Take a penny, leave a penny, you cheap fucks.
Yeah, StreamYards is expensive.
Orthodox, have you ever seen the Nelly music video on BET Uncut called Tip Drill, where you see Nelly swiping a credit card between a black woman's booty hole, and like literally, like it was like an uncut video back in the day on BET. So every time I hear tipping, I just remember that Nelly video where he just swipes a
Like
card.
what? Like if you told your grandparents about tipping, they would tell you what the f for. Like literally, like that's what they would say. Tip was only for someone who went above and beyond, and they like
Right.
tip 10% of the time because it was for above and beyond. Like it was for a perfect score on a test or something. You get what I'm saying? It wasn't for even if you did a great job. It was if you did like a perfect job.
Imperials. I went. You know, I grew up in Dubai. I went to Dubai's 7-star hotels, and guess what, Imperials? I never tipped. I'm like, I'm just gonna pay for exactly what I ordered. Thank you for the whole shebang, but I didn't tip them because I knew these mother effers were getting exuberant salaries in a 7-star hotel. Why should I tip you? Why?
Oh yeah. It's more of just now I get if you're at a level of wealth where you're staying at that, it's kind of customary you do that. Like, okay, so for example, there's an old story of Michael Jordan and Wayne Gretzky. They were in Vegas, right? And they were playing cards together for all night. And when the waitress came by for the last round to give Michael and them, like Wayne Gretzky tipped her like $5,000. You know what I mean? And Michael gave her $100. Wayne took the 100 chip off the thing, grabbed Michael's stack and grabbed like 5,000 and put it on there. Said, "This is how we tip in Vegas, Michael." So, you know, there's different levels for certain things. So I get it. You know what I mean? But if you're just like a normal person like us and stuff, you shouldn't be tipping thousands of dollars for a high class. Like, yeah, maybe here and there a little bit, this and that, but no, not like those guys.
Yeah, I'm by the way, Imperial. Like I went, on dinners with like rich people are way richer than me.
I got a $5 cash app. I got to read off.
Oh, see, tipping. There you go.
I don't know if you want me to read your name, but apparently we don't have a fan in the chat that says "gay ass stream." Thank you for the 5.
Gay ass stream. How original. Gay. What?
Hey, you can pay me to insult me. That's fine.
Oh, okay. This is from Industrico. Gay ass stream.
Gay ass stream. Oh, that's the guy who said.
Hey, well, watch it. Industrico's a friend of the Industrico's a friend of the stream. Plus, I do share his sentiments. I don't like monarchy. I believe that I believe it has its principle. I believe it has its principles, and I believe it has its purpose, and it is preferable to democracy. But I do not like monarchy.
Yeah. I'm just gonna say
it's the only functional. It's the only functional. That's why the Romans went back to it. They saw the republic is just not functional. You have to have especially when an empire gets too big. Because my problem is just functionally with a democracy. It's a reactive form of government. Something happens, and then that forces the representatives to come. They don't have foresight. If it's one man,
that's the thing. They did have foresight. That's why in Rome. That's why they allowed for a dictator, which that's how he was able to go back to
But wait, there's a reason why monarchy is also better because it's easier to get rid of one head than a head of a hydra.
But you know where the buck stops with. No matter what, you can't just be like the minority leader of the Senate and go, "Look, we're not in power. We didn't do anything wrong. Don't blame all of us, and we're just sitting back." No.
And if you have a tyrant, get rid of him, and then you might have a benevolent king.
People have to understand. People have to understand, and I'm about to play it, Vanta, Imperius. You guys might know because it comes from a movie, but people have to understand that even though it's from a movie, it doesn't mean it's not the most hardest fucking line about politics ever, and it makes the most sense. And it's about every action in politics, every action you do in society is backed by violence.
Oh, thinking of that, it's a great movie I'm going to watch. I haven't watched in a while. A History of Violence. You remember that movie?
Never seen it. No.
That's it's with Viggo Mortensen. Oh, brutal in that. Great movie, dude. A History of Violence. If you get a chance, good movie.
Okay, look. I have a question. Chat. I'll give you a few minutes. I'm gonna close down the Q&A because y'all don't seem too interested in doing that. So I shut it down. I have a question for chat. Can y'all guess what movie I'm about to pull up?
Is it Starship Troopers?
Yes, right off the rip. Yes.
Yeah, Radjack, Professor Radjack.
Yep.
Yep.
It's the most.
Radjack's hoorah!
It's the most based line about politics, and it is the most truth about politics.
Yeah. People say, "Oh, it's satire." I'm like, low key. It's
She was ultra hot, but the thing is, she always had that weird node with that septum. It was too thin and curved, like, you know what I mean? Like, she was incredibly hot. Don't get me wrong.
There's no need. We know the best girl. We know the best girl. Redhead all day. Redhead.
You like her better in this? I couldn't say.
Yeah.
I liked her better as a partner. Yeah, I'd rather have her as a girl.
In that
but-
way, it's got a point. It's not the shower scene, so it's not the best part of the movie.
Yeah, exactly right.
but no. You hear what he said, right? Because there's been a lot of debate whether the Society in Starship Troopers is fascist or libertarian. And
It's not fascist, but it's not libertarian either. It's what it is. It is a
military
requirement.
good,
Go ahead. Sorry, finish the scene. Finish the scene.
Well, we're dissecting the scene because I used
Oh,
to
okay. What it is, it is a merit-based citizenry. Nobody's born a citizen. You have to earn your citizenship. So it can't be fascist.
that typically is in line with dictatorial states or fascist.
But not a fascist. No. Fascism. You never actually, even if you're part of the party, you're never a citizen. There's no ideal of a citizen. You are just a bot. Like Führerism was, you were just a body of the genetic German people, the whole construct. You weren't an individual person to gain citizenship. You couldn't vote.
In period, under fascism, you are the nation. You have no. You.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you're not a person. You're not a nation.
Yeah.
You don't earn citizenship. You don't. There's no idea of citizenship.
Wait. What is not laws? I hear this as a quote from the left, and then this is coming from the same people that talk about media literacy. The author of the book was not pro-fascist. So
it was a warning against fascism.
What the fuck could the movie be parody?
I mean, the book was actually more vicious than the movie. The book was a warning against dictatorial fascism.
Yeah, like that was the whole. That's why the movie. That's why the movie is a parody. Exactly. That's why they have that whole. Would you like to know more? You know, little kids are stepping on this, and you're doing your part, and you're doing your part. Do you like to know more?
you see the crazy teachers stamping on cockroaches like.
Yeah, the movie's a parody. I don't understand why he doesn't get, like, that's literally what it was. Like, Verhoeven, the director, wanted it to be a parody of what a imaginary fascist state, like not fascist, but a dictatorial, like militarized state would be, where the populace is just a militarized populace.
He literally created a straw man parody.
Also,
he didn't really parody anything. It's a damn good movie, but it's a failed parody.
It's a failed
for a decade.
But what I'm saying is the book was a warning against.
I know.
Totalitarian states is what it was.
But Imperial,
that's literally just cope from the left who have been saying anything I don't like is fascism since the 40s.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait. For a decade, before this movie, for a decade, we had movies like Judge Dredd, RoboCop, Terminator. All of these films were a critique of the Reagan era, Republican era, like this whole neo-con mindset. Like, oh, we're heading towards fascism post Cold War era. It was like a warning sign, and it was like but the clever thing is, it was used as parody. It was meant to like kind of blend between lecturing and making humor out of the situation. But then 20 years later, 20 plus years later, looking back, we're like, no, these movies are kind of based because we live in a worse situation than what they predicted. We are in a worse state.
Exactly. We have less freedom now, but we have an illusion that we have more. Right. Like, that's all it is. We've emotionally made ourselves feel we have more freedom when we, in actuality, have less.
We are worse than Judge Dredd. We are worse than Terminator. We are worse than RoboCop. We are worse than what do you call it? Starship Troopers.
Dude, we're living in a blend of 1984 and Brave New World.
There you go.
You have a
And-
you have a strong authoritarian state that doesn't have a problem crushing you with violence and forcing propaganda into your brain, but at the same time they drug you up with pleasures, they drug you
Yes.
up with distractions like in like in Brave New World. So
Yes.
it's a mix of both. It's the mix of both of the worst of both.
Yep. And by the way, Brave New World scared me more than 84 because it's like people are happy, they got the somas, they're like, oh, like that is the worst kind of prison when you're
And then at
happy,
65
you
their
don't know
heads
it.
just blow up. Remember, they're 65 their heads just explode.
Yeah. Yo, that Brave New World is the real horror show, not 84. 84 is light work.
And what it is it's what I see it's the system uses 1984 to implement a long-term Brave New World. They have to use force to make people passive in the short term to accept the sexual, drug, media, whatever hedonistic pleasures to distract them from the life that they're living, but only after force has been implemented to get rid of the people that would resist. You get what I'm saying?
I forgot the perfect film that
Started
we're
with
living today.
integration.
The
Look,
Demolition
being
Man. Demolition Man.
I mean, remember, 1984 though to me has one of the greatest speeches about. Like, I can try to find it for you. It talks so much about. He has the realization that nothing exists outside of the human mind. And he says, God, I'll try to find the speech because it's really a kind of philosophical realization, because it's true. It answers the question: if does a tree fall down in the woods if no human is there to witness it? And in essentially, reality is only perceived through the human mind, and reality and truth is only a collective understanding of the human consciousness of all people. And so what he says is, the guy tells him, he says, if I simultaneously make you believe you can fly and others already believe I can fly, I do fly.
Yeah.
And he thinks about it and he goes, it's true. If I acquiesce that I believe I've seen him fly and everyone has also believed that they've seen him fly, he does in fact fly.
Fly, yeah. I mean, sometimes I'll think, how are we flying with planes and whatever? You know, the Wright brothers. I'm like, that's reality, because the whole human race understood we have an invention that can fly. That it became reality. The perception became reality. We can fly. Like we have to accept the human collective, subconscious and the conscious, have to become congruent and say, this is reality. We're here. What you see is what you get. Unfortunately, sometimes we fall into a pit trap where, you know, we become too caught up with the false perception. We become insane. So yeah, I don't know. Like what I'm seeing today, I feel like I'm under psychosis because there's no connection. Half the population believes this is correct. The other half believes that system is correct. We're not connected. We're not connected. And that's how you get a lot of tinfoil hat.
You want to hear the quote?
conspiracy
I'll
theories.
read it to you real quick. It's pretty profound. Like, I've always thought, it says,
Did we
anything
land on the moon is the question. Yeah.
hold on. It says anything could be true. The so-called laws of nature were nonsense. The law of gravity was nonsense. If I wished, O'Brien had said, I could float off this floor like a soap bubble. Winston worked it out in his head. If he thinks he floats, and I simultaneously think he floats, or I see him do it, then the thing happens. Suddenly, like a lump of submerged wreckage, the breaking the surface of the water, the thought burst into his mind. It doesn't really happen. We imagine it. It is the hallucination. We pushed the thought. He pushed the thought under instantaneously. The fallacy was obvious. It presupposed that somewhere or other outside oneself there was a real world where real things happened. What could we have anything save through our minds? All happenings are in the mind, and whatever happens in the mind truly happens. So it philosophically, that question that we ask, if anything doesn't happen that human beings don't perceive, does it happen? No.
Right.
Reality is only perceived through the mind. Like, and that's what I always go down to the Lennox. That's why I always go down to the Lennox paradox with these atheists or liberals, because what is the mind? The
next
mind.
time, the next
Sorry,
time
go
you
ahead.
go on, the next time I'm gonna play this clip after I say this. The next time that you go online with liberals, you got to send me so I can record it. Because that shit is funny when you talk to them and hear them spurg the fuck out.
Oh well, because dude, I tell these. The thing is, as I've said, I was on a show the other night. I just asked him. I said, you know that guy Amazing Lucas or something? He's some big creator on YouTube.
Yeah.
It was on his show, and literally, it took me 2 minutes to get him to crash. He's like, man, you know, Trump's doing this, Trump's doing this, bring back slavery, bring back oppression. I said, why is oppression wrong? Why is mass genocide wrong? Why is anything wrong? And he's just, what do you mean? Why is this wrong? Why is that? Why is slavery wrong? Tell me why it's wrong.
Whenever you hear an atheist speak, whenever you hear an amoral subjectivist or an atheist speak, this is all that comes to mind because their women are hot.
You're right. The women are hot.
It's essentially, I just want to do what makes me feel good and will get me laid. That's what
By the way, Imperial, that guy used to follow me. Back in like 2016, like the peak of atheism plus the whole Trump blah blah. I was on Twitter. I used to have like 8K followers, and Amazing Lucas is one of my followers because back then he was kind of sane, he was kind of normal. You know, he was anti-liberal, he was like pro-Trump, and I was kind of like, you know, waking up at that point. But then over the years, like when I lost my account in 2018, blah blah, I went back to check his channel. The guy just went from normal to literally insane, like just arguing with everyone about some bullshit. I'm like, what happened to you, Amazing Lucas? What happened to you?
People lose it when they go online. Like they get wrapped up in their own celebrity, and they think that they're, you know what I mean? And that's the thing. That's why I say, like, when a channel gets to me bigger than like 12.5, 15,000 subs and stuff, it loses what made it unique usually, because that's when you start getting into the creator wants to be more like mainstream or more like open to get it even bigger, because he's like, oh, I got 15, maybe I can get 100 soon and get real money.
Well, I mean,
You know,
I like being entertaining, and that is my ultimate goal. So I am acquiescing to the terms of service and being less free speech.
Yeah, no, I get that. But you're open. I get the TOS. Like, that's not the issue. That's not what I'm talking about.
What they're trying to pandering is fuck.
Yeah, like, for example, like you have shows. I mean, I love.
I might pander a little bit, you know.
But what I'm saying is, like, look, I love CT shows. He can run it the way he wants. But he's giving women a ton of time now on there, and it's pissing his own chat off and stuff.
I might pander a little bit if you hit the cash.
Yeah, but I'm saying is, like, you're pandering to like open up, like, it's that balance that what was his Yuri Bezmenov talked about between an open society and a closed. It's just a microcosm of that. Do you want a closed society to where outside influences can't change or alter the purity and the great place that you've already made? Or do you want to risk opening the society up and potentially, and not potentially, it does change just how much? And that is always the balancing act.
We all grow and change. So yeah, you're right. It's
but the thing is, also like
but in a different way. I mean, cultures grow and change naturally, but not without outside influences. Remember, the Japanese, when the Dutch and all them landed, and they said, "Hey, you know, we got all these good. Sir, politely get back in your boat and get out there. We would not like you here. We don't need your goods. We don't need your culture. We don't need your trade. And if you don't, we will politely kill you."
Here's the thing: the Japanese would have politely traded the technology and resources and allowed access to the markets if the Christian church did not try to enforce its will upon.
But it's impossible. But that's the thing. At that time, it's impossible separating economics and religion and culture. I mean, even for example, today, I mean, just the idea of free trade and trade like that, they would have been trading with different currencies. They would have been, and cultures would have mixed. It's what you're, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm not always saying it's a bad thing that cultures mix. I mean, Rome had a fucking a embassy in China. Okay, I'm not saying cultures don't mix.
Yeah,
What I'm
whenever they
saying-
met Marco Polo and other Europeans, they spoke to them in Latin, thinking it was the language of Europe.
They were not part of the territory, but they were like, you know, yeah, there was communication.
Yeah, and Rome had influences with the Chinese that Rome sent back, that they sent back to Rome and stuff, and they knew of them and stuff. And remember, Japanese and Chinese people in the 1800s, early 1900s sent a lot of their more elite people to be cultured and educated in Western universities.
England. Yeah, there was a lot of Chinese and Japanese.
Because they knew that in the future,
the Japanese sent them to the Dutch land. The Chinese.
Yeah, they knew that they would be interacting in the future, so they wanted to know who these people were that were going to be interacting.
That's why the Japanese nobility knew of Christianity. The Japanese nobility knew of theology. That's why they rejected it. Because they saw the emperor.
And look at the anime. Why do they have so many blonde-haired, blue-eyed characters? Because there was that cultural connection between Europeans.
That's more of a weird beauty standard.
Wait. Let me argue my point. Because this goes back before the World War. It goes way before the World War. It goes way before World War because there's a lot of animes during the feudal era where they show Dutch characters coming to Japan during the feudal era. So there is a history where they're like, oh, we
it's a weird cultural that they've adopted beauty standard, because remember,
they have it has less to do about beauty standard, because if you look at
I'm not talking about beauty standard. I'm talking about visuals.
Anime, if you look at the way anime characters are drawn, it's how Japanese see themselves.
No,
it's superhuman. It's not a normal human being.
It he jumped the gun. I'm not talking about visual big eyes, whatever. I'm talking about the aesthetic of how they present Europeans. Not the Japanese characters, just the Europeans. Blonde hair, blue eye. Why? Because the Dutch, because the Dutch were the first.
It was because the Dutch were the first they interacted.
That's my point.
But when you see an American or a European in anime, they look distinctly different.
Now that they do, yes, because they do. They differentiate now. Yeah,
but you still see the women. You still see the women.
But again, you jumped the gun.
Hold on. What I was trying to integrate is this. Japanese, like Chinese culture, if you look at anime too, even themselves in anime, they're very pale and buff, and the lighter the skin, because the emperor was always very light too. The lighter the skin, it meant a status symbol. It meant less work. It meant less time in the field. There was a cultural aspect to that too, just like in India. So it was that the reason they draw themselves as pale, and the reason they draw there's a cultural significance, not just that beauty, they're beautiful. No, it's like you're at the high class of not working in the field.
The hair colors also reflect personality, because colors mean certain things in Asiatic cultures.
So, that's
why the Goku changes his hair from black to gold in his Super Saiyan thing and stuff. That's a different implication.
My point is, a lot of people say, oh, why do the Japanese so obsess over the European aesthetic? I'm like, because the Dutch were the first to come across.
That has less to do with
in isolated Japan. No, but wait. So people think the blonde hair, blue eye is like, World War II because of the alliance between Japan and Germany. I'm like, no, that goes way back. It goes way back.
I've never heard anyone say that.
It's similar. I'll say it's similar to like Mexico, where Mexicans have always illustrated Europeans as black or brown hair because the Spaniards had black or brown hair. They didn't have Vikings coming in. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it was a different. Like, for example, the Muslims had more interaction with Vikings. If you look back at a lot of the Muslim writings and stuff, they drew them with big, giant, blonde-haired people coming on. Dude, when the Muslims saw those Viking ships coming down, remember the Vikings,
a big nigga with a big axe.
Big fucking blonde white guy with a big axe. Yeah. They would literally. You understand? The Vikings were
Chechenians are descendants of
from Vikings. Yes. Well, because they bred there, they had camps there. Because remember, that's like I was just going to say. The Vikings dragged their ships over hundreds of miles of land.
They
would go from they would travel down from Sweden down through Russia there, and they'd have to stop, drag, and then go down to the Middle East. That's why the Middle Easterners, when they saw that fucking Viking ships, they all flipped out, dude.
Yeah.
Like the Vikings, they even had the old drawings of Viking ships in the Muslim history books of the dragon on the front of their ship and shit like that, dude.
Yeah.
Like I'm telling you,
also-
the Vikings
and
were like
Imperius-
descendants of like the giants of like the Bible or something, dude. These were free.
Imperius, not only that, Imperius, not only that, the Vikings trying to go to Mediterranean, Europe, but then they end up in like North Africa. They met like the Moroccan, the Moors
yeah,
in
yeah,
the
yeah,
North
yeah,
Africa.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
They
not
get busted.
discounting. I'm not discounting what you're saying, Vanta. But I think in
Look-
modern anime specifically, the way it's a European or a person of European descent is like they draw their eye shapes. They have a square face.
Yeah.
They draw their eyes.
I
they're
don't know
not
anything
slanted,
about
their
modern
eyes are,
anime.
like,
I'm just
square.
talking about
No, wait.
classical art. I mean,
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
even if you're talking about like
and-
classical, like pre 1990s anime, it was the
no,
same thing.
I'm talking classical
Oh,
drawing, painting. I'm
Yeah.
talking painting. I'm not talking art.
Also, I'm not talking about anime as in the style of the eyes. I'm talking about just blonde hair, blue eye.
Well,
People
well,
focus on the color.
every piece of art that Japan produces is anime, guys.
No,
Yeah,
no.
exactly. Yeah, no, I know that, dude. Yes, I know. I love Japanese. I love Japanese movies. Trust me. I love, dude. Japan has some of the best zombie movies. So does Korea. Like, dude, they have some. Korea, Japan have great horror movies.
But hang on, Imperius. I want to clarify because I feel like things like I'm talking about the big eyes and all that. I'm not talking about big eyes, all that. I'm talking about the color. The color.
Well, let me play this
blonde
clip and get this
and
man's
blue.
creepy eyes.
Yeah,
off.
let him get this clip. We've been waiting for this.
Fact though, we see that something given has no value. Look at American rights. Look at human rights. They have no actual fucking value.
The 19th.
It's want, take, have. The world is want, take, have. Nothing is yours unless you can keep it.
And the thing, I like talking to Flo. I like hearing Flo talk about rights because he says something that I say. I agree with him. He says that rights insinuate responsibilities as well, and people don't want to believe that. But yeah, I'm gonna play some more of this.
Well, the concept of a right is a contractual obligation. The concept of a right is rights don't exist. So number one, it's an abstract. Okay, you're placing a human definition on something that you want to again impose. The idea of the imposition that human beings have value. You're imposing that on other people's minds.
Imperius, people mistake rights with privilege. Privilege is like when you put your whole work and time and persistence.
First off, that would creep me the fuck out. I hate amputees.
A little nub slapping you.
I get it off me.
What if he patted you on the cheek with his nub? How would you? How you doing?
I'm used to. I trick a guy with like the arm like that. I shook the elbow. I'm like, yeah, hello. It's normal for me.
That's why I make the argument that Starship Troopers, both the movie and the book, are inherently about fascism because that is the founding mythos of any fascist or authoritarian society.
But is that wrong? Because the Greeks had that.
No, it's an absolute fact.
No, it's a factual statement. Yeah. But what the guys were doing in the book was saying, okay, it is fact.
Imperius, you cut out, Bubba.
Yeah, I thought it was my internet. God damn.
Again, the question is, can you hear me or no?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. The question is it's just like everything else. It is a range. And the question presented by the book and by the movie is, here is this society right here that you see that is completely authoritarian violence based right now. You can have that. But then you want to use that fact, that violence is, and say you can variance things with different aspects of violence. Do you want complete violence? Do you want partial violence? Do you want state-controlled violence? Do you want state monopoly of violence? Because in this movie, citizens were allowed to, and in the books, citizens were allowed to enact violence on, quote, non-citizens as well, and not receive judicial punishments and stuff too. So again, it presents a lot of really good questions. Trust me, the movie or the book, if you read the book, it really is interesting, dude. Like the questions it presents.
Oh, yeah,
the movie touches it.
I'm gonna set up a goal, right?
Okay.
For donations or for payment. I want to get a new microphone and I want to get a copy of Starship Troopers the book.
Dude, I'll buy you a copy, dude. I'll give you $25 to get a copy, dude. It's a great book. Just get it on Amazon, dude. It's a great. And what you should do is you should have a stream like once a week, where you go over a review of a chapter or something and talk.
I was if you buy me the book, I will do a live stream where, in all of my illiteracy, I try to fumble through the words.
Yeah,
I can read.
You can get a whole.
I'll
You
read
can
a
get
chapter.
It would be an
book a
interesting.
week.
It would be an interesting
Yeah.
deep dive on the channel. I think over a couple of weeks, if you just go over, every 2-3 days a chapter or something, just to kind of talk about the things you saw or what you thought were interesting. Because that book to me has a lot of interesting inferences in it. It's more. It's like you said. Yes, it's about fascism. True, but it's about the identification. Do you want this type? Do you want fascism? Do you want act?
It's asking you as a person how much.
Do you
violence,
want
how
that?
much
Yeah,
authority
exactly.
are
Do you,
you
is this
willing to have?
how far do you personally feel comfortable with that concept that violence is the authority to which all authority derives?
And
Imperius,
I think there's a duality there for myself. I
Yeah.
think that is fundamentally true. However, I am willing to commit violence to defend myself, even if I am not part of the body politic.
But
I'm not part of the
also look at what the professor said. Like this whole thing with force. Who practices the most force today? It's the government. The government is the ultimate force. Like it's not some fascist military arm. Whatever. Even your democratically voted government. If you don't pay your taxes, what's gonna happen to you if you don't pay your taxes? Go on, tell me.
You get thrown in jail.
Thank you. And that's use of force.
You get sent. You basically get sent to the permanent Diddy party for 5 years.
And
not just that, but it's inevitable. If you
Yeah.
have two people with completely opposite perceptions of reality, let's say you have a group of people that said, murdering every single human but us is the morally correct thing to do. And the other side says, no, murdering nobody is the correct thing to do. How, other than a violent clash to determine who is right between those two sides, are you going to determine who has the outcome there?
That's why this idea of forced fascism is goofy, because
It's an impossibility. It's just it's the ultimate final shatter point of what happens.
and not only that, Imperius, like goddamn, I lost my train of thought. Shit, I'll come back later. I had a good idea on force. Man, shit. Yeah, carry on until my brain works again.
I mean,
But yeah.
I'm typing something up, so I'm just gonna play the rest of this clip. I'm gonna rewind it a bit so we can watch it.
It's about something about taxes. Like, damn it.
Enact violence to protect the group. You have the authority to be a citizen and rule. That's what he's saying.
But then that becomes a bestowed privilege on you because you acted on it.
There's no bestowing. You've taken it because you're the one willing to enact violence, is what he's saying. There's no giving. It's that the vote itself is saying we're imposing this action on you, and if you fight back, we'll fucking kill you.
No,
That's
but
what
I'm
he's
saying.
saying.
But Imperius, I'm trying to say, like, a right. Maybe I got it backwards. Yeah, a right is to fight, to enact an action, to earn the right. Whereas
it's opposite of that. It's opposite of that. No, it's the right only exists because you're willing to kill for it to exist.
Yeah. Okay, so what is a privilege?
A privilege is what someone says, I'm bestowing it under my good graces, and therefore it just happens.
So
like the government saying you can have a gun because we'll allow you to, not you saying we're going to own it, and if the government tries to take it, we'll rebel and kill the government.
So Imperius, would you say a lot of Westerners today have privileges and not rights because we are under
every right that you consider
government.
a right in modern day now is a privilege, not a right.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for clarifying.
Everything is now granted through the government, not through the violence instilled by by people, unless you have a newly formed government after some kind of rebellion or
which can be taken away easily. Is it the privilege or the right? Because
the privilege, because the right again is intertwined with the fact that the right only exists because the people supporting the abstract existence of that right will kill for it.
Perfect. Now you're speaking my language. Okay, I'm clear. On point. Yep. We are underprivileged, and the privilege. Well, basically, our privilege like we're slaves. Like, oh, thank you, government. Thank you.
Thank you, Daddy Government.
Yeah.
Thank you, Daddy. And the other one is pretty much saying, look, I'm going to do what I want to do, and you're going to have to kill me for it.
Taking it. It's mine. It's mine. It's all mine. I'll take it, government. F y'all.
Well,
Yeah.
there was a headset and mic combo that was $150. I put
Oh
160 to
shit.
cover taxes. I don't see it anymore, so I'm definitely going to lower that price. But I need some advice. I do want to do a fund to get a new headphones because I'm having to turn myself
Where you
up.
trying to get it from? Amazon? Where?
I'll get it from wherever it's cheaper as long as it's the same one. But I'm trying to figure out what would be a good device to go with. 'Cause I like to do headset mics, not stand mics, because if you do a headset mic, you can control better and it has
Yeah, but
better background cancellation.
I got a headset mic, and these goddamn earmuffs are breaking down real quick after a year. Like, you're better off with like a mic stand. To be fair, like, with a little arm holding it on the desk.
Well, I've
But
had
these,
one of those and it was shitty and it broke.
like the Blue Yeti and all that, Blue Yeti, all those bloody brands. Like, yeah, just yeah. Okay. I mean, do you have any in mind right now, Orthodox, that you could pull up?
I had one pull. Let's finish the clip and then we'll do
Okay,
some
sure.
mic shopping.
Yeah. No, because we
That's
even
all.
ourselves today, appearance, you, I, Orthodox, like we don't know. Like, are we true believers? I don't know.
I don't know.
We don't know
It's,
what it's like to have to fight an existential crisis for our rights.
Until the moment, until the conflict starts, then you realize who you truly are.
I
Yeah.
think that's what makes that scene in the movie the most based, because the main character isn't some I'd fight.
he's a normal human being you can relate to. That, like, dude, you wouldn't.
Yeah.
I mean, none of us can imagine going to a war like a D-Day where you're at Omaha Beach and getting people just machine gunned down in front of you by the thousands.
I've been shot at before, and just getting shot at, and I'm talking about like
yeah, just
shot
that
at where
makes you
it
freeze.
was,
Yeah, that turns your blood cold. You know what I mean?
And that's one element.
It's an awe-inspiring incident when it happens.
Crazy. And
Like
that's one element. But
when somebody shoots at you with the intention to kill you, and it's not just
Yeah.
gunfire that is in your general direction. When there is an issue, and they are screaming at you, and the next thing you know, there is gunfire, and those bullets are landing near you.
Oof.
That is a totally different situation than anything most people ever face in their lives. And I'm not saying that I'm a soldier. I'm not saying da 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 da. I did defend myself in that situation. I'm not a combat vet by any means, but that is a different situation. I know that I can say that I'll defend myself, but would I be willing to defend myself or take action over ideals, over civic virtues? I don't know.
And that's the whole thing about and that's the whole thing of like why the Crusaders, why those kind of. I mean, look at those men. They didn't even have sex by the time they had families. Most of them had no families, never touched a. They went out there and we're dying for God, baby. Like, imagine those Chads, dude. We're dying for God, baby.
In periods, a lot of men through human history, a lot of them died childless. A lot.
Most of them did. Most,
yeah. Like from every culture, most men died in war childless. Like the ones who have kids, they are one would consider the beta males, to be fair with you. Like, oh yeah, I survived, or I stayed back. I was a merchant. I have some kids, because women survived the most. Like, look at Russia in World War II. 20 million Russian men died, and then Russia had like majority women, a couple of men.
Like, yeah, they're the co-pilots of history. They don't have any risk in their existence.
Would you agree with this, Imperius?
What does it say? I can't quite. What does it read for me?
My zeal for the Catholic Church is so strong that if Pope Leo XIV called the new crusade, I'd be the first.
Oh yeah, for sure, 100%, dude. Oh, for sure, yeah, dude. I've said this. Like, we need to call one and just piece everything up. Like, we need to call a crusade to get all the Muslims out of Europe. Call that. You don't have to crusade to invade anyone. Just call a crusade to kick all Arabs out of Europe.
Yeah. As a former Muslim, I'll be like,
Literally Imperius right now.
Oh yeah. Well, dude, like, but the thing is, as you're noticing, man, he's already planted. He already planted the seeds. What did he already say though? He planted the seeds already. He said Christians should remain where they are and fight for what they believe in. Don't.
They are fighting what they believe in. It is an invasion. This is how they operate. This is their modus operandi. They are not modern societies. This is how your society operated from the fucking birth of Christ, from the fall of the Roman Empire to the Renaissance era. You were
Oh, yeah, that's the Dark Ages.
disorganized
Yeah.
rabble. You were called
Yeah.
up as levies.
I could go 3 hours extra with this topic. Like, yeah. That whole
Well, dude, and
crusade.
the thing what's scary, you know what's scary is all the Wahhabis, the crazy Muslims are no longer in the Middle East. Why do you think the Burj Dubai was put in as the American flag? They wouldn't allow that if that was a country that hated America. All the extremes got chased. Dude, the Muslims chased all their extremes and got they're so scared.
But wait, Imperius, but wait, because I know for this for a fact. Yes, they don't have it in their countries, but guess what? They fund these terrorist groups to go to Europe.
But so
to go
do
to
we.
Africa.
I know they fund them. Sure, fine, but so do we. We fund them too. So I'm not. I don't blame people for doing the same things everybody does. But
I know.
They were smart enough that they controlled them where they are, and we're so stupid that we let them their trash come over here, and we're not controlling the people that they themselves control.
Yeah.
Like, do you think the Saudi family is going to allow some Wahhabi to talk about how the Saudi family isn't doing what Islam wants and they should go a holy crusade? The Saudi family's not going to allow that.
This is the only one that's off limits, chat. I will never purchase this one at all, ever. All right.
Okay, here we go. Okay, which one do you want to look at? Which one?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I want something that's going to be good sound quality.
I mean, these ones are too cheap. Okay, maybe
go on OfferUp near your house. I'm sure you could get some person near you that has like, a headset on OfferUp, like a pretty good one. That's like, you get it for like $80 when it was normally $140 or something. That's what I usually do, man. I hate going to stores and paying taxes and shit.
Oh yeah, one thing I learned about you Americans, like you don't put your full price on. Like you're like, oh, this is $100, right? And then you go to the cashier, like, oh, it's $150. I'm like, where's that to come from? Oh, VAT tax.
All kinds of taxes, sales. Yeah, exactly. And
that's why I put 160, because like the headset and mic that I was looking at combo, I was looking at it and it was 130 or 150. I can't remember. And like,
you got to add 10% tax.
Yeah.
So you want the headset with the mic? That's what you want.
I want something like this. I want something.
I think I can't lie. You might have to pay over the odds, like for the high.
No, it's not too. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that one's really.
Oh,
nice.
Okay.
And this is only $99.
That's not bad though for $100. That's pretty nice.
But they have ones with soundboards. That way I don't have to do shit like this. I could just press a button.
Oh yeah. I
don't have to actually open the StreamYard and do it. I can press a button.
That would upgrade like an extra $50 or something.
Yeah, that would upgrade the quality, because that's why I was looking at the one I was looking at for $150. You got the mic, a decent quality mic, a decent sturdy pair of headphones, and because like
and by the way, you have all that, right? But then you have the applications on your computer that can elevate the mic audio to fit what you wanna sound like.
It just helps the streamlining of the show. Things are faster. You don't have to wait. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You don't have to buy a high elite level expensive bullshit. You can buy a decent quality $100/$200, and then the computer will deal with the whole audio.
Can you play Quack Hubbard on Cuts? Yeah, dude, play Quackery Hubbard. That's a good song. That's this big song, Quack Hubbard. I think it's called.
What that Chinese girl earlier said? Like, you should go on Patreon. You Jew.
Oh, I know. Yeah, it's like join the Patreon, you Jew. Dude, Cuts' songs are like, you have to listen to him because he'll give these little like cutting shots to it. You know what I mean?
Yo, that killed me. That got me.
Did you hear it? He said, and he will take your money and not give refund. Like, did you hear that on there too?
Oh my gosh, can we talk about that whole? But then we just
we will play this, and then I want to show y'all who I debated, and I want to get the chat's opinion about if I destroyed them. So we'll probably go for another hour and a half, because that's how long the debate is. What did he say it was? What did he want? The short?
It's called Quack Hubbard by Cuts on his short.
Right here, this one.
Gotta admit though, CT does a good one with that song too. He's got the numbers on his side. Like, that's a good one. Yeah, I really thought that was a funny one that CT made about Zach.
Are they still beefing, or are they like?
They've never beat, like, that's what I'm saying. It's like CT just does his show, whatever. He doesn't beef. He doesn't care. I think it's just like, dude, like they're just two content creators that feed off on each other. You know what I mean?
All right, well, we're gonna play it. We have a request. We're playing it now. You just don't get wireless shit attached to your head. You don't need extra EMF radiation to the brain. I don't know if that's a dig or that's like actual someone who's like, yeah,
It's
we
true.
don't.
No,
we
like
don't
it
use
actually there are studies that show like 5G and Bluetooth headphones can actually increase like the risk of tumors and stuff.
Because I'm losing my memory, to be fair with you, half the time. Like, I can't remember shit anymore. It could be these goddamn headphones I'm wearing with this wireless bullshit.
Zach is banned from his pan. Well, I have a wired headset right now. Zach is banned from his live panel.
What, did he ban him too? Well, see, I haven't watched CT in a couple days, but he's been on the ban thing.
He banned a couple people the other day because of 111 and the drama and shit. Imperious, a kid just
yeah, in Palm Springs.
Mario villained a fertility clinic in California because of his high natal.
Yeah, Palm Springs, dude. Palm Springs. Yeah, actually, I with my ex, dude, when they saw that building, I know exactly. That was like on Palm Springs Boulevard, down by like the Hilton down there, like the center of town, dude. Pretty interesting that they did, dude. It was very interesting that, and I believe it though. But that's the thing, like that. It's literally antinatalism or whatever is Satanism. It's wanting the human race to end. Like look. I go by what St. Paul said. The purpose of man is to serve God and serve God through his commandments, which means you're a celibate monk. But what Paul says is, if you cannot control your urges as a human being because we are fallen, you must marry one woman and have children. So that's the choices you have. You can either be a servant of God and not fuck anybody, or marry a woman and have a wife and a kid. That's just how I see it. You know what I mean? And that's just the end of it. It's dictated. It says how it is. So I don't.
No, if Zach donating to CT would be a direct violation of quackology.
Dude, Zach, I will say this though. There is so much lore on him. Like he's been around for like 20 years, dude.
Oh yeah, no, his lore page on the lore channel is gonna go fucking wild. I'm trying to set up interviews before we launch it because I know we're gonna do Flow, we're gonna do Sasquatch. We're trying to get CT on board. I know you're probably on board.
You gotta get Cuts to do an interview about him, because Cuts knows all about him, dude. Like Cuts knows everything about Zach and like all the people who.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna interview them on my channel, Bumpkin's channel, Garian's channel. We're gonna do the simul stream. We're all gonna interview them, and then we're gonna do that on our channel to build up hype. And then when we do the actual stream on the lore dunk, it's going to be us four talking about lore, and it's going to be an open panel where people can come in and talk about their experiences and what they've seen. And then that person the people who we're talking about have priority to come on and talk. And we can have up Bumpkin went all out on the stream last night. We can have up to 15 people in this motherfucker. So we're planning on doing that. So let me play this.
You guys do that? Don't you guys do that Keepers of the Lore show or something like that?
Yeah, that's what all this lore stuff is for.
Yeah, Mike too. Mike's out there from what I've been. Dude, I've been in that alien server or whatever, and on Discord, Dr. Chinks or whatever. Dude, there is like a whole there's almost as much lore about Mike, and honestly, it might be equal to like Hormaxer lore. Like Mike is messed up in the head, dude. Like the guy is.
I'm not too happy with him for him calling me a pedo.
Who, Mike?
Yeah.
Well, he calls that dude. And notice him when someone calls him that, he goes, "You're calling a federal officer that. I have children. You can't be calling me CT. You can't have someone on your show calling people that and stuff." Dude, he's a fucking idiot.
That's the only reason I stepped in for fucking 111.
Yeah. Well, 111 calls everyone a pedo anyways. He called Mike a pedo. That's what the whole thing started, because he called Mike a pedo.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yo,
111, you gotta understand,
that's libel.
Dude, 111 was fucking going around saying that I gave him Mike's social security number to leak.
But Imperius, isn't that libel? Since you're Mr. Boyer, man.
Yeah, that's slander. It'd be slander. Libel's written.
Yeah.
Slander is.
Yeah, I don't play that, man. Don't call anyone that.
I
pedo,
don't mind the
call,
slander
you
if
know,
you give somebody the chance to respond to it. But the thing is he goes on all these channels spewing about people and they don't know he's talking about them. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care what you say about somebody as long as they're there to refute you and call you an effing idiot right there after you do it.
call me anything, but don't call me that. Yeah, the P word. Don't do that, man. The fuck.
I look
That's
at it like
damaging.
this.
That's
I look
damaging.
I look at it like this, right? I'm very Nietzschean. I'm not gonna defend the truth. I'm not gonna overreact, but I am gonna be a dickhead to you for calling me it.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, how's that Nietzschean? I thought Nietzsche was being the overman, the Ubermensch.
The
Well,
Uberman.
He has to be better than
that's
that.
the thing.
That's
You can't,
another of
you
his. That's
can't,
another of his things. But yeah,
you can't defend the truth either. If it's the truth, it doesn't need defending.
Mm, But,
It
but, but,
stands
but the
for
truth should
scrutiny
be
on
inside
its own.
you. The will to power. The truth should
Yeah.
be you. Don't lie to
Well,
yourself
well,
and don't lie
he-
to anyone.
he
Right.
goes off of Schopenhauer, I think it was, who says that the
But yeah.
world is just an imposition of wills, of competing wills, and the side with the greater
but-
will imposes reality.
And that,
But
that,
Venturis,
that's the
he
thing.
also
like,
warned
like,
us against
if
the
you-
modernity and the lies.
well, if
You know,
you
when he
if you
said God is
take-
dead,
But he didn't say it as
Sorry.
that way. He didn't say God was dead as an atheist thing. He said God is
no,
dead
no,
and we
no,
killed him.
yeah,
no,
God is
yeah.
dead,
In
killed.
period, my point is when he said God is dead, it was a warning. It was warning to say
Exactly. That's what he's saying. We've lost our
beware,
moral
beware
center.
modernity.
Yeah. Exactly. Yes.
Yes.
All right,
Exactly.
so, but
So-
like, have you like? Do you know what defending the truth is, Vanta? From a Nietzschean perspective, it's kind of like when people are like, oh no, that's not true. Oh, they're lying, and like you go on this tirade, or you like go.
It's like a moral crusade. It's like a moral crusade.
Yeah. So wait. So the truth for me is what I can defend for myself, of what I know for myself, and what I know of you. Like if I don't know you fully, I can't talk shit about you. I need to know you proper, or else I don't know. You can tell me, Vince, I'm a good Christian boy, blah blah. I'm like, I don't know. I need to know you, bro. And by the way, I can't talk slander against you because again, I don't know you. So the whole thing is about knowing who you're who you're dealing with.
Song, it's mega,
Knowing.
mega quick. Let's listen
Yeah.
to the song real quick.
Don't-
Hey, hey, baby quacks. Let's do a song today, little
Oh
quacks.
hell no!
You are so cute, quacky. Stopping the new world order with the alphabet. Shall we sing it? Go get the quack Hubbard and go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And the quack Hubbard goes ABC and frauds all through the town. Next, go get the quack Hubbard and sing 2KIX truth and word is 42, 42, 42. Then the quack Hubbard frauds all through the town.
42,
How we all
42,
do it,
42.
baby. Shall we quack more code? Next, get the fraud Hubbard to say ABC forward is made by Jesuits. Jesuits, Jesuits, Jesuits. Next, you go and say it in reverse. CYX is made by Jesuits. Jesuits. As he frauds all through the town. Next, quack, quack, Hubbard says it's a pure cipher, baby quacks. Next, the fraud Hubbard says Manly P. Hall, Manly Lee Hall, as he frauds through the town. How are we doing? Next, we say it's Demetria.
Look, I love the song, but I can't do the child. I can't do the child music. I can't do it anymore. I posted the link to in the chat. If y'all want to go watch it, y'all can.
Jesuits, Jesuits, Jesuits.
Oh my lord.
Jesuits.
Oh, Resla is live. Did y'all see the stream that I did where Resla kind of crashed out?
What is with that guy? Okay, I have a question about Rez because I don't know him. I watch him once in a while, but he has a weird it's like he tries to be involved in all this drama and stuff, but then he tries to stand back and go like, "Oh, I'm not part of that. Like, let's just analyze this and let's see what all these weird people." It's weird.
He's a homeless man turned YouTuber, and now he's trying to clout chase from every.
He tries to seem
and
like
then they
he's
have-
almost like this
And then they have
philosopher
people
on there.
on the panel. On the panelists are not like they're like, oh, it's all good fun, but then they quickly get triggered. They quickly
Well,
get
and not
triggered,
just that,
and
but
they
it's like
turn
he
against
tries to
you.
be a philosopher. He says like, "Oh, people love my monologues," and he goes on these like 20-30-minute rants at the beginning of his show where everything he says is obvious. It's like none of that is anything like You know?
He's a hobo. He was a hobo. That's like you see hobos when they talk.
Oh, was he
they talk
really?
shit in the street. Yeah, he said it to me like, oh yeah, Vante, I was homeless like years ago, and then I became set straight, and now I have this channel. I'm like,
Well,
Well,
I mean,
good
he
for
was
him. No,
really
but good for
salty
him
when
though.
we were
I'll say
going
this.
over. He was
No,
really
but
salty with us when we were
but
going.
I'll say this. Good for him that he had,
I
got
know,
out of
Sox,
that.
I
Though. I
know.
mean, you know what I mean. Good for him that he did that. Like,
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
gonna fault him. I'm not gonna fault the man for getting out of that shit. Like, good for him. But
I'm
what I
not-
mean is,
I'm-
yeah, he definitely
yeah.
like he thinks too highly of himself from whatever he's doing.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
I get it. Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, no, I mean it's the same. Well, what I'm saying is like, and he gets like real butthurt over shit too. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't get like if you're a channel
Well,
creator, like,
okay. Here's my take, real quick. Here's my take on it. I like Rezla. He's a nice, cool dude. But, and I've had it. That's why when I end the stream, I'm not gonna go over there now. I'm done talking with retarded whores who just say they want to get gaped and all this shit and shit for attention. And
What
they
the
think
fuck?
that shit, yeah, they think that shit's cute and adorable. And then also Rezla and Brick, like it's a tax on my fucking brain listening to Brick Jonesy talk. Like it's fucking annoying. Like this is why I don't believe people like Brick is why I don't believe in freedom of speech. This is why I don't think that human life is naturally
Based.
because like
that's how I am with like Jay Prince, dude. Like, if you listen to Jay Prince talk, it's like, fuck, dude.
Yeah.
But no, that's the thing. Like Rezla says that he wants to have a conversation, and he doesn't want to have a debate. But the minute you find yourself on the opposite side of his take in a conversation, he doesn't want it to be a debate, but he wants to yell and scream.
But see, you fell for the orthodox. You fell for the trap because when someone says, "I want to have a conversation," that is a trap. That's a booby trap. They want to have a debate.
Yeah, they want. I feel like he's trying to. I feel like he's trying to put it. He wants to have. He wants to sound civil. Not even about sounding civil. I feel like he's scared to debate. I feel like he's scared he's going to lose because I feel like he wants to. I feel like he wants to position himself in a way that he can't lose.
Exactly. He's creating the parameters to where the question just goes where he wants it to all the time, and
because
stuff, and where it leads to his answer.
Yeah, exactly. If some dumb whore is talking about letting 8 dudes fuck her in the ass to the point her asshole's falling out, and then I talk about and that's what was happening on Rezla's show, and then somebody changes the topic from that to geopolitics because they're tired of talking about that for 2 hours, and then I'm like, yeah, I feel like you can go back, and somebody starts shouting, oh, you can't go back. And they're asking for examples of how you can go back, and you're trying, and then they shut you down. They're wanting to debate. They just are afraid that they're going to lose that debate.
The same thing on Sharon's show, where he goes, "Oh, everyone can come up. Everyone let's talk about it." He don't want to talk about anything. He wants you to come up there and go, "I'm the moral man that's going to tell you what your correct actions are because I'm a good person and I'm good, so you should listen to me and make me a leader." And everyone here looks at me like I'm some kind of moral purveyor or obelisk of what should happen. That's all Sharon.
Ultimately, that just makes me think that Rezla wants a hug box, and that's my only issue with him. Other than that, I like the guy. I think he's cool as fuck.
Yeah, no, I don't have a problem with Rez. I don't have a problem with any of these creators. I don't hear that much.
I think a lot of his monologues, even though, like you said, they are basic, I do think that they are on point and they're topical.
No, he's right. It's just what I'm saying is like that kind of stuff that I notice every day. It's nothing that I need to be told. Maybe some of his audience does because they're stupid, but you know what I mean? That's all I was saying.
I mean, because I was kind of like laughing at his point of view and his panel, and they're like, "Oh, who is this British guy?" And I was like, you know what? I love it. Keep talking about this British culture, and I was bantering with them. And guess what? Next minute, poof, I got kicked out. I'm like, you know what? Point proven. Point proven. Emotional N words. And there you go.
I mean, I can see where you're coming from with that. I think that it's really fucking stupid when you say you want a conversation and then you drop somebody down because like I don't care what you say, I'm gonna believe what I believe. Because you say you want a conversation, but then you start hammering on them that their opinion is dumb to back their opinion.
They solicit a conversation and then don't want it.
Yeah, exactly. And then
exactly.
And then when you get kicked, Brick's gonna start. Oh, we don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. You didn't leave. You were kicked. It's like, bitch, yeah, I was kicked the first time, and then when I came fucking back because he was talking about me, because at least he is a fucking man of honor and let me back up to defend myself, I fucking left because I said it was bullshit and retarded, and that's all I really had to say. And then Rick had to immediately start being a faggot. I was like, no, I'm gonna stay in the chat, and I'm like, no, Rezlo, we can do this if you're gonna let your little fucking cock holster talk like that. Swear to God, Brick fights harder to suck Rezlo's dick than Alex does.
I kind of like also that panel was kind of low IQ. Like who starts off with, hey guys, they're like, I was a British person, and then this automatic attack mode. I'm like,
you gotta understand, the vast majority of people there that night you went were there because they are tired of the way Rezla does the whole I want a conversation.
Yeah,
and before anybody goes and tells Rezla shit, or he stream snipes me, or he comes over here and lets his panel talk, it's literally been a 10 to 15 minute conversation about Rezla. The rest of this stream was about other totally indifferent shit. So I don't want to hear you don't create content, because that's another thing he'll do. He'll be like,
That's a bunch of
create
whining. What we talk
content,
about
they
someone
only
for
talk
5
about
seconds and they go stream snipe and what the fuck kind of
Wait, people
weird,
tend to do that, and I don't. I mean, I'm just gonna say that before that fucking happens. No, the stream's not about you. The stream I did immediately after your stream is about you. Go watch that one instead, and you'll get my entire take. And like mainly, if I'm mad about anything, it's more don't Brick Jonesy being a faggot than I am with Rezla. But like those people were messing with Rezla because he drinks on his streams and he tends to have crash outs when he drinks, and they were trying to get him to crash out, which I don't think is funny. But once I realized it's all anybody was there for, yeah, I'm gonna play along. It is what it is.
I didn't even have an issue with him personally. It was the rest of the panel that was chatting crazy shit. I'm like, what's wrong with you, low IQ peasants? Like, oh, we got a British guy here. They did the whole mocking British accent. I'm like, what? I just came here to have, because you went there Orthodox. I was like, also it's going there. Let me check out. And to be fair, Rezla was kind of cool. He was chill. But then, god damn, the rest of these goofy panels, man. Like, yo, these guys are just
that's kind
low
of kitty
IQ.
life. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Critiques argue that his system allows for endless reinterpretation, cherry picking, enabling him to find patterns and matches in almost any set of numbers. Oh, you're talking about fucking gematria, Zach.
Uh-oh.
I mean, I think the same thing besides the number part could be applied to Rezla. I want to show y'all that little fucking get down, but it's like 30 minutes long. And like, do y'all want to watch the Rezla shit, or do y'all want to watch me debate a liberal and blow him the fuck out of the water?
I prefer the Rezla. I'm tired of them.
No, I want liberal though. Okay, well go. You go. Fine, Rezla. Go. You the Rezla one. That's fine.
All right.
Because I'm tired of liberal. I don't want to see liberals anymore. They make me sick.
Well, I'll fast forward through the Rezla one, and then we can go. Because the liberal one's my favorite. In fact, you know what? You know what?
Your shit is all you. Go.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not gonna pull a Rezla and then bitch about it. I'm just gonna put up a poll. Which do people want to see more?
Here we go. Democracy. Listen, be a monarch. Be a king. Say you want to watch a liberal. Go on, Orthodox. You're a king. It's your channel.
Vox Populi, Vox Day, right?
I mean, yeah, it's kind of like entertainment is up to the people, though. To be honest.
Pax Romana, or was it Pax Americana? Where's Bumpkin, man?
Bumpkin is LARPing is my old YouTube name. What's up, badass thing? You're using AI. AI hates Zach. Hell yeah.
Let's see the democracy. Oh my god. Oh.
Do they want drama or do they want?
Oh, the Rizla's winning by winning. Rizla's gonna win by landslide.
Badass is here. He's a good guy. Hey, where are you in Florida, dude? I wonder if he's by me.
Salute to Badass, man. That's my guy.
You just assured me that I could speak.
Sit down inside the car. We're not assuring anything. We're under arrest.
Look, I'm under what? Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there?
Get your hands off my penis!
Penis! This is the bloke who got me on the penis before. Get some cups. Why did you do this? Get some cups. For what reason? What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Oh, that's a nice headlock, sir. Oh, yes. I see that you know your judo well. Good one. And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limp penis? Now, get your hands off there. Ta-ta! And farewell.
Get your hands off my penis!
My favorite line is, I
Succulent
see
Chinese
you know
meal?
judo. I see you know
Wait.
judo.
That man is absolutely fucking hilarious.
I follow a certain British channel and they use the clip as the intro. Always kills me. Always kills me.
Oh my god.
I see you know judo.
Alright, we need some election interference on the part of the liberal.
You're not happy? Democracy.
Yeah, it's democracy
Oh,
time.
he's more by Daytona. Okay, he's more inland. I'm by the Panhandle. So
Election interference time. Come on, guys, do your part.
Stop the count. Stop the count. Stop it.
we found more votes in the back of a car, kind of like what was that senator from Minnesota, Franken? Remember when Al Franken got elected? They found 16,000.
They're actually doing it.
Yeah, they're still fighting ballots in the water from Florida in the George W. presidency.
They're actually.
What are they doing?
They're actually starting to vote for the liberal now.
No, stop the count. Stop the
town
count.
has a life of its own. It's like a freeway. You know, like freeways, how traffic seems like it's alive. So is like chats. They feel like they're like this collective entity. Like it's a super. What do they call those? A super entity where it's like the mold all becomes one, like mile-long mold. Have you ever heard of that kind of shit?
Yeah. With the Japanese mold. I think they were talking about. How to
Yeah,
make
like how
their-
different. Yeah, they become like one entity through all these different fungi, and it all molds together, becomes like the super organism or something. Like, dude, that's like what the chat's on.
Oh no!
The votes keep flip flopping. It was 50%. Come on, flip it.
Let's go.
16. Where's the 16 vote?
Watch it go. Watch it be 50-50 exactly or something.
Right. Please.
See, the chat would do something like that where they would orchestrate so it's exactly so you have to choose so they can just blame you for either choice.
Well, I mean, I don't want to. Like I said, I made the joke. I don't want to be Resla about it because I literally yelled at him. Right, it's your ship. You have to be the one to guide it because he's basically blaming. He went off on his audience because like his show isn't what he wants. Essentially,
Isn't that fun? Also, we need to watch them, and that sounds way more fun than.
It's 50-50. God damn it.
Oh my!
Yeah, I told you exactly. I told you, dude, they're gonna make it so that you're gonna choose, and then whatever choice you're gonna make, they're gonna blame you, and they're gonna bitch about it. That's what I'm saying. It's the chat, dude. It's
I am Vice President JD Vance. I say Resla.
Oh fuck!
It's
All right.
Tie.
All right, we got one more minute. Somebody hit in there the liberal because that's the one I want to do. But I'm gonna honor what chat wants.
I want some anti-liberal.
The chat's probably screaming, "Don't fucking vote anyone! Nobody fucking vote!"
the chat's like, I don't want anyone to vote because
no one's gonna click anything.
Fuck! It's the 5-minute mark. God damn it!
I told you, man. Didn't I say that's what they're gonna do? They're sick, dude.
You people are evil.
Based chat, based.
You people are all right. I guess we'll do the drama first. I know that's what y'all actually want.
How about this? A compromise. 10 minutes for each. 10-minute Rizla, 10-minute liberal.
Well, I don't want to make too much about Rizla because then it makes it true that the stream is about him.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Okay. Orthodox learned that democracy is a lie. You need to be a monarch. Be a monarch, Orthodox, from now on. No more poll. No more poll. You decide what you want to talk about.
Hold on. I got something for that. Hold on. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. This is me. This is me right now.
I love democracy. I love the republic.
I could have literally just chose, but no, I had to.
Yeah, but then Orthodox like 10 minutes later, you'd be like, limited power with your fucked up face. Yeah, you could be an emperor. How about that in an empire? To hell with democracy, garbage.
I'm not gonna play any of her talking about getting gaped.
Oh wait, what? No, no gaping allowed. None of that.
Y'all don't let the dead air happen. I'm trying to find the position in which Rezla angry.
Oh, I was like, yeah, where's the clip? I thought it was on standby.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I'm just listening, dude. I'm just listening and reading. So whatever you put on is entertaining to me while I'm reading this shit.
Yeah, I'm reading the chat.
No, I got papers I'm reading. Like most of the time when I'm online, I'm reading documents and papers while I'm listening to shit.
Over here and do that over here.
Here we go.
Baby got 5 from him.
Have you ever been shot at? Alexander, you better come over here and do that over here. I want to watch.
We're gonna do this. We're gonna do.
Oh God, what's his name? Glenn was on there too.
Yeah, I've been shot at, and I'm not even in the military.
Like, get back! I've been shot at.
Me too. Yeah.
I was totally.
Thank you.
We're not
This is
special
not
making
really
it
hard.
Miss
Lady, sit down, please.
Okay.
You're protected from us. Oh my God, I
love some dude a lot, but nah, not really. I don't like. I like him.
Dude, he
but
always has
I
some
like that he's
shit
always-
that he's trying to start with somebody for no
Yeah, he's
reason.
always drunk. He's always.
He's always like, hey, you know, I'm gonna do, you know, you listen, you gotta do. It's like, what is?
This playthrough, I'm gonna grab my food because I lived it, so I can talk about it and pause it when I get back.
it's this shit here where I turn around and say, again, because instead of actually, this is why I say smart people believe dumb shit, because smart people easily start falling into tropes, narratives, talking points, and they stop thinking because they just start saying out their mouth instantly all the shit they were already indoctrinated to say. You're making my point.
The truth that I've already lived.
That's
a good
You
word.
said nothing new. Nothing new.
I have not made your point about anything.
No, you have. You just don't know because you weren't here to listen to when the fuck I made the point. But I know. You're too smart to say anything stupid. You're too smart to be
That's
wrong.
not true. I'm not saying that at all.
No, indoctrination is a big word, bro. Indoctrination. You gotta
You don't even know what I said earlier. But everybody says I'm right. You literally made my point earlier.
What's your point? What did you say? What's your take on it?
I'm gonna say go back and read because literally I made a whole big thing about it. How people say particular things, how people move, how people talk about particular things. Love to be comfortable in the fucking very shit that they only know about, but they actually
in a bubble, in a straight fucking bubble.
Nigga, you one of them because you done it too. The fuck
Nigga,
are we
I'm
talking
always
about
in
here?
my bubble. I know where my lane is, and I steer clear.
It's not funny. It's not sad. It's just I
In
see
what
it all the
part?
time. And the only thing I ask is for what everybody else, not you guys who like to start streams, not you guys who like to be on panels, for the people sitting in the chat. I tell them, stop just fucking taking everything at face value because you got so used to seeing people and actually start thinking and question them. And here's the funny part about it, because I said it several times. And people, even in the chat, try to call me out on it. I said, me as well. Well, Wrestler, what about nigga? You weren't listening. I said me as well.
Everything. Yo, hold on. Let me talk to the homie real quick. Let me talk.
Oh, but when I tell people to do their own research when they ask me for a source, they get mad at me.
Relax for one second. I even
question whether or not Rezla is really black.
Facts.
Oh,
I talked about that. Wait, Hoover, I talked about that.
See, that's that weirdo shit, Lawrence.
That's funny though.
Man, y'all made me forget what I was
I
going
love
to say.
Sheldon. I love him. I respect the Sheldon. I think
literally
you're
said
super
that.
smart.
Hey, yo, don't fuck with the homie Rez. Don't fuck with the. I guess he's the father of something.
Like y'all really have not say anything that I have not already mentioned.
I know. I watched the monologue. That's why I'm
Hey,
doing this.
yo, bro, yo, you pick.
I in fact did not watch the monologue.
Pick the best.
I'm a little late, my BC, but okay.
Hey man, hold
I
on.
mean, I'm gonna be real. I don't really care what you say because
Hey yo,
like,
hold on, Orthodox. I want to give my boys
I
my
think what I
props.
think.
Because you think you're already right, so that's why it doesn't matter what I say.
Yo,
You already-
Right there is when he kicked me.
You got kicked, right? Ah,
Yeah.
for
Yeah,
shame.
what do y'all think so far? Because
I
that was
mean-
not directed at anybody.
Right. No, it wasn't. But some dude was babbling. Like you could tell he was a bit drunk on the influence. That woman, I just heard yapping from the woman. I didn't really care for her. But yeah, Orthodox man, they just saw you as a target, like an enemy.
Oh yeah, no, you're about to see the real shit in just a second.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Imperious, you there?
You're already right. So I'll just drop you right there. That's all right. Because I'm looking to already kill it. We already been doing 9 hours. I'm done. And I'm not going to sit here and just like.
He, in fact, did not kill it. He spent another 20 or 30 minutes talking shit about me.
So now I have to start that drum around everything to make you feel better or so that you can find any reason to want to just argue with me. I'm like, 9 hours. I got a whole bunch of shit I can be working on. Like we're not doing
Do your
this.
thing, bro.
Like
You know,
your
already know
can.
what it is,
You
though.
work on your can.
Yeah, like
We
my
always
channel,
here,
my
though.
black
We always
whatever.
here, though.
We're done. We're done. We're done. The stream is done. Guys, you already came up here.
Hey,
You
man.
didn't do. Some of you guys came up here. Some of you
minutes.
did not. I'm gonna close it out now.
Okay.
Properly because I'm way past whatever it needs to do, and I still got to work on a whole bunch of other stuff. This is the only day that I have off. This
You know
week.
what? That's mighty white of you. That's mighty white of you.
Wow! Wow!
I get 10% good today.
I just love the face, the facial expression. Just
Yeah, see, Lawrence, you're becoming an asshole.
Wait, the point is that this is all you've been doing, going around these streets, is trying to argue. I'm just not interested. Like, take that energy somewhere else.
Lawrence
It's too early in the morning.
Lawrence.
You've been doing that a lot.
No, this man, I have not been arguing with anybody. This man has not been to anywhere I have been.
Right.
He's literally just conflating what his panel does to him 90% of the time onto me.
Mm-hmm.
Brick literally argues with this man about bounties and how to fucking monetize his channel all the time.
Rejection. Beta male.
Yeah, no, I even say that.
Yeah.
I'll place you go. I'm just not interested. I'm just really not.
I don't argue.
Lawrence.
And here's the thing. This is my standard. If I'm not fucking you, feeding you, or funding you, I'm not arguing with you.
And then you have this retarded bullshit. Well, I'm not fucking you. I'm not feeding. How about I fuck you? How about I skull fuck you? All right. All right. Shut the fuck up. That's all. If that's all you can contribute to the conversation. If you don't care, shut the fuck up. Show you don't care. Stop defending the truth.
That is a fact. Like, I'm not doing it.
Straight facts.
And I get it. People want to move around and they just want to like.
Remember, I said that he wants a hug box. What's happening right now?
Right.
Not for nothing. And this is not even a shot at him, but and I said this early, even in my stream. Like some of y'all, like y'all good people, but you just don't have good hearts.
Hey man,
Good heart. See, something like you don't have a good heart.
That's 100 fact right there.
He's like a heart. He's got a heart like the Grinch.
Yeah. Wait. That was some bullshit. Good heart. All of you are dark-hearted bastards.
Like, what is
Demonic.
heart? What does it mean that you have a good heart? Like, that's what I'm saying. He just comes that he just like assumes a bunch of morals. Like, what does a good heart mean? I mean,
that was some Disney line. That was some Disney shit right there. Oh,
that's what I'm saying. It's like, oh my god, it sounds like that Frozen music. Let it go, let it go. It's like, what the fuck, dude?
And this is a guy that I've only known a month and a half, and I literally have spent the first time I met him, I spent 4 goddamn hours in his back chat hearing Brick Jonesy And Locksmith Jeremy, Brick was like, "Well, if you do bounties, I'm gonna leave." No. So trying to like say we're friends and shit, right? This comes up later, or it will when I get through talking. Saying we're friends, trying to manipulate this man into not doing bounties to make money. And Rez is like, I don't really want to do bounties because I like the conversation and I don't like that people can shut people down. And I get that. Don't let them. Say bounties are on, but I'm not going to let you just knock people for stupid reasons, right? It's your show. You can do whatever. And then Locksmith Jeremy was trying to convince him to make money and just be a whore type shit, right? And for 6 hours, them two were going back and forth, both calling Rezl's name, trying. I'm just sitting there being quiet. I'm like, if I may, as an outsider, can I just say,
Well, I may interject.
Yeah, I'm like, do you like Rezl? What do you want to do with your show? And it was just a bunch of ba shit at the end of the day.
Yeah. But that's the thing. People don't have a vision or of what they actually want to do. They just want to go and go. Okay, I'm just going to get popular somehow.
Well,
Like that's not how.
It was ba conversation, ba just a conversation, ba.
No structure whatsoever. No structure.
Yeah, I want to be able to ebb and flow in a conversation type shit. And I'm like, well, then do that. Oh, but I also want to make money off this. Because if I don't make money, there is no point. I'm like, well, then implement a form of bounty system that you like. Then fucking Clay the Fag is like, if you do that, I'm leaving. Yeah, I'm like, why don't you support your friend? I said, why don't you support your friend? He goes, oh, we're not friends. And then Rezla co-signs that. I'm like, y'all are just fucking. I'm sitting there thinking, y'all are just faggots.
And yeah, he wants to talk about, oh, we have good hearts. Like you guys are diabolical, man. Hypocrisy.
I say later on towards the end of the stream in the chat, everything is a projection with you.
Right. Perfect.
I don't like none of y'all motherfuckers, so fuck y'all all and I'm gone.
Fucking Mr. C, some guy has always said some shit.
Good people. And I'm gonna say it again. You're probably good people, but you just don't have good hearts. So when you move in areas, you move with really negative intentions.
Do you think that
It is what it is.
By the way, this stems from us doing his lore. By the way, he thinks
also
to be negative about when we did his lore that stream.
Right.
Oh my god, are you serious? Dude, literally, like I told fucking CT, I said, CT, dude, people tell me they want to kill my parents while I'm on stream. They say I get raped by my dad, by priests, by other. None of it bothers me. It's funny, dude.
Yeah.
Why do people go nuts over that? I just don't get it. You know what I mean?
And by the way, Imperius, the whole Catholic and diddle whatever, that's a dead joke. Like it's tired. It's a tired.
I get some
joke,
of the jokes they make sometimes are funny. I laugh at them
Right,
too.
yeah,
I'm just
be
like,
creative.
I
Be creative.
enjoy a good rib as much as anyone. But
Right.
trust me, when you make a
Right.
good joke about me, I'll fucking laugh, dude. You know what I mean? So, but no, it's more just like, dude, like, I don't know. I just think people aren't that good at ribbing anymore. I don't think they grew up how we grew up, where it was like every day since kindergarten or first grade, you were at recess and people were talking shit about one another. It's not like that anymore. They're kids and they're all controlled. Like everyone's got to be nice. Like, dude, if you drive by an elementary school,
My issue, right? My issue with that, and I by and large agree with you, but I do have an issue when they harp on one fucking thing.
Yeah.
Like to me, calling me un-American is one of the worst things you can do to me.
Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah.
Especially if you're a fucking post-Civil War immigrant.
Right.
Like my family literally have been here since the 1600s.
Okay, but you're not mad about what they're saying. You're mad that they're stupid for saying it because they don't know what the fuck they're saying. Do you get what I'm saying? So you're not really trying to restrict what they're saying. You're just saying you're more mad that they're that fucking stupid that they don't know what they're saying.
Yeah, they have no historic.
I outright called someone out for it today. I outright called someone out on B-Brace.
But that's my point. It's not that you care that they're saying, "Oh, you're not here. You're an immigrant. Go back home to your." It's not that you care. It's the fact that you're so fucking stupid. You don't even know what you're saying. You fucking moron.
Yeah.
That's what you're mad about.
You're harping on it, thinking that it bothers me.
Right.
What's bothering me is the fact that you're harping on it and you're saying
That's what it's the same thing I've said on CT show. It's that I don't give a shit. And when they say, "Oh, you're so mad," I'm not mad about what the fuck you're saying. I'm mad the fact that you have the freedom of speech to say it. You know, like that, you know that you're a subhuman and you're talking. Like, you know what I mean? That's what I tell them.
That's funny.
Exactly.
That's funny. I like that. Like, I don't want you to have free speech, subhuman. Damn.
Dude,
So that's
you're
kind of how I
gonna,
look.
you're gonna see an example of why I don't want Brick Jonesy to have free speech.
Not personal. It's just that you have an
No,
agenda.
you said y'all, and I'm like, I'm right here right now. So I'm like,
Also, I don't have an agenda, and he's ass mad. Let me show you the chat. Y'all won't be able to see the chat.
And I'm gonna say this like I said to other people: if it don't apply, let it fly. But if you feel a certain way, hit dogs holler.
No, I was just asking, do you feel that way about me? Because I'm right here right now.
That works both ways, by the way, wrestler.
Yeah,
Hit dogs
right.
holler.
Right.
Do you feel the way about it? Because if you do, that must be something about the way
I
you
feel
do.
like you are fucking
Then let it
awesome.
fly. Then let it fly, Hoover. Let it fly. Let it go. Let it go.
No. He's trying to be funny. He's trying to be funny with this whole
Serious,
Disney shit.
didn't you just mention the Frozen song?
You just sang it, Chris. You just sang the same song.
Like, what are we doing here?
You know you're cool beans in my book.
I can't do this with everybody because a lot of people move here and they want to just do it for the sparkle, for the being disingenuous to just try to spark up something. Stop. Because if you're not willing to have a legit conversation, if you're just here to just all about get your shit out.
Legit conversation. Legit conversation.
He wants a one-sided conversation.
Yeah, and also I hate when people say legit conversation. That's a lie. That's a lie. They don't want to have a legit conversation. They want to have their own biased conversation.
Look, I want a hug box. If you go against me, I will kick you from the stream. I'm kidding. Did I or did I not have a try to? This is why I'm a racist. This is why I'm a misogynist. This is why I'm all the evil issists. Because when you approach subhuman retards and you give them what they want, they are unappreciative. I have done nothing but approach Reza like a man and tried to give him the conversations that he wanted. And he is projecting onto me his issue with everyone else. And he thinks I have an agenda. The only reason I'm talking about it is you seem to have developed this issue with me because I give you what you want and I won't join your hug box.
It's not about you. I do this. I've been up for so long, and I even let y'all cook and a lot of shit. And I say, you know what? The whole time I'm looking at the audience.
I do have to tell you, thank you for that.
I look at the audience. You see me. I was in the chat and talking with people. It's not about you personally. My shows are not about you. You can always start a stream whenever you want to.
You made me realize that. Because I would get ready to say, I think, and I'm like, it's not about me. And I'm like, okay, I need to stop that I stuff.
I started my whole stream talking about y'all and who you watch, but most of all, focus on yourself.
Chat, post ones in the chat if you think I'm right. Post twos in the chat if you think I'm wrong about Rizla.
Because too many of y'all just start focusing on other people and you don't think it for yourself. That's literally been the whole thing of my entire stream. And then people come up here and they start doing what? Focusing on themselves. Focusing on themselves because they want attention. I didn't do this for your attention.
You're just a meanie.
If people wanted attention, they would do their own streams. You wouldn't have a show if it wasn't for panels.
Exactly.
Everyone has told you, if you don't want panelists to come up and the ebb and flow of the conversation to drift off topic, do not have open panels. Yep. But yet, tonight, I clicked on your stream and you're having an open panel. You want a fucking hug box.
He came up here like Orthodox came up here and he said, well, you know, like no one tells me I'm wrong. Wow, you literally made one of my points.
Literally did not say that. I said, I don't care what you believe. I'm going to believe what I believe. Didn't say you were wrong. Didn't say anybody was wrong.
He's using you for social credit points, Orthodox.
Yeah. Most definitely.
Yeah.
That's why I whenever it comes up, I say this wherever it comes up, whether it's me bringing him up or somebody else.
Of course, especially if people see you enough to just say, "Oh, I think that you're smart." So now you think that you're smart because enough people told you that you're smart.
Now, remember, he's freaking out because earlier I said, well, people that I used to not think I was intelligent until a bunch of people around me started calling me intelligent. I thought that the average person thought like me, and that I was just average, but apparently fucking not. And this is what he's referencing. It shows a level of dishonesty in his character because I also told him that in confidence, I believe. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I believe that I told him this in confidence.
Smart. Stop.
I just think I'm fucking goofy, and when I know you're drinking, I'll come up here. And when you're doing something that you're trying to
You should go
talk
back.
about, then I
You
stand.
should go
and
back.
chat.
You should go back. You said that. People tell you that you're not wrong. You said that.
And to address that, that's because I predicted several events during the big coup and the economic problems, and they come back and said, bro, you weren't wrong. How do you know this stuff? It was not that people tell me I'm not wrong about things. People quite frequently tell me I'm not wrong. And that's why I've gotten so fucking angry, because he intentionally tried to misinterpret. You can see the look on his face. You realize I'm not the average
Yeah.
fucking bear, that he's really fucking kicked the hornet's nest at this point. Because I left and I went and joined Dusty's stream, and I was like, I wonder if Resla's actually that type of guy that's like, I don't have to suffer you, I don't care, or if he's still talking shit. That was my thought process.
That's another thing. Also, like people think, oh, I kicked out this guy from the panel. Like, don't they know? Like, some people have like a panel as backup, like elsewhere, and they can just like, oh yeah, I follow a certain person on YouTube.
I was literally
I can
only
just
on
hop
his
over.
stream waiting for Dusty to go live. I would rather be at Flo's panel.
Yeah, so getting kicked is not like a W for the streamer.
I would rather I like talking to Flo. I like talking to Sasquatch. Sasquatch is the reason that I started going to Flo's. And if Sasquatch ain't up there, I can talk to Flo. Plus,
Right.
there's very pretty women over there to flirt with.
Even better. There you go.
Like, Rick is so fucking pissed off at me for going over to Flo's and flirting with women. Because I call Flo my Uncle Flo, just like joking around. You know, instead of like Aunt Flo. It's kind of a dig because it's like Aunt Flo type shit. But like stupid people don't understand my humor. I guess it's too high IQ. It's like the same reason.
Yeah, I'm Somalian. That went over my head. Uncle Flo. Yeah. I'm low IQ.
And I only do it because I only started doing that because I call him. It's become a term of respect, if you want to know the truth.
Okay.
For Flo, because he does remind me. The more I've talked to him, the more he actually reminds me of my favorite uncle.
Okay,
So-
got you.
But it started out as like kind of a Aunt Flo joke or Uncle Flo joke, and then I started actually calling him Unc and shit instead of Uncle because like actually the actual euphemism. I actually started calling him Unc on panels and shit because I think
So
it's cool.
slow. I thought you meant Flo as like a woman. You know, FLO. Because I know girls are called Flo, but you
Well,
meant
that was the name of his channel,
FLOW.
Flow State. FLO.
No, Flow State. Yeah.
Flow State is like a.
I spoke to Flow State before on CT's panel. Yeah. Okay, I'm familiar.
The only thing I don't like about him is he's a
Flo.
libertarian. He's a libertarian agnostic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and me and
it's a
him have our arguments, and like, I mean, I'm not gonna kiss his ass just because I like his panel.
I remember me, him, Hafiz. Yeah, we were talking about like philosophy and all that. It was a bit. Yeah, I disagree. Yeah.
I mean, and that's fair, and that's the thing. Like, but like I said, I hopped on Flo's. I hopped at Flo's channel. He didn't open the panel yet, and I was watching Flo, and something got to bugging me. I'm like, let me see if Resla's actually that guy to not talk about people and actually let shit go because he doesn't care, or if he actually just using it as a front and does care and just doesn't want to show people. And I clicked back on to him trying to gaslight the audience into saying I said something, and this is when I got fucking pissed. And I started lighting up the fucking chat. You could see the happiness leave his fucking eyes because I started fucking posting up the chat.
I mean, to be fair,
Yeah,
I
I
would
know
have.
there's a right time and a wrong time. It's like have manners.
A lot of people don't know time.
Then the
A
hug
lot of
box
people
of
don't.
manners come.
Just to take up.
When's the right time to talk about shit? When a girl literally 5 minutes ago was talking about like 6 dudes plowing her in the ass at the same time till her asshole falls out. Because that's actually what happened. I can rewind it.
Right.
It and show you.
No. I heard it, but also it's like yeah. When's the best time to interject? When's the best time? For me, I'll be like, wait. You got plowed by 6 men? Like you have to say everyone.
I don't think he actually did that. I think a lot of that.
Oh, dude, they just say shit to get attention.
Yeah,
I know. It's the internet. People can chat shit, but you know what?
I mean, even the most degenerate hordes,
I know.
like Lucifer hordes, don't
But-
do a lot of that shit.
But Orthodox for the sake of viewership and for the sake of entertainment, I will entertain that madness. I'm like, wait a minute, you got plowed by 6 men. So the onus is on her to keep the lie going, right?
I own that bitch on Flows because she started calling me a racist and she's been mad at me ever since. I don't
see. When someone calls you a racist, at that point you just ignore them.
She called me a little dick faggot, and I'm like, I'll be that.
Sure. Incel, little dick, racist, blah blah blah. All these buzzwords.
And notice when they insult you on incels, little dick. So they're insinuating that what makes a man is fucking a bunch of women, but then they confirm that if you fuck a bunch of women, you're a piece of shit and all that stuff.
Her
But they
issue, the reason she calls me that is I don't hit on.
Well, that's my point.
I don't
that's
give
my
her
entire
that
point.
sexual
That's
attention.
what
In
I'm
fact-
saying. But that's what I'm saying is that the whole shit that they go, oh, I don't want a guy to degrade me or not hit on me or see me as a sex. It's all bullshit.
Well, in
Because
fact,
if you don't see them as that, they feel like they're worthless.
I did and do the exact opposite. I told her, I said, you remind me of my ex because she was also a prolific.
But
And,
also, you see what Emperor is saying. Oh, sorry, go on. Yeah.
and she just died, and I'm still in mourning, so I'd rather not flirt. You know? I did exactly that. And I did start kind of joking around and joshing with her. I don't think I flirted with her. But
also, did you see what Emperor is trying to say? Like he's trying to say, even if you say you're not into her, whatever, they shame themselves because they'll call you an incel because you're not into them. But then when you're into them, they'll call you a creep. It's a lose-lose situation with them. It's like, bitch,
that's why you don't.
are the problem.
You just stuff.
No, that's why you don't ask them or care about their opinion. You just do whatever you're gonna do, and they will like you if they like you. If they don't, there's nothing you can do to get them to like you. Women just like you.
And the thing is, that you're right, Imperius. I have to cut you off. You're right. But the minute that they realize that you don't give a fuck, guess what? 100% of the time, they will like.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. If you genuinely just don't care and you're just doing whatever you do and they're just an accessory in your life, that's when they respect you. If you're just like, no, I'm going to this restaurant tonight. If you don't want to go, I can take someone else. I'll talk to you later. That's what they want. They don't want someone that's going to control them and be like, you can't do this.
Actually, the best shit that has worked for me is I've had a bitch come into the restaurant that I was in, and I was sitting by myself.
Oh yeah, they'll follow you and get mad.
Yeah.
What are you doing here by yourself?
She goes, you'd rather eat by yourself than with your friends?
Exactly. What are you doing here by yourself?
I wanted to be here with my partner and somebody I care about.
Or I went to a movie by myself one time.
I'd rather not.
I went to a movie by myself when I was with an ex one time. I came home. She literally was like, "Okay, let's buy like 2 movies. Like we'll buy those unopened tickets so we can go all the time." You know, like they get all worked up if you can actually live without them because they've been told and they only deal with 99% of men.
Imperius, I had the same exact situation. You remember when Joker came out in 2019? The film Joker.
I'm gonna grab a cigarette.
I got myself a ticket. I was like, I'm gonna go there solo. And then I had a female friend like, what are you doing tonight? I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go watch the Joker. She's like, wait, like with who? I'm like, by myself. She's like, wait, what? Can you give me a ticket? I'm like, and by the way, Imperius, I was being cheeky. There was a deal, 2 for 1 on a Wednesday. Mobile network deal, right, with your phone.
Should have said, "I'll buy you the ticket. You buy food."
Yeah, no. So I had a spare ticket. I'm like, anyone who wants to ask me, you can join me. She's like, "Can I come with you?" I'm like, "Yeah." And she lived like 5 minutes away from me. Literally, she was like, "I'll join you, bro." She was so bored. She was begging, and then when she found out I was going to like a movie by myself, she couldn't believe it. And then after the film, she's like, "How can you go to a film by yourself?" I'm like, bitch, I'm a man. I don't care about anyone's opinion or friendships, whatever. If I want to go see a film, I'll go see a film. Anyone who wants to join me, you're more than welcome. If not, I'm cool. I'm go on matinee, on a prime time, premiere, whatever. So yeah, Imperius, you're right. You're right. Like they can't fathom a man moving solo.
Because I
and
mean, for
doing his
God's
own
sakes,
thing.
they got to go to the bathroom together. When a girl goes to the bathroom, they got to have friends
They
go
have
with.
to consult the hive mind.
It-
We are.
yeah, it's foreign to them. It's foreign. It's an alien. Like what the fuck.
And that's
man
why I
should
say
be
it's
doing-
not really.
I'm not advocating. I'm not going full Imperious. Never go full
No,
Imperious.
no. Look, I may seem extreme about women, but look, I've never had arguments with women like this. Like I've never treated a woman bad. I've never yelled at a woman. Never raised my hand. No, I just say, look, I'm going to always do what I'm going to do. Like you're not going to be able to change my mind. My own mother can't change my mind on what I'm going to do.
And that's when you know that you got a real one when they accept that.
When they just go with you, and that's what I've said. The only relationships that I have seen in my life with my good friends that have worked out are the ones where the guy has just done what he does for how many years, and she's stuck around through it all, and he realizes, oh, she's kind of cool. She's stuck it through. I'm gonna marry her now.
I'm gonna be real with you. The reason me and my ex were so close, right? Not only did we grow up together, but I genuinely loved that girl, and she genuinely cared about me. There was a lot of mental problems there with her because some vile, fucked up shit happened to her all her life. And there is no excuse for the way she acted. That's why I'd put her out. And I'd wait for her to come crawling back. And it sucks because like I've had this girl crying saying that I'm too good for her, da 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 da. And she was a very pretty girl, and I'm ugly as fuck. I look like Bumpkin.
We're all
feel
men.
like I'm
We're all
ugly. I
ugly.
feel
Let's
like
be
I'm
real
ugly
here.
as fuck.
Like I don't trust men that are good looking.
And
Like
that's
that.
not an insult.
yeah.
That's not an insult to Bumpkin because I've said that. When
No,
I-
dude, we're- Like we're all guys. Like I wouldn't consider
Yeah.
Mike's like dude, we're all ugly. To me, we're all men. All men are ugly. And if you're a guy that's like those male models that
This
are
girl
good looking,
literally told me
I don't trust
I
you
look
because
like
men
a
aren't supposed
Viking king. That girl
men aren't
literally
supposed to look all pretty like that. That's the thing. Men aren't supposed to look all pretty. They're the pretty ones.
Yep.
But she like I had to put her out because I would not
Well, and that's what you have to do. Like I said, with my fiance, she wanted to move to New York to work for the UN. I'm not going and living in New York. I wasn't going to upplant my life. I wasn't going to do all that. You know what I mean? And that was just the end of it. You know what I mean? It's not that I hate her. I love her to death. She's an awesome girl.
It's funny because I didn't realize because like when she died, her uncle came to me. Well, I went to her uncle's house onto some guys to do some work for him. And he's like, "Are you going to her funeral?" I'm like, "No, that bitch didn't love me. Look how she fucking acts. She was a fucking narcissist."
Yeah.
And two of the boyfriends she had after me was like, "All that bitch talked about was you." Like what the fuck? And one guy was like, because I let her do some work for me because she was really handy. Like she was a tomboy, and I didn't have time to do it because I was working 12-hour shifts like almost every other day, and like I was either sleeping or working. So I paid her and her little team to remodel my bathroom, and she hit the fuck. She outworked all of them motherfuckers. And when I went to go look for apartments because like I don't really want to live where I'm at, and I was looking for apartments, and she rode with me. That pissed the dude she was talking off with, and I'm like, I mean, it's like I know y'all fuck. I'm like, so what? That's mine. All I got to do is tell her to get in the car. I mean, it is what it is, and like, I just you don't put up with female narcissists. You don't lower yourself, and that's
You don't
why
put up with any narcissist like that. I mean, you don't. It's they're look. If people do what they're allowed to do, and if you allow people to mistreat
walk all
you,
over you, they're gonna keep.
they're gonna always do it, and it's
And
gonna
it's
become
nobody's.
second nature.
It's not their fault. It's your fault for allowing.
It's your fault by not placing boundaries. Yeah, it's your fault by you allowing people to treat you that way. Because you can only be treated the way people allow people to treat you.
Yep, I can speak on that. Like during my university.
Hold on, wait.
days.
I've had this comment up for a long time. Let me address.
Oh, my bad.
That was actually my chick advice to friends. Act like you don't give a crap about her. I mean, yes, by and large, that's true. But the thing is, you can't just act. They can sense when you're acting. You genuinely have to not fucking care.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
Yeah.
just have to do
Yeah.
what you
Yeah.
do. You
Yeah.
genuinely
Yeah.
have to be busy or passionate
Yeah.
about something that you
Yeah.
have, and you're just like, dude, why do you think some of the athletes that are young, some of these kids that get like crazy, or some of these super like intelligent kids that just don't care about women and just do their own shit. Like some of these young kids, even like I'm talking like young kids like in their teenage, like they're so obsessed at doing sports 24/7. They don't even deal with chicks a lot of the time. They're in camp. They're in 7-on-7.
Women
They're-
can't stand that. They want to be the
and the women go nuts because they're like, they call these, because the guys know they're going to have every woman in the world when they make it to the NFL. What the fuck do they care about?
Of course, Imperius, money talks, fortune walks. That's the old saying. Once you make it, these heifers, they see the money. The money's talking. Oh my God! What? I'm a college, D League NBA player, and then they promise to be part of the draft.
And
to
look,
make it.
I don't necessarily blame women for doing like that's what they're designed to
It's
do.
in their
They-
nature.
they-
Yeah, it's in their
And
nature.
I don't
DNA.
hate women for doing it. What I get mad about is that men allow the exacerbation
bitch
and
about it.
like they're like, look, I don't have a problem with women getting something out of divorce when they, especially if they've been stay-at-home moms and they have no basis to go back to or nothing. And let's say they didn't do anything wrong, the
Yeah,
guy
yeah.
cheated, and then they divorced.
Yeah.
Of course, she should get something. Are you?
I mean, that was the whole point, Imperial. That was the whole point of the dowry system. Is a compensation for the woman
Exactly.
if the
Of
man does
course,
wrong.
yeah.
Yeah. That's the whole point of dowry.
But the problem is what you have now is it's incentivized that men are just the backup plan for a woman if she doesn't feel lazy in life, she doesn't want to work anymore. She can
And you have no full divorce under you. No
Do y'all
full
want
divorce.
to finish out the Resla stuff because I want to bring up.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry, dude.
go.
Sorry about
Let's
that.
go.
Yeah, let's finish out the Resla stuff. And I actually want to move on to more important topics. I want y'all to see my debate, my Bloodsport debate, and I am yelling, so I'm going to cut it down, and I'm probably peaking my mic out. I'm probably going to hate my voice 1,000 times more.
Real estate on the panel.
But here we
A
go.
lot of people don't listen. No, this is
I don't yell at Resla. I'm talking about the speakeasy debate, by the way, because it's blood sports, and you kind of yell and get passionate.
not a lot of people. It's not. I'm not talking about him in general.
You see that he's flustering and now trying to walk around it too. By the way,
Orthodox, whatever. A lot of people do this. Time and place. A lot of people they'll come
I'm not either. Even though the whole fucking panel was, and then Brick literally does in a few minutes.
up. They don't understand what's going on or whatever, and they do this shit. And I tell them like, just stop. Just can you
What
take
they
your
want,
time
but
at
I'm
least
gonna
to
give
just
the
figure out
what
what's
they
going on?
want at a
And a lot of
faster-
people come in and they have no idea what's
at
going
a
on, but they want to
faster
believe that they're
pace.
special. So therefore, regardless of where they are, regardless of where they go, they can figure shit out. And I'm like, I really try to have conversation with people. I really be trying not to debate, but everybody thinks that every conversation is a fucking. You know what? He just made my point. I just seen it right now. People who come in and try to make everything a fucking debate. I'm like, you make my point.
How do I make your point? I say for someone who wants to debate, you sure are trying to debate. He's literally trying to filibuster a debate while not allowing his opponent.
It's the same pussy shit that I've always said about why I'm behind. Okay, look, I'll just make a bigger issue. The only reason I'm behind Israel and the whole conflict is you don't start shit, and then as the weaker person, once the other guy says something that's beating the shit out of you, what you started, get to say, okay, stop. It's the same fucking thing. He's saying, okay, like, I'm going to make this position and I'm going to say this is what's right, but don't dare come back and say anything against it, or you're the crazy debater. You're too mean. Stop that.
You want to know the fun fact? The only reason I take the exact opposite stance of you is not because Israel's actually the stronger nation. It's because the only reason Israel is the stronger nation is because they are backed by foreign
It's because
powers.
we pay for it. Yeah, we pay for it.
I say that take the foreign funding away. Take the if your citizens go to Israel and they join the IDF, don't let them come back, and let them motherfuckers duke it out. And who wins gets Palestine.
No, I get it. What I mean is in the bigger picture, what I'm saying is this. Like, I don't care who's powerful for what reasons. It's just like what Pakistan did to India. Pakistan flew a bunch of dudes in there, killed like 30 civilians, and then Pakistan gets all worked up that India bombs about 19 of their freaking air bases. And then they're talking to Trump like,
here's the thing. I agree with you 100% on this matter. You can finish your statement. I ain't trying to cut you off. But one thing that people have to understand about Muslim countries is terrorists are their special forces, are their Delta.
Yes. No, I get it. Yeah. I mean, Hezbollah and no.
Even the sleeper cells in Europe and the U.S. That's their Delta.
No, that is their military. Yes, they're suicide. They're Wahhabis. They use those sleep as to them a legitimate military tactic. Yes,
and they'll lie to your fuck. They'll lie to your.
I mean, I was a Muslim. Hello, I know the whole
Yeah, he knows. Yeah.
system.
Well,
So I'm with the Imperials of this one. I'm with the Imperials. Like I'd rather side with the Jays. Like I know Orthodox. I hate sending money to foreign conflict and all this.
I don't want to side with the Jays for all.
Right.
It's not that
I
I'm siding
understand.
with the Jays. I'm siding with my own interest in that. Look, I can have all my Catholic churches in Israel, and
Yeah,
we
but
run all the holy sites.
The thing about it is, you gain all this Catholic Church in Israel, but Israel sends all the Palestinians to Rome.
No, I know, but that's a different issue. I get that.
That's literally
Yes, but it's also our fault that we're. It's also our fault that not our fault, but the Catholic Church is housing them. The Catholic Church is its own country. It could kick them all the fuck out if they wanted to in the same day.
I get that, but you get what I'm saying?
I get what I'm saying.
You side with tomorrow's enemy to spite the enemy.
Well, I get it. But that's geopolitics in general. I mean, look. In general, that's been. I mean, look. With geopolitics, because anything other than today is so uncertain in so many terms, you can make general predictions and probably see the outcomes of what's going on. Like we can see right now.
If you see somebody poison the well, why the fuck are you going to go over there?
Because I think the way the way the last Catholic administration saw it is, oh, that's good. We can have free labor, or we get like something out of this.
Yeah.
And they don't understand. And now the new guys they saw it after the last how many years of letting people in. Look at what Maloney's doing in Italy. They're deporting everyone because they're just like, we're fucking tired of it.
Same thing. It's fucking Sweden and like all the cuck places except
actually not Sweden
are banning them.
No. Denmark is actually the ones deporting people. Not Sweden. Norway.
Sweden is too.
No.
They are. No.
Sweden
is.
Them out.
Yeah, Sweden started. No, dude, they're making a. Sweden is making. They made a new certain thing about that, like any kind of association with like extremists or whatever, which includes like Muslims, and they're deporting everyone. Because you know why? Because that Christian guy a couple months ago got killed in street preaching, and he got killed.
He burned the Quran.
Yeah, and they shot him or something in the middle of the street, and that was real bad publicity for the Swedish people. They don't like that shit.
The Swedish people are the most atheistic people, but they are the most moralistic about it.
No, they're not. They're not. The Danish are more hardcore than the Swedish. The Danish don't pay. Yo, in Danish, because I know Danish people. Like I have relatives who live in Denmark. They tell me the immigration system of Denmark is the most hardcore in Europe so far.
Well, yeah, European immigration is hard anyways. Remember, you don't get European citizenship until after 5 generations. So all these immigrants.
That's a lie. Imperius, that's a lie.
Not on the continent. No. Like for example, Italy. Like for example, if you want an actual they have different levels of citizenship. That's the difference between Europe and America. America, you're a citizen or you're not. In Europe, they have classes of citizenship. For example, you can't buy or own property in Europe unless you have a certain amount of generational descendants that have lived in that country.
No, that's a lie, Imperius. That's a lie. You can buy a property the moment you have a citizenship passport. Automatically, as long as you have the money, you can buy.
You don't.
There's no generational heritage. No need for that.
No, it is. It's called It's called de jure. No, it's literally it literally like look. The only reason I could buy the properties that I have in Italy, or the property that I have in Italy, is because literally I have an Italian citizenship. But the only reason you can have that.
Me too.
That's the only way to get a full Italian citizenship is to have multiple.
The thing about it is too, Vante, in European society, if you were a colonial subject, you are considered a citizen of those.
Exactly. Yes.
Somalians fought for Mussolini, like southern Somalia. Like our family that fought for Mussolini during World War II. And
remember, England had common law in England. It's anybody that comes onto English or colonial that is on. Dude, England is literally what the Democrats are trying to make it here. If you land on English soil and property, you're automatically a citizen. So
let me play some more of this because I want to get.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We'll shut up. Yeah, I'm not gonna say nothing. Just play the rest of this.
No, y'all can speak because this is good content. But like, I do gotta tard wrangle my homies sometimes.
I get caught up in this whole topic. My bad.
Oh no, dude, I like the passion. I like that shit.
I'm not trying to fucking debate, but you know who does this? What makes you different from Melanie Cosmic Fox? Because I have to repeat myself every fucking week. And Melanie Cosmic Fox does exist.
And this right here, comparing me to that tranny, is the final fucking straw and why I have.
He
declared
compared you to
holy
Melanie, the
jihad.
shroom.
Yeah, he said, "What makes you any different than Melanie?" Cosmic Fox.
Ooh, that's a low blow. Man.
This right here is what made me declare holy jihad against Rezla. I want a public apology for that.
Exactly what the fuck you just did.
That bitch is annoying.
How are you different from the Trans Fox right now? You're doing
He even
what Trans Fox
doubles
does.
down.
How are you two different now? Stop while you're ahead. Stop while you're ahead.
Are annoying.
Well, to be kind of, I mean, if I may,
Wait, hold on. Go ahead.
You're gonna
Go
call
ahead.
me. You're gonna call me Melanie.
Wait,
Okay.
wait,
The only
wait,
thing that I've done
wait,
is be on the discussion. Like you want to have discussion. I've been on the other side of that discussion because if you have a discussion, there has to be two parts of it. Your side and the other side, and that's all. All I was on the other side. You booted me. It is what it is. Somebody who doesn't want to debate, you sure as fuck use debate protest.
I'm not trying to
You
debate.
have a nice night. I'll see you later.
You didn't have to really do all that stuff and announce yourself or whatever. I didn't even understand it. Like again, how many times do I have to keep announcing? Now, apparently, you were told.
He got pissed. He did not kick me. I left.
Yeah.
He got pissed because I
It's
left.
the same thing of what I did on Lowe's show, and Lowe was like, "Oh, I can't." No, you didn't. I left your show. It's the same thing, dude. It's a girl's kind of thing, argument that he has, and I don't even blame Lowe because Lowe let me back on. Like I'm back on Lowe's. Like, she's a girl. I can allow that.
Lowe's
She's a girl.
Lowe's
Yeah, she's a girl. I can allow that. This is a man.
I've heard you say she's not attractive. As a racist man, I have to say
She's semi-attractive. She's not my type, is what I'm saying. She's not my type.
that's fair. I have to say she's between an 8 and a.
To me, she's a 6 or 7. Like, cause I don't see I there's something with her face that I don't like, but I mean, she's genuinely attractive. Yeah, I can see why men like her. I'm not saying.
The thing is, she's also really kind and pretty and.
She is, but she also has dude. Trust me, I've talked to her for hours in the disc, dude. Remember, I'm the one she told that like she had her tits pierced and stuff. Like I've gotten a lot.
I like that shit. That's hot.
No, I know.
like
What I'm saying is, I know her. I know her decently. She's a sweet girl, but she also is a little bit. She's autistic a little bit, and so she does have that kind of like flip out urge where she does.
As long as she will let me brat break her, I will love every woman.
She's pretty. She's actually. She's had a pretty. What else? She's had a colorful past, so she's pretty like. She's doing that weird autistic thing where she's like swinging to the way opposite to try to like even it out. Where she was kind of wild when she was younger, and she's trying to like even it out by being super like overly.
Let me fix that. Don't let me brat break you because that's not how it works. But you know what I'm saying?
No, she won't let you do that. She's pretty. I'll say that she's a good sport. Like she can take a lot of heat. Like she's pretty good about that.
You crackers, how do you get that? How do you get Rizla to Lola? Like how do you get that jump from Riz's?
Like for example, Lowe is better than this girl.
Lola is the woman and does woman shit, and Rezla is acting like a woman.
Yeah, exactly. Like Lowe, you can excuse because she is a woman and she's gonna flip out. Like I'm not mad at her. I still like I'm in her chat again. I chat with her and stuff. I was on the panel.
By the way, also, what if Rizla is Lola?
No, well, no, but what I'm saying is like the difference between. Well, the difference is that Lowe's cool, like in a relative girl sense, like compared to this girl on panel right there. I've talked to that girl on the upper right there. She's an idiot, dude. She's retarded, dude.
I
that
have
chick.
nothing negative or positive to say about Hoover because I don't know her.
No, I'm just saying my experience. She's retarded as shit.
Well, her name is Hoover. She's a sucky.
I'm gonna slow it down.
A golf ball through a garden hose, baby.
I'm gonna slow it down when Brick starts talking because like you can really see that he's fighting for that position to suck Rizla's dick. He's trying to knock.
Oh, he's like Mike with CT. Oh, CT. Oh, like I respect you. I'll be on your panel.
He's worse. He's like a brat looking for a new daddy because he's like he generally specific. Don't let him suckle on his nuts anymore.
Just ahead of time, and yet you come up and you do this shit. I don't run a debate channel, and yet you came up to debate me. You came up to make your point.
I know I said exactly, but thanks for my friend Mike up.
He could not contain himself. He had to come.
I could not contain myself because you literally compared me to a fucking tranny. I almost dropped the hard R.
A tranny.
Self-centered. Even though you literally elongated your stream by 20 minutes to run your cocksucker about me. Feminine as fuck.
I mentioned ego earlier in this shit.
I mentioned ego. Again, like I said, everything is projection. He mentions ego. The motherfucker that always talks about ego or toxic people, they're fucking egotistical and toxic.
You're right also. Like he is projecting himself because he is the most insecure person on the panel right now. The most insecure. He wants to act like a hard man. He wants to be the big man, but he's the weak man.
This is
He
why I
wants to
try.
be
This is
seen as
why.
the smart guy that's going to give like the final say of why things are right and wrong. He wants to be the
You know what? I'm glad you say that. Let me keep playing.
he wants to be the moral arbiter.
I
is
do
what
like
it's
Mike.
called.
He seems intelligent enough.
I was so embarrassed when he came up here with the
Honestly, I wouldn't have been bothered.
Oh, she was embarrassed by my single mother's enjoyer name. You know why she's embarrassed by that? Because she's probably a single mother who I'd probably run through.
Me personally, no one needs to be like me. I wouldn't have bothered.
Is it safe to say that?
I had to have the last word.
You see, here it goes.
Ego.
Yeah,
You had to have the last word, ego. But yet here you are, elongating your stream because of me to have the last word. And now, hold on, I gotta reply back to a message so y'all can discuss what's going on if you want. If it piques you off, y'all have anything to add to it?
No, I want to add a quick point between Rezla and the Super character. These are the two worst aspects of masculine and feminine energy. It's like they're both the worst Imperius. Like I feel Rezla is projecting the lowest form of a man. He wants to be a philosopher king, a wise man, masculine man, but he's a
It's called
bitch.
gall. He has a bunch of gall. Like he's he's got a lot of gall to be able to like claim a lot. Because dude, I've heard him discuss things. He's got a very basic understanding of a lot of things, but then because he rants to a lot of stupid people that reinforce and say he's smart, he genuinely believes he's smart.
Right. And by the way, Imperius, what's wrong with saying I studied XYZ, but I don't know it fully, and I'm willing to learn.
Nothing.
How about
I
saying I'm willing
started
to
so
learn?
many things that I've never finished or
Did y'all-
haven't. Are you
did
kidding
y'all-
me?
Did y'all notice how he brought up ego and said he wants to have the last word? Ego. Ego wants to have the last word, right?
Ego.
Did y'all hear that? Let me
No.
Oh yeah, and then he has to have the last word. Exactly.
I would.
He seems intelligent enough.
Ego up in me. I don't run a debate or whatever.
Sure as fuck use debate protest.
I'm not trying to
You
debate.
have a nice night. I'll see you later. Before I do that, I got a message from someone, and I'm going to read it. I'm not going to say who it's from. Not gonna lie, good streams. Love. They also sent a dono as well. They said, love where the channel is going so far, getting more viewers than any of the old political groups streams that we were in. LMAFO. I appreciate you for your support. Thank you for everybody who has donated tonight. And again, give them some more. Give them some more shout outs. And I'm
Hell
gonna
yeah.
look at it so I can update the mic ticker. Awesome possum. It has the other donation just for you, just so you know, hasn't come through yet. When it comes through, if you send a message, I will read that off. But yeah, so here we go. I'm gonna I rewind it where I was back on because like Imperius said, he brought up ego, and here.
You didn't have to really do about all that stuff and announce yourself or whatever. I didn't even understand it. Like again, how many times do I have to keep announcing? Apparently, you were told this ahead of time, and yet you come up and you do this shit. I don't run a debate channel.
Wait, Rezla, do that fucking Frenchman's wave with someone else.
And yet you came up to debate me. You came up to make your point.
I know I said it technically, but thanks for not bringing my up.
Wait,
I'm
wait,
so
wait.
embarrassed.
He could not contain himself. He had to come up and make a point. So,
By the way, what's more embarrassing as a woman? If I were a woman, I would be more embarrassed by another woman talking about, oh my God, girl, I want like 6 dudes to come in my asshole and fuck it until my asshole falls out. And a guy comes up with a single mother enjoyer tag on their as their fucking headline under their name. By the way, let me turn on them headlines real quick so y'all can see what I'm talking about. Fuck it, I got the smoke for everybody. For those of you who want to know what she's talking about, you see my headline: single mother enjoyer.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see.
No more sharks allowed.
Yo, wait, what's the appearance? Wait, what? No more chops
No more
allowed.
sharks
Oh
allowed.
my god.
What happened?
Yeah, this woman was bitching about my single mother enjoyer headline, and I showed it. I turned on headline so everybody could see, and then I saw yours said no more sharks allowed.
Oh yeah.
and then my goofy has said shout to Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, what? I read yours second. I was like, I don't know if that's a reference to something.
No, it's reference to Shiloh, the white lady. And then
It's the white woman that slipped like this at the N word to the Somali guy in the park.
But then I really like the because of the actor Shia LaBeouf from Transformers.
Oh my god! See, sometimes jokes go over my head, man. It's okay to not be the smartest man in the
Actually,
room.
Shia LaBeouf became Chad Catholic conservative now. Did you notice after he did? He converted after he did that movie Padre Pio. He apparently got into faith.
I thought it was a Uden. I thought it was a Uden. People of the tribe. Shia LaBeouf. He converted.
Like, so, hey, say what you want, dude. Like, now he's super conservative. He gives to like charity. He gives like never talk. He's super conservative. Doesn't talk about liberalism. Doesn't all, dude. Look him up, dude. Like him discovering his faith through that movie and stuff is pretty awesome. Like when I see people like, see, that's the one thing, being born into it and such a hardcore family with faith. Like I never got that kind of like amazing moment of like someone realizing it. I just always was told and knew it, you know what I mean, from the beginning. So I get jealous when people discover it and find that moment of like eureka, you know, that eureka moment in their life. So it's very, you know, I feel like envious that people get that.
Oh, awesome! We got another donation in.
Let's go.
There was no message with this one, but thank you very much to the donator. I appreciate it very much. Let me. I'm gonna play this, and y'all pay attention for what Resla says, and I'm gonna update the banner.
Cool. I mentioned ego earlier in this shit.
Well, I'll tell you, I do like Mike. He seems intelligent enough.
I was so embarrassed when he came up here with the
I wouldn't have even bothered. Me personally, no one needs to be like me. I wouldn't have bothered.
Was it safe to say that? Like,
because he had to have the last word. Ego.
Yeah, it's ego. It's absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not trying to defend that dude. I don't know if it's
Let me just let him fly over a bit. Just let him go.
I do that between us. I know it's ego. Like, so I already know. Like, I do it at home.
Oh, people who says Resla don't want a hug box. What the fuck do y'all call this?
You know,
good, nice guy, smart guy. But when I'm seeing particular shit, I'm like, this is not what it's about. This is not what it's about.
When you're discussing a topic and not debating, that probably means you're trying to reach a logical.
This is where his fucking girlfriend starts talking.
Conclusion.
No,
probably not always, but most likely. If it makes
I
sense,
can't hear you over.
Why argue
Resla's
against
dick
it?
in your mouth, Brick?
Oh wait, he said, "Look, if you want a hug box, just say it." No, how about you know where you're at? There's a time and there's a place for everything, and apparently this is not that channel.
The time and the place for everything. It's not that, but y'all were literally talking about bitches gaping. And I'm not even the one that changed the subject. That was somebody else that changed the subject.
Yeah, see, Orthodox, the best thing you do, you just stay quiet and let people expose themselves. Let them keep babbling.
Oh no,
babble.
That's what happened here.
He's just mad the conversation went a direction he didn't like. So since he didn't like where the conversation went,
but Imperius, he has to commit.
Somehow your fault.
He has to commit to the conversation. He has to commit to the whole anal, 6 anal, whatever that whole topic was. He has to commit because people in the chat are like, oh wait, what? And now you have to like, oh, there's a talking point. Commit.
Channel, and I've been said it's not that channel, and yet you come up, you even have plenty of backside conversation and everything to know what.
And this is him
backside conversation.
This is him admitting in the back chat that we've talked about everything I'm talking about. About Brick and shit, about Brick and everybody trying to tell him how to run his channel.
What kind of channel it is, and yet you come up and you do this shit.
And no, we haven't talked about what type of channel it is. We've all I've literally listened to everybody try to tell Resla how to run his channel, and him just being contrarian to everyone, including the people like me who go, dude, just do what you want to do. Fuck those people. I have since day one of watching Resla shit said, fuck what they tell you to do. Do what you want to do.
See, also that's why I love monarchy, because you'd have a weak king like Rizla, and he would not handle the pressure of monarchy, and he would collapse. The people see he's a failure and get out of here. Boots, man, either delete him, get rid of
the
him.
power vacuum
And then you install a stronger king after him to run the system.
Yeah, God grants power to the just. If you lose that power, that means you've lost the favor of God. That was the kind of
there you go.
All right, I have to get off monarchism, so let's play some more of this.
Imperius, you know what? I think YouTubing is.
Did y'all hear? He asked who's being disingenuous at this point. Press a 1. Put a 1 in chat if I'm being disingenuous. Press a 2 in chat if Resla's being disingenuous. Actually, you know what? Since my ego, how about this? Put a 1 in chat if Resla's being disingenuous. He can be number 1 this time. Put a number 2 in chat if I'm being disingenuous.
Such a wise.
You understand what the channel's about, and you
I'm gonna be Charlie, the wild card, and I'm gonna put a 3.
3 were both disingenuous retards.
But you come up and you do the dumb shit and the different shit that other people do. Who's the one being deceitful at this point? That wouldn't be me. If you already state to other people what my channel's about and the way.
And he's talking about how I'm able to tell other people what he says he wants. But it's not that I was telling other people about his channel. It's I was literally asking him, dude, what do you want? When he was crashing out on everybody, when me and Vanta was up there, I was asking, what do you want with your fucking channel?
Hey, I want to go about it. Why would you come up and do something differently? If you of all people who said you've been doing this for a while, understand what I'm looking at. Why would you do it? Unless you just want to do what you want to do.
I feel like he's just mad I'm not in his hug box.
Which means it was all about you.
I feel like you, Ortho, bro, you're getting it twisted because.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. The thug is coming out of Brick. He's got to protect that daddy.
You're acting like you left. No, it's the other way around. You got kicked, bro.
Listen to, you can hear it in his voice. You got kicked, bro.
You got kicked. You got kicked. You got expelled.
This is the guy that always, whenever you're talking about group dynamics, he'll be, "Oh, you're part of the cool kids club. Nobody liked me when I was growing up." I'm like, bro, that's problem.
Also, give me a little second. Like, I want to address you and Imperius. Like, I feel like these live streams feel like either like a monarchy dynamic, or is either religious. You know, it's like a theocracy, because either way, someone is either apostate or a disloyal member of the monarchy. Someone gets kicked out.
I agree. I agree with you. Let me expand.
That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like.
A cult religion, or you have to be kept in line by a strong owner of the camp.
There's a third part of that, right?
Okay.
Or it's complete and utter chaos, like a failing democracy.
There you go. Okay, like a death. What is that? End times. What do they call that? End stage democracy, I think.
Yeah.
Late stage capitalism, end stage democracy, whatever. Yeah.
So I think Resla's channel is a late stage democracy, because he and here you can hear the gut. Brick doesn't like me because I'm a fascist, and I told him the first thing he tried to do was convince me to not be a fascist by appealing to my sense of human rights and be like, "We're the same, bro." I'm like, no.
This is my argument though against that in general. Look, let's say I hate fascism. Great. Okay, let's just say I do. You still have to make the argument as to why the fascism exclamation is somehow worse than people exclaiming openly they're communists. So until you can explain to me and tell me why also the communists who do the same thing are just as wrong or worse, you can't make the statement to telling me why the fascists and what they're saying is wrong.
Yeah, but Brick literally says ideas are fake and not real. So he'd probably tell you the communists.
And so any ism is literally a made-up concept in the human mind, and it's not real. And he's arguing for something that literally isn't real, but everything that could be real, he argues, is in the mind. This is what I'm saying.
Brick is what I call an esoteric butthole sniffer.
Well, esoteric, the Gnostic. I know Imperius knows that term, Gnostic.
I'm not gonna say Gnostic because I have a friend.
No, he's a Gnostic. He's a Gnostic. I'm sorry, I'll call it because guess what?
He's a fucking nihilist. These are all fucking nihilists. That's what they are. These are fucking nihilists, dude. They don't believe in shit. They just
don't believe in shit. They want to sound intelligent.
Exactly. They just want to be able to morally impose themselves and have little fucking followers and feed their ego like they're little cult leaders. They
But
don't
in
fucking believe in anything. They're little rat fucks, dude. Like this
In-
one,
in-
they're all the little nerd fucking losers that never had people following them when they were young and grew with that and were used to that. If you were the popular or cool or in group or even
Yeah.
normal kids, you had
Yeah.
friend groups and people who followed and who you usually
And
followed
that's what
too.
I'm saying. Brick didn't have any of that
They-
because as soon as you start talking about shit like that,
No, Stanley, fascism does not innately have racism. Fascism is the direct control. Okay, I'm not going to do it, but yes,
no,
fascism.
I'll do it. I'll do it. I'm the host because
Don't-
Stanley's
don't-
a friend.
don't
Stanley's
say
a friend of
Stanley.
the show. Stanley's a friend of the show, and I'm
I-
Stanley. Hit the link. It's pinned. You do get on my nerves, old man.
Yeah,
I do
yeah.
like you, and I do like your opinions, and I do like hearing you talk, especially when you say motherfucker. Like the
No, he's genuinely good faith. No, Stanley's good faith in what he believes, and I
He's not
give him
good
full.
faith.
I will
He's not
never
good
meet
faith.
Stanley because
Stanley is a respected elder on the.
yeah,
on
no,
the-
he genuinely believes,
Trash show.
and he will defend with good faith his belief. If it's wrong, right, whatever. At least he genuinely believes it, and he can defend it in an intellectual way. 95% of these people out here just believe something because it feels good to them. They have no reason they believe it.
In periods. There's a reason why I call them Gnostic, right? Because I want them to feel. You know what? These goofy Westerns, like, oh, Gnostic. They see it like a cool thing, right? Like
Hold
a
on,
trend.
wait, hold
oh,
on.
Gnostic. Oh, god damn it. God, I was gonna
Let
blame-
me address that. It is an opinion because Mussolini's doctrine of fascism states that race is irrelevant to the state.
Also, can I listen?
And
I
remember,
think
purism is distinct from fascism. The German motto was distinct from fascism. as well.
in periods, like if I want to, if three of us, I think I have the most closest relationship with fascism, because in periods, are you American mainly, or are you Italian? Like, where do you?
I have Italian
feel like-
citizenship. Yes, of course, I have Italian.
No, yeah, but like culture, like
Well,
where do you
we're from
think?
Tivoli, outside Rome originally. So yes.
Oh, okay, so I'm not Italian, but I did have family members that heeded the call.
Well,
You know what that means?
Well, I had a lot of family that escaped from that. So I
Yeah.
not escaped, but ran from it in the 1920s and 30s. So yes.
And I have family in Napoli, Sampdoria.
What?
Yeah.
What you trying to hide, boy?
I know. What you
Wait a
running
minute.
for, boy?
What you running for, boy? Hold on.
And by the way, Imperial is like our last dictator.
You support
Uh,
Israel.
Our last dictator was
We don't
trained
take
under
kindly to
Mussolini.
them pan in here.
So yeah, so Stanley, if you want to talk about Italy, don't play with me, son. You can hop on. You can talk about fascism, and I'll cook you on site. Come on, Stanley.
We're
Hop
gonna get
on.
some more of the. We're gonna get some more of the videos. And you want to finish your point about Gnostics, or did I derail?
Oh
it?
yeah. Quick. If you don't, because I was trying to tell Imperials, like, the reason why I told these people, like, I know they're atheists, I know they're godless, I know they, whatever, but I like to tell them they're Gnostic because I wanna catch them in the bait. They want to believe, oh, there's something more, because the Gnostics are anti the real God, the real Almighty. Like the Gnostic is believing in the false god, the Demiurge, Yaldabaoth, and all that. So I like to trap them in that void. I'm like, oh, you sound like a Gnostic, like, oh, and then they realize, wait, I'm following the whole wrong timeline. I'm following the wrong path. I'm like, yeah, because you're goofy. You're an atheist. You're trash. You're garbage, and you're nothing. Follow the real path. And by that
The
time,
belief
it's too
in an
late. It's too
atheist, the
late.
belief in atheism innately is a more egocentric idea because what it signalizes is you believe or you want to control how the universe acts. When it fundamentally shows that there's something greater than just random chance, because you can't. Random
Imperials-
chance doesn't happen one out of one time.
Imperial, they believe in Gnosticism because of ego. They think.
But that's what I'm saying. They just don't want to bow. But notice those are the
Yes.
people that bow every day. They never want
They
to break
bow
the
to
law.
everything but God.
Exactly.
Yes,
they'll bow to
that's
every cop.
Gnosticism.
They'll bow to every judge. They'll bow to every new law regulation.
And when
They'll
you
turn-
call them out for that, they will become very violent and angry.
Oh yeah,
That's the whole. That's the whole point of Demiurge. That's the whole point of Demiurge. Is like, people don't bow to the real God, but they're like, I stand with Demiurge.
I love the thought of the demiurge, dude. I don't love the thought of it, but I love like that it's just like the big bad of the universe. Like the demiurge is lurking behind every corner. Plus, he's got a really awesome name.
I know. And Gyalda Barrows. I'm like, what kind of goofy name is Gyalda Barrows? Like, what the this goofy ass name?
What's
But
up?
yeah,
What's up, David? What's up? We are fundraising for me to get a new mic. Give me money me now. I'm stealing that from Flo. But we are also reviewing some debates that I got into and a argument that me and Resla got into because I've been too nice for too fucking long to somebody who is a narcissist and an egotistical
Fucking snake in
private-
the grass, dude. These people are snakes in the grass, dude.
Mm.
Like, there's nothing worse than a treacherous piece of shit. Like, look, say what you want about me. I may be a complete asshole, but I'm never gonna stab someone in the back because I know you know exactly.
This is
what
why
the
I
fuck
haven't
you
been to
stand.
Resla since that stream because like I'm not gonna deal with snakes.
Yeah, I may be a complete piece of shit, but you're gonna know I'm a complete piece of shit. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
stab you in the back.
That's why I have respect for Imperius. Like Imperius, he'll tell you up front he's an asshole.
Wait, hold on.
Upfront.
There is one snake I'll fuck with. Let me show y'all the one snake I'll fuck with.
My God.
Let me show y'all the one snake I'll fuck with. Hold on. Y'all keep it going. I'll show y'all the one snake. Let me-
What? The snake that liked the snake that exposed women, aka Eve. Listen, men, we fell from heaven. Originally, man and God was one. We had a harmony. We were chilling until here comes this heifer from our ribs, and she distorted the whole timeline.
Nah,
God said,
bruh.
"Don't go over there."
I have
And
to
that's what she
disagree with
did.
you. It's still on men, bro. It's still on
No,
it is on
this
men.
is the
No, it's
only-
on men. It's all on men because look, remember,
because
hold on.
Adam
Wait,
Adam
this is the
kills
only
you.
snake I fuck with.
I'm sorry.
I'm definitely afraid of snakes. But if I lift up a piece of plywood, hold on 1 second. Orthodox guy on my way to bed for an overnight show at Vanta. Uninteresting in Italy / Mussolini per se. Plus, not your son. I started with Johnson, Jason Stanley. How fascism works.
Well, we could talk about fascism in Italy. We can
But
talk
you
about
got you. If you're gonna talk about fascism, you also need to read the source material, Stanley, not just someone's opinions and cliff notes on it.
But the thing is there's also a difference between fascism and how people have individually implemented fascism.
Right.
Just like
right.
communism. There's the idea of communism where the state just distributes everything all nice and everything. Sure, it's a great concept. It's never been implemented because it can't be.
Exactly. But this is the only snake I fuck with. And I see a copperhead going, hiss, motherfucker. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna walk in my fucking room. I'm gonna grab the smoke cage, blow the spot. I'm gonna go trample upon the serpent and blow it out.
He said, hiss, motherfucker. If you ever see a snake say some shit like that, first off, you gotta have the gold too.
The only snake I'm gonna fuck with. I'm gonna fuck with the
Yo,
giant.
that motherfucker was laughing like me.
But the thing is, but he is right though. It's not Adam or Eve's fault. It's Adam's because God told Eve, "Go listen to Adam. He'll tell you the rules."
No,
remember, God talked. No, God spoke and told the rules to Adam and said implement them, and he didn't do it right, so it's his fault. But that's the reason why that's the reason why men have power, have been given strength, violence, all that kind of stuff.
That's
but we
also
get
the reason that we were kicked out of the Garden of Eden.
Exactly. We're the fault.
And Imperius, I mean, maybe I'll touch
It's the Spider-Man thing. With great power comes great.
I would be doing sexy time with my ex, right? She would talk about shit like before and after, how she's a daughter of Eve and or daughter of Lilith.
Oh
and
my god!
Oh yeah, I hate that Lilith shit.
No, one time I looked at her and I go, "No, bitch, you're retarded. You're a retarded fucking woman. You're a daughter of Eve."
Lilith is the mother of demons.
Women who are semi-religious or spiritual or into the occult always they're the daughters of Lilith shit because she was the first to rebel, the first human to rebel against God and was cast out. of Eden.
Yeah, and notice how they always want to be so they closest to Satan. You know, they like want to be close. You know, the same parallel. Just the first to rebel, the first to be cat. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I'm just like, I'm like, no, you're a daughter of fucking Eve. And she's like, why do you say that? And I said, because you're,
everybody
because
is.
You're bitchy.
Yeah.
You're fucking just as subversive.
You're never satisfied.
I was getting one hell of a fucking blowjob before, but after that,
There's that
over.
comedian. There's this comedian I was watching. He had this joke where he was saying, he's like, you know, Adam and Eve were all. You would think it really speaks to the nature of women, and he goes, you know, they're in the greatest, most peaceful place. They can be naked all the time, no colds, no sniffles. Everything's perfect. They don't have to worry about food or water, entertainment. They talk to the animals. Everyone's cool. They can fly in the sky. They can do whatever they want. And Eve just goes, it's not enough.
David Wayne, I think the fruit was the nasty dance. Afterwards, they realized they were naked. Nah, bro, I don't agree because you can't tell me that you're gonna see a pair of bouncing tits and a tight ass on a woman nakedness and not be plowing. I'm sorry.
Listen.
Yeah, he was made. She was made for him to be sexually attractive.
Yeah, they were technically married under God. So
yeah, no, he was literally she was literally one body with him. She was created from his rib. It's literally like that's where the whole entire the idea of marriage is that it was literally two people become one flesh. So they were.
Come on, Stanley. You know that's not true. See,
come on. You always have to research. Yes, you always have to research the original data set and stuff.
No, Stanley's in troll mode. This is when Stanley's trolling.
I know he's Stanley's tired. He's got to go to bed here soon. So
I don't take
Stanley. It was the boner, bro. Imagine how red bro got. He got embarrassed at his first boner. That's funny.
You see. Wait a minute. Imperius. The rule
Stanley,
was like,
I'm literally a fascist. This is literally my ideology. I'm more of an expert than anyone you could talk to right now.
And by the way, the one expert died during COVID because you know that whole.
I gotta drop you down for about 2 minutes, Vanta. You said that C word. Damn.
What did he say? What word?
He said the vid. He dropped the hard C. He dropped the hard C.
Oh.
Well, since Vanta's down, I got a 2-minute timer.
No.
Yeah. Go just play it all this
around. You got kicked, bro.
I gotta bring Vanta back up. I think he knows. Did you hear that? Y'all hear that? You got kicked, bro. Like trying to be thuggish and cool. Like that's fucking wild.
You did get kicked. Let's be clear. And here's the thing. Maybe you were trying to make some valid.
Somebody last time I brought this up on stream said, I think it was Stormcrow. He said he sounds like a nigga the first time he's got power.
Point. But you were going about it real shitty, in my opinion. That's my humble opinion.
He just says it's in his opinion because he doesn't like me. Type a 1 in chat if I was being shitty, or a 2 if I was being honest.
Dude, you were being honest and just saying an opinion that just you didn't like.
Exactly. And this is Brick and everyone's big contention.
Stinking couch topic.
I don't care about the stinking couch topic. Was the fucking topic about Alex getting her asshole beat out by like 18 dudes?
That's my point. See, the thing is there's a line that content creators have to actually have for honesty too. If you have a panel that you're saying is open, you have to be able to let the person be open with what they're saying. If you have a closed panel for a certain topic, then you can coordinate it. But you don't get to bitch and then because a lot of the times what it is they expect.
I gotta make a shitty joke. Dwayne, David Wayne. Every time I get with the girl, I find the rib because I rearranged them guts. My bad. Go ahead.
You know what's weird too? If you know when you grab, when you're grabbing her around the waist when you're doing it and stuff like that, and you feel they have one less rib on either side than us. It's creepy too.
Well, one of ours is also bigger.
Yeah, no, but they have one less on either side too because they have to carry the baby. You know.
Oh yeah, but that's kind of hot.
No, it's hot. I get what, but I'm just saying it's kind of like it's weird because that's why your hand can kind of.
Damn, it was passionate.
Basically came in with the
stinking.
Well, that's why it's cool because you can actually fit when you can grasp your hands if you have a hot chick and your middle finger and your thumb of both hands can touch each other. You can actually wrap your hands around their waist. It's pretty cool. You know what I mean?
No, me and you. I can tell me and you both like the petite bitches.
Yeah, well, just thinner girl. Yeah, I mean, look, I've been with like more like Kim-ish type girls too, and I like them too. But if I'm looking at like the type that I think are the hottest, it's like, the taller, thin, perky B cups.
If
You know what I mean?
you really don't know the measure of a woman unless you've been elbow deep in her.
Yeah.
And I'm not
Elbow
joking.
deep.
That's not a joke. That is my honest opinion. Because don't look, man. Don't be freaky if you can't handle the stigma.
Dude, yeah, dude. Well,
I
the
don't
thing is, that the hottest chick, like the chicks that act like the sweetest and innocent, and are the most ones that like when they get close to you and let their shit out, go freaky and go nuts, dude.
That's true, but when you have a honest to god crazy one that's damaged.
Oh
it's
yeah,
so
oh yeah,
much
no. If you
better.
have a nympho, that's a little exception. Yeah.
I like petite nymphos. Like that's like
Little spinners and stuff.
I
Yeah,
will
I get it.
fucking break you, or I will.
Where you like
die
walk
trying.
them around upside down, where they're blowing. You're walking them around naked upside down. You know what I mean? Just I get it.
I prefer petite blondes, but redheads are great. Yeah.
I dated a like, what was she? A mixed Filipino and Spanish and she was like 5'1", 105 back in. Oh my god, dude! It was like you could just throw her around like a freaking.
If you date a crazy woman, it's like dating a redhead all the time. And then when she actually is redheaded or blonde, because blonde women and redheads are the same. I don't care what anyone says.
Yeah, it's like opposite sides of the same coin, kind of. Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually dated a crazy bitch. She's like,
blondes are crazy narcissistically, like they always want attention, and redheads are crazy jealous. Like they're crazy if you turn away from them. Blondes are crazy. Like it's different. Like redheads are always thinking that you're cheating.
If you get a crazy girl, you're right. If you get a crazy girl, though, she's both at the same time, whether she's redheaded.
Yeah,
or
probably.
Okay,
Yeah. Because it's like a push pull. They think they're
sex is great.
Yeah, well,
best,
makeup sex. Yeah, makeup sex. Oh, yeah,
the best at crazy short term.
Especially when you basically hit them what we've been talking about all night about the not caring, and then they realize they're wrong and they like fucking peek their head into your bedroom door and they're like, "Hey, how you doing?" It's like, "Hey, how are you? You ready to talk? You're gonna wig out on me?" No. So what you want to do? And she's just like, "Shut up." Just gets in the bed.
Because that's all they know is how to get you to think how do I say it? That's the only way for them to feel that, for them to think that you like them back again, is for them to, you know what I mean? Like they don't understand. They don't even get that men can sit and you could talk to them, and I could get close to someone by talking to them and stuff, not just fucking them all the time.
I've had that reaction with my ex. Right, mid, she's riding the fuck out of me. Mid, she's like, so I won, right? And I'm like, nah. I just
exactly.
Sat on the side of it. I'm like, nope.
Exactly. It's all just they want to think that they got you close again to them, that you're back in normal, everything's made up and everything's fine. It's all washed away. That's all.
No better feeling than edging a woman. All right.
Oh yeah. Oh dude. Oh yeah.
You can eat the pussy and you stop like right.
Well,
when
that's why if you're a real baller, if you're a real like a real fucking player, it's the girls that you can get on the first date and you just kiss them goodnight, dude. They will then for the next ever just be able to be your fuck toy, dude. Because you walked away after the first date and you kissed them and said, "I'll call you soon," and then you wait dude. They'll be.
How sweaty the session's gonna be by how they spurg out that day. So true. Be fighting just for the makeups.
Dude, there's an old song that said, "What rap
song?" Hold on, I gotta get angry at the chat. We're not stooping to the topic, guys. This is not a debate. Jesus.
Yeah, we're not sticking to this. Isn't a debate. Look, we're just trying to have an honest conversation here. I hate that. It's the same shit Karan says, though. These bussy kind of like sassy black men nowadays. Like, I don't get it, Vanta. Like, black guy used to be all like Geotron or like, at least just like whatever, like, fuck it, I don't give a fuck. Now they're like these sassy men that are like, oh my God, how can people be doing this? This is just, oh my God. It's like, what the
Imperious, you know what, Imperious? I can name them, but I don't want to name them on this channel, but name names. You know who infiltrated hip hop.
We name and shame around here, boys.
No, name the fucking names. We want, dude. I'm telling you, I know who you're talking about, though. Yeah, dude. These
Did they go by Abraham, Noah?
Yeah. All those black panelists,
Levi.
They're all these sassy black panel, like, dude. Like, I go on X too. Like, there's this guy, Bo or Mo, I think, or something, that has these channels about black.
Bolo.
And yeah, dude. Like,
This is
he
what
talks like,
this is what we're here for, Stanley. We got to engage on these slippery topics. Somebody's got to let it out.
Imperius, all I'm gonna say is I'm glad, as a Somalian pirate, I'm glad the Ethiopians are my neighbors because they are my backup against the powers that be. I'm just saying. The Ethiopians, I can marry. By the way, Orthodox, I can marry an Ethiopian chick, and I'm immune from the powers that be.
yeah,
I'm just saying.
dude, you should get with cultivating, dude. She's pretty hot, dude. I mean, for an older dude.
Yeah,
I'm
but
stuck in my head right now.
she's a MILF. She's too old for me.
Edging bitch is being like after like y'all argue and they don't get it in their head. Fuck shit, and y'all are cuddling. And you start cracking jokes, and then you piss her off again, and she pouts, and she like hits you in the chest. That shit is peak. That shit makes
Yeah, but also you don't understand, like, but Imperius. Speaking of cultivate, I think we need to introduce Imperius. Introduce Orthodox to.
Yeah, you got to go on cultivating's panel. She's fun, dude. She's a good sport, dude. She's a good chick, dude.
Yeah.
Like, he takes the heat. She loves, like, dude. She has so many black guys saying that they're gonna kill her and stuff. It's so ridiculous, dude. They literally say, if I find you cultivating, you freaking white out.
She's Ethiopian.
Yeah, she's Ethiopian. She's legit Ethiopian that came here as an immigrant like 25, 30 years ago. Yeah, like as when she was young. And like, dude, she's a legit cool chick. Like, she's still a girl where she messes up a little bit, and you can.
No, wait, Imperius, come on, man. She's a proper woman. She's a woman.
But what I'm saying is, in general, she's a decent chick. Like, she is decently cool chick.
Yeah.
Like, and she's hot, dude, for being 40. What, dude? If she when she posts, dude, I'm telling you, like, and it's more just that because she carries herself like a certain dignified way.
Hold on. Speaking of begging for the tip,
I need some tips here, guys. Come on, the tip jar.
Yeah, the tip jar. You know, hit the cash app. That Orthodox guy. You know, since apparently I beg for tips according to the people in.
No, sorry, you won't get shit from me because I vote for no. So the British coins are blocked. I'm just.
You can't cash app. Damn.
Wait! What are you? Actually, by the way, cash app is blocked in the UK.
Is it really?
Yeah. Because I tried it with CT, and yeah, they're like, "Oh, Cash App is blocked from the UK." Son of a bitch! Can't say nothing on Cash App.
Well, it's not really a tip. I'm providing a show. You don't have to give. I do it.
Did they have a PayPal? At least they have a PayPal account. You know.
Yeah, I trust you enough. If you want to donate, I'll send you the PayPal after the show because it's going to go to getting a better mic.
Yeah. You can DM me.
Yeah, I
on
think
Discord,
Cash App is
Discord.
only the U.S. Yeah, they block. Dude, it's weird. There's no international. Well, I understand why. I mean, I think we know why. But I mean,
there's people in the UK who use Cash. They must use a VPN or something because you don't have to have a phone.
well, I think they do. You can do a registered through a business. Like if you have a business account, I think you can send Cash App like through. But as a private individual,
That might be what ERB was talking about.
Orthodox, what Imperius trying to imply is that terrorism.
You don't want drug people sending wired money through like international.
I don't think he was here when I said I don't like because Bumpkin said get with the times because I don't really know how to work Cash App that well. And I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry, I don't deal drugs anymore.
Exactly.
PayPal is more regulated than Cash App. That's why they get leeway.
Yeah, PayPal. All the money goes through a bank and goes through a Swift account and stuff like that.
Yeah, Swift. Yeah,
like PayPal is only or Cash App is just bank to bank like transactions, which are as harder to trace. I mean, you can trace them; it just takes more. But that's why they're only in the one country. It's only they don't.
Imperius, Cash App's like LimeWire, it's like peer to peer.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a peer to peer bank wire. It's like if you send money to an escrow or something. But what I'm saying is like that's why you can't send it out of the country. That's only in the U.S.
Yep. Because I tried, I was like, "Oh, Cash App, let me sign up." They're not available in the UK.
Understandable.
Well, and also the feds want their currency. They want their tax transaction when you try to convert the money too. They want that money conversion.
As Flo says, the grift will resume momentarily.
The grift will continue. Like, the beatings will continue until morale improves, right?
Yes. The beatings will continue. Actually, I'm gonna turn that into a grift clip now because that is like my shit. The beatings will. But let me play some more of this Resla video while I log
Leave
my
her
bingo.
begging for the tip.
You got to, bro. You got to leave her begging for more. All right. Can y'all
Care
see
about
it?
your stinking couch topic.
Like basically came in with the energy to debate.
You got
Just-
honestly, guys, you don't have to do that. You don't. I get you're making your own particular point, but you don't have to do that. I don't want to make it seem like that then he left and he can't even really defend himself, whatever, because he came back up. If he's gonna leave, let him leave on his strong point. I'm gonna let him leave on his strong point. That's it.
No, I mean I'm getting what you're saying, Rez. I was just defending you as far as like
No, don't bother. Let him leave on his point.
I was just defending you.
I was just being your bitch.
Yeah, like a man needs to be defended.
Like, why are you defending another? That's why I always say, like, look, if you're saying something you know is wrong, it's a crime. Then you could say something. But dude, if a guy's talking shit about another dude, like, just stay the fuck out of it. A guy can defend himself. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, that's what I don't get about it. He just wants a hug box, and he's realizing, because I'm saying in chat, I've already said that at this point, and he's realizing, oh fuck, he's right.
Well, dude, it's the same what Mike does, dude. Like, dude, you should see all the back chat like clips that I've gotten sent.
He
Of
of all
Mike in the
people
back,
know
like,
what I'm.
my CT Bob, I'll be your new Imperious. I swear, I'll be respectful toward the Holy Trinity of you, Gimpy. I'll never disrespect you guys like he did. So I'll just be just like him. Please let me just be on the panel when you guys come up. It's pathetic, dude. It's really sad, man. That's literally one of the chats that was sent, dude. Like in the StreamYard chats, like. Dude, people are sad. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, people are so bored or have nothing to do with life that they're constantly looking for anything to like do. It's sad, dude. I feel bad for people, man.
I mean, as we should. I feel bad for people every day. Myself, my family, the community.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for me that we got to live in this world. I mean, look, I'll say this about. Like, dude, and this is the thing where, you do kind of argue or can see what the elites are talking about, that maybe it's not antinatalism, but maybe we need to like restrict and make it so that you don't just have that, because man, dude, we could, if we narrowed down and kind of focused in on who make it more.
Imperious. I woke up, I realized, this whole, Japan is, that they have low birth rate. Maybe that's good. Maybe low birth rate is good because culture, the countries can look inside instead of relying on outside or overpopulating for no reason. Maybe we need some shortage everywhere.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, because remember, a lot of the times throughout history, war was because there was so much excess people that it was destroying the country's foundation. You had and you're just like, okay, we got to conquer more land to get more resources, or we're going to end up being out eating ourselves. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so, I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying war is good or kill you, but it's just like, look, but we have an excess of. In the past, we would not have these many useless people that weren't every day at least trying to survive by doing something, digging ditches, building something, working as some kind of whatever, or to try to survive. Now, you've got literally, I would say, 60% of America that sits on their ass most of their life and doesn't do anything.
You heard the old adage, Imperious, less is more. Less is more.
Yeah, quality over quantity. Quality over quantity.
I think obviously not war, but I think modernity is gonna wipe out the most useless people, and we have to rely on, again, going back into our deeper selves and becoming more creative and innovative. That's
like,
probably more.
Human beings only rise
beneficial.
to the occasion when they're forced to do so.
Yes.
Like, we've been so sedentary and so just lazy. Like, human beings now are worthless because we have no reason no adversity to deal with. And I'm not saying all human beings. I'm saying, look, if you go to third world countries, those people are more productive. Even the poorest, dumbest people usually are more innovative or can survive on their own than an American. American without a fast food restaurant, without a grocery store, they wouldn't know what the fuck to do.
In periods, have you noticed a lot of first worlders are moving to second or third developed countries just be part of the the evolution, because they know long term those countries are going to be more beneficial.
Yeah, but because it look, well, that's why Brazil, Russia, India, China, those the BRICS countries are so, because that's the investment part, because you're seeing what they will be. Like, they're trying to streamline, they're getting rid of it's going to take 100 years or so, you know what I mean? But there you can see what's happening, you know what I mean? You can see the evolution of and when they do, it'll be beautiful. And for America, unfortunately, we'll still have all this old shit that will be propping up of these inefficiencies that will just be stringing along. You know what I mean? Like, the problem is that we refuse to acknowledge that we have problems fundamentally, and you got to build from the bottom. Like, people don't even realize some of the pipes in America are like 100 years old in major cities. 100 years old.
Oh, trust me, I know, because I live in a house where it's like a Victorian era. It's like 200 years old pipage and wooden. The architect. Listen, I know of an old system. God damn, it's horrible, horrible. And by the way, how can you upgrade it, Chris? How can you upgrade an old system like that?
Well, you can't structurally. You just have to integrate what you can. Like you have to integrate what you can integrate in. Like, a lot of they have integrated, sewers and everything. But unless you're going to blow the build, you're not going to build with new materials and bulldoze the entire house down or for one wall or something. You're going to have to just rebuild it all in modern architecture, modern materials, modern, structural development. But look, the thing is, I think there's also a beauty in the old things too. It's just what I'm saying about the old is that we also don't upkeep them here. Like, we don't keep the pipes. Like, look, those 100-year-old pipes work just fine if we upkept them. We just don't upkeep them. Like, those beautiful old bridges. Look, our bridges are 100-something years old. They still work. They're beautiful. They're great. But we don't upkeep them. You know what I mean? Like, that's the problem. We don't keep them.
All right, man. So the grifting can continue. I sent you my PayPal.
Got you. Oh, wait a minute. This N-word drifting hard.
You don't have to. I just thought it would be funny to do it for the meme.
Yeah, and I know that Reddit, the guy that did it was an antinatalist, but that's a guy that thinks the human race in general should not exist. I'm not saying that. Like, I'm saying
that's just evil anyway.
The Malthusian system. Like,
yeah. I'm not saying. I'm not. Yeah.
In period, we can have a real deep talk about antinatalism, because that
it's a self-hatred. It starts at a self-hatred.
Yeah,
it starts.
You hate yourself. You hate your race, and then you wind up hating all the other humans.
Yeah, and then you hate. Yep, exactly. It's all the ideologies start with your own. Like, remember, all the ideologies that fester into these larger kind of isms that destroy people is someone's own individual hate that they spread out there, and they convince other people to think that way too.
Right. But people think it's only white people. No. This is happening globally. Like I said, the Africans, the Middle Easterns, the Asians. This is going down. Yeah.
True. Let me play some more.
Because of modernity. Oh yeah, carry on.
No, I do got 3 clips. I do got 3 videos I want us to go over, and they're rather long a piece.
What I want, and yet he came up and did. So he came up, he expounded his point after I kicked him. Let him leave on his high note.
True.
He can leave feeling moralistic about what he said. It's fine. It doesn't change anything. No, we don't need to do this because I'm not going to debate with you. Again, you want to turn something into a debate. You're making the point by saying this. Nah, we can do this. You're making it exactly what I said. Let's not. And you claim to already know it. And now you're changing up. You're reneging. You're being ignorant. So stop. That's all. You don't have to make yourself.
All I'm hearing is that.
You don't.
But what he does is he says, "Okay, if you disagree with me, it becomes a debate, and you're a bad guy. If you disagree with me, it becomes a debate, and now you're a bad guy. Stop being dishonest. You're disingenuous."
Okay.
Sorry.
It was some dude. Some dude said he had a whole thing. Keep my, he hasn't shown shit, so don't get caught up in something you haven't seen.
670 yards. Giggity. Oh.
I just want to see the fucking coins. Anyway. I am still here and awake, by the way.
How are you? Oh, you're very, very excited.
Hell yeah.
I'm just saying, when it came to people saying how much card.
Oh, Mama's even like on the fucking wall.
All right. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna do a quick job for everybody because I need to cut this back. And I'll get to you guys in a moment. Hold up here. So, folks, as we're gonna end up this particular subject, even when I'm thinking about this particular thing, and we're gonna let it rock the way it is. we gotta stop. We gotta stop treating intelligence like it's some moral compass. We really need to start walking away from that. 'Cause a lot of
Just
people
being
don't know what they're
egotistical,
listening
I
to.
would have
And a lot of
stayed
people
and
start thinking that
argued.
the
You just
intelligence
want a hug
which is
box.
really
Have a
just
nice night, dude. Stop
a lot
projecting.
in a lot of
Just
people's
do what
spaces
you
fake
want.
confidence. To be honest, I talked
A
a lot about it
one-sided
even earlier
discussion
today.
is a hug box, man. Fuck the high
There
ground.
are brilliant
Fuck the
people.
W.
Don't get me wrong. There are
Integrity
definitely
is the way to
brilliant people out there
Orthodox,
that
he's
claim
babbling. He's babbling, bro. He's babbling. Look
Yeah, he
at
got
Right, and what he tries to do is say, "I'm speaking now for everybody in there. So look at this guy. Everyone, look at him and see he's the bad person." You know, it's like a girl's talk. It's like, look, we as a group now have to stop thinking this way, and I'm gonna be the we, and I'm gonna speak for everybody. So now everyone look at him and try to ostracize him and make him feel bad like a girl would.
As
You
far
see
as
what I'm
I
saying?
know, I'm not banned from over there. I just will not be returning over there for the time being.
No, it's just like a lot of the like that's I mean, like I love CT shows, but even on I haven't even watched the show because to me it's like kind of boring now. If you're gonna start banning people, that was the whole point. Was like everyone said whatever the f you want over there. Now that you don't do that, it's kind of like I don't care. Like you know what I mean? It's the same thing over there. If your wrestler's gonna sit there and go, I'm gonna have people up and say things, and then if you disagree with him, he's gonna therefore call it a debate, and therefore debates aren't good, and you're being disingenuous, and we're just you know.
I'm gonna mute the tab. You and Vanta talk about. I just got a message that apparently Rezla's addressing it because he peeked in over on the stream.
Okay.
See if that's true. I'm gonna see if that's true. If it is, we can
Yeah,
go
check
over
it out. Yeah, check it out. Yeah, because dude, go ahead, check it out. Yeah.
Yeah, y'all talk about natalism, keep everybody entertained. I'm gonna just see.
Yeah.
It might not be true. People might just be stirring the pot.
Well, just say
If
just
it is,
it
it's
probably
different
isn't because
content.
probably people are stalking shit. You know how the internet is; they want blood.
But the last time somebody said it, Rezla did pop over here because we were talking about the lore, and he was very angry about it.
Okay, we'll see. Yeah, so Vanta, like antinatalism,
Yes,
what
sir.
it is, it starts as a hatred for it's a desire for your own self-deletion because you feel
Yeah,
inadequate. and
your
you feel
genealogy.
Yeah, you feel unfulfilled in your own life, and therefore you're mad because the world unfulfilled you. So therefore, it couldn't be good for anybody. So human beings don't do anything good. We need to eliminate humanity. That's what it really comes to.
But here's my counter, Imperius. Like you know the RK theory, right? RK strategy, where
Yes, the mating
saying
strategy.
the short term.
Oh shit, he is talking about it.
Okay. Well,
he's
shut up. Put it
talking
on.
about it.
Stream it. Yeah, stream it. Let's see what he's saying. Put it on.
He's not directly talking. He's talking around it. All right, hold on. He said they're 50 strong. He's got like 13 people watching, but okay.
Into this whole stream where the movie Sinners, right? No. Oh my God! Like how people can easily derail a point that's being made. But this is the point that I. By the way, folks, if you haven't been watching the stream where I know we're about 50 strong in here, I know a lot of y'all get into this whole conversation because you want to just see
Imperius, I want to badly invade just to be
names or whatever.
I know. Yeah.
On my
No,
platform.
none of that.
Now, me and OG.
No, I know. I'm gonna pass out. soon.
Yeah. I'll control myself.
Segment, we get into a whole lot of stuff. Me, I like to make sure that people are thinking about what's going on. Because a lot of y'all motherfuckers, I'm just gonna be honest with you. Y'all listen to whatever the fuck y'all hear, and you don't
do this. Do the bottom cash app, not the
You
top
don't.
ones.
I really wish you would. But you get out there and I run across you motherfuckers in the streets and y'all say shit about what podcast or what creator you say, and I ask you what you think, and all of a sudden it's a whole different conversation.
What the fuck?
I literally talk to you guys on a regular basis, be it on my channel, be it in the comment section, be it on emails, Discord, which I'll be getting a little bit more people in Discord, or whether in real life. And I really wish that y'all wouldn't drag the internet into real life. Because when you open your eyes and you see the real world around you, you don't see half the shit that you're seeing on the internet.
That's gay.
Blah.
He's
Another
literally just
soliloquy that he thinks he's like he's giving some like monumental like discovery. Don't take the internet into real life. Okay, so you don't want to be 111. Great. That's fucking not some genius take. You know what I mean? Like, Jesus Christ, dude. I mean, I like Rezla, but sometimes he literally sniffs his own farts. I mean, he thinks he has like given some like philosophical like discovery that is like new to the world. It's not something new. I don't know. Anyways, I gotta hop off here because it's 11. I gotta pass out. But
No, hold on.
okay, all right. Well, we'll put on
Hold
what
on.
you got to put on here. I got a few. I'll stay for a few more. But we gotta hurry this shit up.
All right,
For what,
we'll
whatever
get
you
through it.
want me
I
to
at
see.
least I do want you to see both, but I at least want you to see how these fucking
Yeah, let me see at least one of them. All right.
yeah. Hold on, let me find it.
Yeah, take your time. It's fine. I'll wait here. I'm just gonna fucking take care of some shit. So I'm here. Just tell me when it's ready. I'll be back.
I'm gonna be pretty soon. Like I need to hop off, but also, like I'm trying to find your PayPal. For some reason, it's not finding you on PayPal. God damn it!
No, the grifting, it's ending.
Oh no!
PayPal's
It's
like,
the star people.
find
It's
you, bro.
Gimpy. It's Gimpy.
It's
Gimpy's like, I told you can't be anti-Semitic, boy.
I told you, sir.
I literally pasted. I'm like, we can't find this human being. We can't find him.
Did he clip out my? Okay. All right, here it is, fellas. Here is my. It's a 10-minute debate, and then we can do.
All right, yeah, I'll watch it. Yeah, for sure. Just play it straight. No, play it straight, and I'm gonna listen, and then at the end, I'll tell you and we'll discuss it at the end for a few minutes.
Also, we can do a finale after. We can do a finale before we leave.
Fatality.
This is
another
okay.
soul added. Another soul added to the safe of souls. We didn't even get to have the 1v1 yet. All right. So now, Robert.
That's a strategy.
I'm gonna. Oh, okay. What's the matter, you versus Ortho? All right. Let's get it. Let's move
Straight
back.
into the fire. I didn't know how it was going to
I
happen.
know Ortho waits all the time and then gets right into the fire.
Go, trial by fire.
Let's go. All
This
right,
was
let's
at like
get
6 o'clock in the morning too. I was
everyone
tired.
into the back. All right, now, what did you think about that topic that I just brought up, Orthodox guy? There's nothing wrong with a 40-year-old dating an 18-year-old.
I'd rather not get into that. That's just it's bad. It's bad. I could do the relationship when everyone was arguing about.
Which one?
Really, are men responsible one?
Okay, so men are mostly to blame for the failure of modern relationships. What do you think?
I think they are.
And I'm pretty sure you said
They're
no.
not.
All right, yeah, perfect. All right, look at that. Good suggestion. Let's fucking go. Chat. We are going to since it was a 50, we're going to 6 minutes to start. By the way, Beaver, tell Easy to read the message. Oh, sorry, Raw Dog. Yeah, I should have realized you wanted me to read that. Beaver, it said, "Bring back the Beaver with love from Raw Dog." Sorry, I should have read that. My bad. I Raw Dog, to be fair, I don't tell anybody who the Cash Appers are or the PayPalers unless they announce it. So I was just sticking in my routine. You know what I'm trying to say? But listen, appreciate you, Raw Dog. You a real one. Yeah, so chat, because ZT Dan paid 50, we're going to 6 minutes to start instead of 5. Okay. If you want to add on more minutes, it's 10 to add on a minute. It is 60. If you want to be the solo
I didn't even need but 4 to stomp this guy in the mud, by the way.
judge of the 1v1. If we don't get a solo judge, it will go to the poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get.
All right, I'll let you go first.
Well, I don't think that men are responsible because women have adopted this toxic women's lib kind of attitude. They want, for example, a man who's going to provide for them and go out and work 80 hours a week, but then they complain about the man not spending time with them, and that's just one general.
That bitch to the curb. You just kick that bitch to the curb and deal with it. Keep trucking, find another one. They're a dime a dozen. See, the problem.
Okay,
is,
well then,
the problem is men are weak.
men would be.
Men have become weak and submissive. That's a woman's role. The men on this panel dodged accountability like crazy during that whole debate. on both sides.
So what do you suggest that the men do to? You're just saying kick them to the curb?
Yeah, just don't date them. Just fuck them.
Well, but these are
Don't
people
marry
that are
them. Don't
already
invest
in relationships that we're talking about.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
but
In the relationship,
are
if
breaking
you
up.
if you have a wife that will not obey you, will not listen to you, will not do anything, end it, because it's only going to hurt you in the long run.
Okay, well that might be true, but the fact is these people have already gotten married, so we kind of assume that they've
Divorce. We have the highest.
decided that
We
they
have the
work
highest.
together.
We have the highest divorce rates. They don't work better. It's tragic, and it's better to be divorced than deal with this bullshit.
Women
The
instigate
simple
90% of divorces.
Yeah, it's because men are permissive and put up with bullshit. And if you lower your value by putting up with that bullshit, you deserve what you get. You get what you get. If you literally allow
Well,
your woman to be permissive, or you are submissive to your woman, she is going to treat you like shit because women are not attracted, by and large, to submissive men.
I agree, but they ask for men that are sensitive. But then if they see
Women are
anything like
stupid to
that,
make
going
bad.
with
Women are stupid to make bad decisions and don't know what they want. It's up to us as men, for one, to
Okay.
not tolerate simps. It is up to us to not tolerate simps, and if she wants a fucking simp, she can go to him and be unhappy. Kick a bitch to the curb. A good woman will see the value
Well,
in
you're
you.
basically arguing that women are responsible because you're saying that the women are
No,
the
I'm
problem and the
not.
men just need to
Men
go
are
ahead and leave them.
responsible because they are not willing to take accountability for their actions, and they are not willing to hold other men responsible for the bullshit that they do.
Other men responsible?
Mm-hmm.
If
If you hear one of the homies talking about, oh, well, this girl did this, this, and this, you're like, why did you put up with it? Why did you deal with it? Because if you are the leader,
Okay,
if you are the
women are responsible for the women are responsible for the failure of the relationship then because they're not acting right.
No, men are responsible for the failure of the
Yeah,
relationship
that's what
because
you're saying.
they chose the wrong partner.
Okay.
Women are the
Yeah, well then the women chose the wrong partner as well
men
then.
sleep with who they want to. Men sleep with who they can. Women sleep with who they want to. Men marry who they want to. Women marry who they can.
If the man chose the wrong person to be with, then so did the woman.
No, the woman was there. The man is the one chasing the woman. The men are the one chasing women. They want these sluts. They want these women to They want these women to dominate them because I think the majority of men have mother issues. I think the most men want to be told what to do because they become.
So what? She still made the wrong choice. She still chose the wrong partner as well.
No, the women are retarded and make bad decisions. That's a given in society.
See, these aren't arguments. Okay, then it's the woman's fault because women are retarded.
It's a matter of fact. No, it's men's fault because men chose the partner. You choose who you were in a relationship with.
No,
you sleep with who you can. You fuck who you can, but you choose who you're in a relationship with.
The woman chooses who to marry as well.
You made a bad choice. That is on you.
Then the woman made a bad choice as well.
Responsibility for you. No, this is men being feminine. I'm literally arguing with a woman right now. This is the same fucking shit that women do in every fucking argument.
No, bullshit. Women made the wrong choice as well. We don't just hey, can I get a fucking sentence out without you interrupting me? That doesn't make you win a debate. That you interrupt me every single time that I speak. That doesn't make you win a debate.
Verbal combat? Is this not blood sports? This ain't a formal debate.
Okay, well, if you want to conduct that way, we can just shout over each other the whole time, and that's really good somewhere.
We can. This is if I'm wrong, the host can step in.
Okay, then let's just go ahead and do that. Then that's totally intelligent, and that's really going to get us started a lot of places.
Well, I mean,
Christ.
Hey, look, dude. Everybody on both sides that was wrong because they were arguing retarded. It is absolutely the man's fault, and I know for a fact. There are a lot of fucking weak men who whine and complain and go, oh, I'm a strong, manly man. No, you're not. When men, by and large, have become fucking submissive and cowards.
We don't, just like he was asking, what tool do you expect that we use to force women to do these things? And you're basically saying that all these women are all fucked up.
We
So
have
that
our
makes it their
judgment.
fault. That makes it their fault that the relationships are all failing. The relationships are all failing because the women are all fucked up, you're
Nuts up
saying.
and be men. We can walk
Men
away.
don't get to just pick the woman that they want and just say, you're my wife, and then boom, that's their wife. That's not the way that the world works, bro. That's not the way that the world works.
Literally get on one knee to
No, it
ask
is
a
not.
woman to
That's
marry you.
absurd.
You choose your wife.
That's absurd. And the woman is yes or no, she chooses the partnership as well.
Have you tried to marry every woman you've ever dated?
Orthodox guy sounds like a feminist.
No. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Not every woman has tried to marry me that's dated me. So what's the point?
It's all the
Okay, well then it's their fault that the relationship.
Let it get to 7 minutes to see if we have a solo judge.
It's called accountability. If you don't have it, you're a woman.
The world needs more accountable,
was talking about
strong,
what you
good
should
men
do if you-
leading.
Right.
Period.
The women need to have accountability as well. And they don't. They don't feel like they're ever accountable for anything.
Women have never been held accountable in any
You can't
society.
make them.
They've always been seen as property.
You can't make them.
We can't tie them up, punch them, whatever, and force them.
I have to. You can walk away. Not engaging with a woman in an argument, ignoring them, that hurts them more than the fucking talking shit to them and arguing.
You're
with them.
right, Easy.
Hey, let's fucking go, chat.
Silent right
Women
now.
don't have free will.
So listen, chat. We are dropping the poll in right now. All right. Thank you to everyone who participated in the voting. I appreciate you. 36 votes and 72% says the winner of the 1v1 is Orthodox Guy. What's the matter, you? Tell everybody in the chat where we can bring.
I make
one character, if measure added to the safe of souls.
Sorry, that was a slaughter. What the-
What did you think about that one, Imperious?
Yeah, it wasn't really a debate. It was kind of just berating. I mean, he didn't have much to say. He was just kind of stumbling and bumbling. He was retarded. You know what I mean? Like, he's not really. I mean, that was a good job. I mean, it was just kind of like destroying. I mean, it was just a butchery, you know?
That's what Bumpkin said. Bumpkin was like, God damn, that was a slaughter.
Yeah, I mean the guy, but the thing is it's kind of a hard argument. I mean, what are you gonna say? I mean, that you because everyone knows. Look, are you saying women control everything? If you're gonna argue that women are physically the ones that control violence because violence is what controls everything, then you have to make that argument. That's the only way you could say that women are the ones that control shit or the ones that are deciding things. Or no, it's everything that women have or because men allow it. Like, if men wanted to at any one time, they could just use all the violence and just do whatever they wanted to women, and nothing would ever happen. You know what I mean? And there could never.
By the way, one question: was my mic too loud for that debate?
No, no, you're fine. No, dude, he was just whining.
Well, no. There was this chick, you know her. She's on from Flows. She was acting like a brat. I just wanted to make sure that.
No, it wasn't.
She
No,
was like,
no.
your mic's too loud. And
No, his was just fading. His just faded in and out sometimes. He did have.
She paid to boot me because I told her I won't obey a woman because she's like, you need to turn your mic down.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what women do. They always say like some stupid little like visual or something to like not deal with the point, but then be like, oh well, you did it. You didn't smile much. It's like, shut up, dude.
Oh, no. She said I won the debate. She was like, I just couldn't
okay.
hear everybody because your mic was too loud.
Hear everybody. It was one other guy, and his mic was just fading in and out. That wasn't your fault. It's not like you turn his mic up and down. The other guy's mic just doesn't work very well. He was like it looked like he was going in and out of his whatever range or whatever. So no, but it was just a slaughter because it was just. I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, it's cool that at least Easy kicks the person off for the rest of the show, and he's cool about it. He's like, okay, say the rest of your show, you're off. You know what I mean? Because, it was kind of a butchery. And I'm glad at least the audience, it was a 70-30 split. So
it was.
Yeah, it was a slaughter. It was a slaughter.
It was amazing. I had fun, and like I wasn't even like that wasn't even a quarter of my power. And like I love how the dude who came in and called me a feminist, by the way, is supposed to be one of us. He's supposed to be a Christian. He does
Of
Bible
course.
study and
Oh,
shit
of
every
course,
Sunday.
of course. Yeah, these fucking dude. These guys that go like Jesus was like the ultimate hippie and he never was mad and he loved everybody. He'd let
No,
everyone.
that's the asinine part. He's not like that. He's like a red pillar Christian.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. It still comes to the point where they don't like this is what I've noticed, and I it's a big test. It's people that, because remember, the apostles went and caused all kinds of shit because they didn't talk the way people like. They were fucking rabble rousers. You know what I mean? These people just they will follow, and they're mental slaves, but they only want to do it if you give them a sweet candy to lead them. And that's the thing. They're more than just dishonest because they'll believe anything as long as you tell it to them softly and nicely. And that's it's the same people that go like, oh, I vote for presidents by how presidential they are, not what they say or what they do. It's just how they look and how they sound and make me feel when I look at them. These are just people that don't have much brain power.
I got a message. I got a message and said that there's a chimp out on Reslas that if you want to see a chimp out before you go to bed.
Okay, yeah. Put it on real quick and we'll listen.
Like I said, good luck.
What's wrong with that though? What's wrong with that though? Kev said that.
Who? I thought that was a red bone. That's the other name.
Your word that people who grew up around you and hear it
Unless
every day
you
can't
want
say it
us
to
to start calling.
It's about the N-word. About the N-word, I'm assuming.
It's not a private. You can call me that if you'd like.
And you need to learn this really quickly. Because this is the funny part. You think under the sun, they haven't are easily offended, you are easily manipulated.
Exactly.
There you go. There you go. So,
And I will agree with Resla on that. If you are easily offended, that means you get riled up and manipulated.
Lord ADS, it's your time. You the big man on the screen. Lord ADS, honestly, them people was called Pollocks. They was called Wops. They was called.
Oh, you hoes. But she said he spoke about. Why are you so affected by it? Because nigga, it triggered you. If you're so easily manipulated by emotion, you're easily fucking manipulated. Period.
Oh, so let me understand this, brother. So you
ain't much of a whoever sent me this, right? Ain't much of a
I'm not affected.
It's going to. It's going to. I know where this is going. I've seen this enough on Black Panel, dude.
Word nigga. The fact that you're the word nigga.
See what I was saying, dude? See what I was saying?
You're the one triggered by it. You're the one triggered by it. You're the one that's worried about it.
Bring it up to you.
You're the one triggered by the word nigga. Whenever you start crying because all you started hearing.
Yeah, justifiable anger is fine, but you have to restrain the anger to wrath from wrath.
Fuck all
anger and wrath are two different things.
By the word nigga. You so fucking triggered by the word nigga. I don't give a
Hey, just go ahead and say it out loud. Master, you can call me your boy.
Nigga. Look. Wow. Another person held by the plantation.
Boy!
Master.
That's my
nigga.
boy. That's my boy.
I gotta hold on to all these black tropes.
Boy.
Doesn't bother me.
Look at you stuttering, nigga. Boy.
Wait. Stop. Wait. Here's the funny part about it. Folks, listen to him. Nigga, boy, master. Who's the one that's holding on to all the Negro tropes? Is it me or is it him?
Who's the one defending the fucking words?
I don't care about the word.
You don't care about the word.
Who's the one offended by the word? Who's offended by the word? Wait, Lord.
It's a super chat on Wrestler's channel. Either way it go, but we gotta see it.
Oh, hold on.
You're mixing it. That can't be me if you're the only one triggered by it. You're the only one that came up on the panel willing to go talk to another to check a woman for it. It's you, nigga. You soft as wet dog shit. That's you, motherfucker. That's
not you any kind of way, disrespectful ass, dumbass nigga.
Whoa. That was pretty funny. You're soft as wet dog shit.
What's crazy is I said nigga not
the panel is full. The panel is full. The panel is full, y'all. If y'all want to get about it. The ride about
but you already have the presumption. No. You know what that is? That's his pussy getting fucking wet. Pussy ass nigga.
Resla, when you go high pitched, your mic cuts out, so don't do that.
Yeah,
but,
good.
But yes,
that just tell you how.
Wow. They are really chimping
Well, I'm
now.
telling you, no, dude. Like I could see it coming. You just keep listening. This is hilarious because I'm telling you, like I've been on black panels enough. I actually like black panels because they're honestly more honest than white panels on a lot of things. They don't censor as much, which are actually kind of like if you go into actually like black panels that actually are saying shit and stuff, they won't if you're not like overtly racist for no reason, like they'll let you be racist if they go racist first and you say shit back. They'll be cool with it. They're fine. But just don't go in there saying, "Hey, N-words, what are you doing?" They just don't want stupid shit. But like, dude, I'm telling you, like this, I've seen this in black panels. Like a black guy will come in, get so insulted by another black guy allowing what they think is like not part of what black should allow, and then they try to cut the other black dude down, dude. You've seen it on CT. Like CT will just be talking about like black people should be doing this and that, and then they come, "Don't be telling black people you ain't no real black person." You know, it's I'm telling you, it's odd, man.
It is wild. Well, the Q&A, I ended the Q&A because nobody wanted to do that. But
No, dude, just watch this, dude. This is good shit, content shit, right? This is fucking great, dude. Look.
Lord, yes, she said you've been bug broken.
You better get it back.
Exactly.
You better
That
get
guy's
it
been
back.
buck broken. Where a word breaks that fucker's soul, dude.
I got actual African king's blood in me.
I cook you. But back over to you, honey.
You can't cook nothing with your light skin ass. I'm darker than you, my nigga.
You already lost. You already lost.
She said that nigga don't eat.
Yo, this nigga lost his mind whenever he heard her say the N-word. This nigga is.
You need to see my ancestry DNA to know that I'm a real
It don't.
So you say you got black ancestry now?
Lord ADS, she called you.
He's like a
Lord
Absolutely.
ADS. Yo, listen, bro. Bro, listen.
He
Bro,
literally
you
lost
got
before
to
he
get off
started.
this bullshit,
Yes,
bro.
I
Listen.
have African ancestry, and I'm fucking proud of it. And I also
He
have
literally
Italian and
lost
Sicilian
before he
ancestry,
started.
and I'm fucking proud of it.
Oh,
I'm proud of everything that I am.
Colin Kaepernick ass ninja.
So
Hey,
calling me
look.
white trash don't apply to me because there ain't no white in me. Everything
look.
in me is fucking Roman
See,
or it's
Willa,
black.
you just said it. Like the movie Sinners, Willa. Like the movie Sinners.
Hey, listen.
Never seen
People
it.
should be able to say whatever they want to say.
I'm also about to go to bed. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, dude. I'm telling you, dude. That and what is this? You got to discuss what is this movie Sinners? All that, like the black people have been going crazy about this Sinners movie. I mean, I've seen parts of it, but it's not some like I guess it's something about music on how white people took all black people's music and shit. I don't fucking know all
Their
this.
entire culture is about talking how white people stole from them, even though they can't produce anything worth of note today. I don't know. And then you've got white girls who beg for attention, like Alex, who goes, "There's nothing white about me. It's all Roman." Romans were white.
Yeah, Romans are white. Like, what the fuck do you think I am? Like, I'm white, dude. Like, what the like? This is what I'm saying. And like, it's a white girl trying to like virtue signal by saying she's not white. Like, that's
And
just so
then
fucking crazy.
then she'll say, "Oh, I'm conservative."
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's so crazy. Like, this is, but you know, it's why in the end, you know, this will wrap it up real quick. That's why I love the internet. The fucking craziest shit comes out of people because it's somewhere where people can actually spew the bullshit that they're thinking and not feel that they're like judged for it. So I kind of love the internet for it because you actually see how crazy human beings are, dude. If you were an alien and you wanted to study how human beings actually are, you'd make like something like the internet where you could collect all the data of how human beings actually are when nobody's watching. You know what I mean? It's fascinating, dude. It's a fucking
Dude,
great thing.
we're fucked if that's the case. They gonna kill us.
No, I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just, you know what I mean? I'm just throwing it out there.
We are dead meat, Bubba.
Yeah. I think we're dead meat anyways. I mean, like Paul Mooney said in his kiss it goodbye. The world is over. Kiss your fucking asses goodbye. So with that, I'll head to bed, sir. Thank you for the stream. I'll try to catch you tomorrow after work or something.
All right, no problem. Hey,
Have a good one,
if
brother.
y'all, good night. Good night. Have a good one, Imperius. All right. If no one else hits the stream, I'm gonna take it as y'all have had enough of my shit. I feel like you guys should tip your YouTube host. If you support the show, send a Cash App, show the love. If you send one after the stream, I'll make sure I read it out. I'm thinking about doing a watch party for the movie Starship Troopers in the Discord tomorrow sometime. So if that's something you'd be interested in, join the Discord. If you join within the 30 minutes of the show ending, you don't have to be vetted, and I will straight up just allow you in. Stanley Cross, Imperius, this is why I think legacy Black Americans are diluting themselves by insisting there's a community. We are not the Borg. Horrible Star Wars references, but it seems apt. Actually, I don't think that was a horrible Star Wars or Star Trek reference. I think it was a pretty good Star Trek reference, to be honest, because it seems like a lot of racialists think that their race operates like the Borg or a hive mind, when we see that that is absolutely not true. But yeah, like I said, I'm gonna take this as y'all are tired of my shit because nobody has joined. Alex says white. With girls like that, it's typically because the white men in their life have never really given them the attention they feel like they deserve. You know? It's kind of a bit tragic, in all honesty. But since nobody hit the panel, I'm gonna take it you're tired of my shit and we're dropping viewers, so I guess it's a good time to end it. We've almost been 6 hours in. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for watching. Please hit the Cash App. I will update the ticker tomorrow or whenever we get a new donation for the mic. Thank you all for watching. Good night. Salute Stan Lee. Love you all. God bless. I'll keep you all in my prayers. Y'all keep me in y'all's prayers. Y'all have a good one. Remember, we got $10 for the Better Mic Fund. And let's fucking go. I will be trying to find a cheaper mic so I can lower that, because it does seem a bit shitty to have it at 160, but I do find the best combo is between 130 and 160 after tax. So y'all have a good night, and I'm working on some more music. I'm working on some more gaming content. I'm working on setting up a Telegram, and you can follow me on Twitter at Samuel Hydus. Love you all. Good night. Thank you for watching.